perhaps opening the door for Eric to rep more than just the 4s he has. 9 of hearts on the turn doesn't really change much, other than the fact that Eric saw Gppi check. It would be basically his time to steal would be on the turn, but it is a hard board to steal on with 2 hearts and 2 spades, knowing that your opponent could be checking back some draws. So based on the turn, very often, Martin, I would expect it to go check on the river. There's no point in Gppi betting. I mean, maybe he could bet off a jack, but by him being passive on the turn, he's not representing like an ace or a king anyway. Has decent showdown value against the big blind's range. He's not going to get a 9x or a 7x to call, so it looks like Gppi agrees with that assessment and does check it back. I don't think Eric necessarily missed an opportunity betting on the turn. I'm just curious what would have happened if he bet on the turn, whether Gppi could have found that call, but it's very hard to do in that spot with 2 spades, 2 hearts, all those overcards that are in your opponent's range that he might be checking back, like a king X, that he will be calling as well. So there's just too much that would be calling a bet.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably the river where Eric could bet, because I think he would check a king or he would check a jack also. So maybe if he bets out on the river and gets him to full 10s, but once it checked to the river, I think Gppi is going to probably call the 10s. But who knows?
So we have Nicoletta, who played the ladies event from Sweden, or at least she's rooting for the Swedish bunch. So we have another Eric fan in the chat. She was on the ladies event feature table, which was a very nice event to be commentating. I got to see so many different styles of poker, and I'm just thinking about if I was playing in this event, how I would adjust to the different players, and your brain would just be on fire. There were some that were playing that they could have easily been on this final table.
Wow.
Some that were playing maybe their first or second tournament and everything in between. So it was quite nice. Patricia Rimfire either played her second or third tournament. Her first one was last year at the ladies event. She took 4th place, and she took 2nd place this time.
Wow.
So it was nice watching Patricia. But then when she got the heads up, you know, I talked to her a little bit after. She was never in that spot before, so she wasn't sure what to do and was overfolding, which is disastrous to some degree, especially when you have the chip lead during a heads-up play, to not be opening a lot of buttons either with a limp or a raise, depending on your style of play.
Yeah, it's such a different game when you're playing heads-up also. If you've never been at that spot, I can see why you're going to overfold also. So.
And we have Alexander Georgiev in the chat as well. Alexander must be either on the route back home or home. He was helping us out with, well, there's something going on here. We'll say hi to Alex in a little bit, but it looks like Nico making a move with his queen 7. I don't know if this is an open or a 3-bet.
It was Eric. I think it seems like he opened from the small blind. He opened pretty large also.
Yeah. That was really large. It was a 1/3 of his stack that he's probably going to have to fold to when it's jammed to.
Yeah, I don't know why he chose the raise for 1 million.
I think you get the same thing out of doing it for like 550 or even less. But Eric must have had his reasons. Maybe that was like exploitative against that particular player. Maybe he's played in a blind versus blind situation before where he's been called, you know, to these 3.5 or 3x opens from the small blind. So back to Alexander. I want to thank him for his hard work, and now he's in the chat, and he is rooting for Zizas. He's from Bulgaria. Zizas from Greece. So rooting for his neighbor, rooting for the day 2 chip leader, who has been putting on a nice display all week.
What nationalities do we have?
We have a lot of different nationalities. 3 from Italy, but Alfredo's kind of like a mixed bag. He was born in Sicily, grew up in Germany, and lives in Malta. And Eric is also, I would consider, like a Maltese regular at this point. He's certainly part of the Maltese poker community. But from Sweden, we have Jan Just from Netherlands, Zizas from Greece, Daniel from the United Kingdom. So quite a nice mix. Nico friend from Switzerland. So it's an international affair with 2.5 Italians and everybody else from different countries. I literally saw Alfredo with 3 different countries in our back end at one point, but I know he's from Sicily. So Jan Just here with the open from middle position with the ace-9. Filippo going to fold the Robbie Jade Lou. And easy come, easy go for Jan, up to 4.5 million, 30 big blinds.
Who would you say is the most experienced at this table? If
It's
you know the
hard to
background?
say. I mean, Giuseppe has a lot of cashes, but a lot of it came, half of his scores came at the 2022 Battle of Malta main event. And some of the players were a little bit hard to find some information on. But we do have some nice bios up done by Jonathan Rabb in our blog with a little bit of information. Jan Just was one of those guys that has his Hendema block, for example, but he did share with Jonathan that he has won a GUKPT in the past, so he's been in these big spots before. But there's no Viking on the table, no Steven Van Zadelhoff at this table that is like the household recognizable name. But we're looking at a lot of really solid poker players that will maybe now be worldwide recognized after winning the Battle of Malta.
For sure.
Especially if Giuseppe does it. I mean, Giuseppe's already a little bit known, but if he wins it twice, he'll become the first two-time champion. Quite the feat, you know, with these massively large fields. We had over 1,800 in this one. It was a little bit bigger in 2022 when he won it as well.
Yeah, it was a massive event, for sure.
But Alfredo opening up with the min raise. And Eric thinking about what to do with his ace-10 suited. It is a 3-bet potential candidate. He could also flat. He can also fold. All three options on the table depending on how strong he feels he can play post-flop. And does opt to play it in position, hoping that at least the button folds, not caring about the rest of the table. And Filippo does fold his 9-8, and Vasilios may decide to complete here. The problem with like hands like ace-9, it's okay to potentially complete when it's heads up. Multi-way though, very often one of the players will have a better ace than you, and you have to be careful navigating this post-flop. We can see that is the case here. It's not always the case, but very often it is. And Alfredo is still ahead on the Jack-Jack-8 flop. If an ace comes, there's a good chance for a chop. But you can see Alfredo with all the equity right now does opt for some pot control. Perhaps a little bit wary of that 8 that Vasilios can potentially have. And a king on the turn. This opens up a Broadway draw for Eric, so an ace, queen, or a 10 are good for him. Even a king is good, but then he's going to be chopping it with Vasilios, with Alfredo's 7s then being counterfeited with 2 pair on the board. Similarly with an 8 coming.
We could see a bet here from Eric.
This would be a good spot for him. He is thinking things over and does check it back. It would have worked in this particular spot, but he doesn't know what the other players have. And it's a 2 of diamonds on the river, so Alfredo has the check mark, but I have a feeling whoever bets it will get it. This is an ugly board for all 3 players. And Zizis, with that 14 million chip stack, is going to try to steal it away from Kuti. And now Kuti has to be wondering, what is he doing this with? He checked the turn. Maybe he's doing it with an 8. That's really the only thing. He would probably be betting a king after it checked around on the flop.
Yeah, it seems like he would probably bet smaller with an 8. I could imagine he could also go decisive with an 8, but yeah, let's see.
And because there was no betting on the flop and turn, Alfredo doesn't really know exactly where he stands and does fold the best hand. And Eric not going away quickly, so Vasilios has a little bit of a sweat going on.
I mean, he completed for the big blind, so Vasilios can have a lot of different hands. And it could be a spot also where he just stabs, because he checked around. So Eric could be thinking like, oh yeah, maybe my ace-10 is good here.
Or he may even be thinking, I mean, if the bet was smaller, he could even be thinking maybe I can bet an ace off, not an ace, but an 8 off the off this board with a raise. But
yeah, it would be a nice hero call. And he's capable of it also, so.
but not this time. And it was a hard call for him to make, to be fair. I mean, it's he's basically, other than ace queen, have the nuts that's not connected to the board, but it's and look at the smile here by Vasilios. He knows he got away with one. That may be enough to put him in the chip lead, but we'll have to take a look at the full chip stacks to know. He was very close to start the day with Daniel neck and neck, and then there was a massive gap with nobody even close to the two of them. There was 14 and 15 million apiece, and then the next one was 5 million and change.
Yeah. You had any interesting hands from day 4? Like any big hands?
I mean, there were definitely some, but now everything is kind of merged into the final day. So we'll have to read the blog to see the day 4 hands. Frank Visser did most of the day 4 reporting. I helped a little bit here and there while I was also doing other things, including repairing my phone, because I woke up in the morning yesterday, my phone was working. I took a shower, I came back out, it was still charging, and the phone had the green screen.
Yeah, you told me.
But there was a place to fix it. They did it in 30 minutes. So
wow.
Shout out to, I have to remember the name, but they deserve a shout out. They saved me, basically. You're so lost without your phone.
Yeah,
it's like everything is in there.
How much did it cost? 50 euros?
It was 90 euros, but it was a rush job, and I'm not complaining at all. Like, I'm just happy to have it back.
You have a
I was
working
very
phone.
thankful.
Yeah.
It's better than it was before, in fact.
That's good.
So Filippo opening from the button with the queen 10. Nobody else having anything. Giuseppe could have, in theory, called with the queen 6 and defended, but opted not to. And picks up a nice little pot there.
Yeah, I'm just getting so eager to play myself when I'm watching the final table. I mean, running deep in an event and then you finish in like 75th and like a bit of a cooler also. You get a little bit empty when it happens, and then you're like, yeah, you're going home and start thinking about the hands, but then you get back to playing.
It gets to me no matter where, in a live event, no matter where I finish, unless I win, you know. It's so pretty much every event I have that feeling for like 15, 20 minutes. I'm playing a bit locally in Vilnius, and then usually you have a drink and all of a sudden you're like, well, that was still like a good run. I can't control everything. And even if I had made a mistake that I can identify, I'm like, well, I'll do better next time. It's hard to play perfect poker even for a full day. And these guys have been trying to play it for now 5 straight days. Some of the guys have entered multiple times on day 1. So you can even factor that in, the amount of hours that they've put in each to get to this stage.
Yeah.
And now they're on the final table. They were able to get some rest. Yesterday did not end that late, but still you have now the pressure, the lights, the cameras. You know some friends at home are going to be watching. So it's very hard to always play perfect poker. So you shouldn't be hard on yourself if you make mistakes. You should just try to learn from them. And the rest of it, if you take a bad beat, well, if you like the way that you played, then you should be able to shake that off at some point.
Yep.
Maybe not the second you bust out. So this is very interesting. So we have Nico opening with the ace-5 from the hijack, and just an outright jam here by Vasilios with the king-9 offsuit. There are shorter stacks behind them, but if either of them call, it's like a decent dent into his stack if the king-9 doesn't somehow get there, because anybody calling is going to have something better. But I think that pot was good enough for him to take the chip lead. So early chip lead change. We'll occasionally get a chip count graphics up on the screen, but I think it's safe to say that after winning those 2 pots, Vasilios Zizis has the temporary chip lead with more than 100 big blinds. That's like sick, actually. More than 2 players with 100 big blinds on the second level of the final table.
It's so fun to play deep, also having a final table where people are playing like 100 bigs, and you're not only getting like fold or shove. So yeah. Crits action, crits hands.
So Tati Lind. Hello, Tati. Missed you this week. Hopefully I see you when I come back to the island soon. He says, nice to listen to you, Jason and Martin. I think it's more nice to listen to you, Martin. Jason, maybe stop talking so much. But we have an open here from Daniel with the 9s. Very standard. And unfortunately for Alfredo, or maybe fortunate, being that Daniel actually has a strong hand this time, he will have to fold. And if Vasilios took the lead, Daniel, with just a small pot, we see the 16 million appear in front of somebody's name for the first time, so we know he has the lead now. And we have a Giuseppe Rosa fan in the chat as well. There should be a lot of Giuseppe fans. There were definitely a lot in the chat last 2 years ago when he won the main event for about 200,000 euros.
Wow. You did the commentary for that also, or?
I did the commentating for that one as well, and then I had to miss, unfortunately, the autumn of 2022, and then was back for both the events for 2023, running the media team and also doing some reporting myself, some walk-arounds with the video, which you were on, actually.
Yeah, I was.
And taking care of a lot of other things as well, let's just say.
It's a long event, that's for sure.
And I couldn't have gone through the week without the fantastic team of Igor doing the photography, Frank, who's still reporting today off the final table, Alex also doing a great job with the reporting, and we can't forget Jonathan Rabb, who will be joining back in October, providing a lot of color to the event, working on stories and whatnot. And then there's the whole Italian team of Jack Monaro, Cesare, Jack, Marco, Daria, the photographer, Alfredo, who is handling the entire back end for the web, and Gaetano, who's been absolutely on fire with the social media as well. So Vasilios opening up the 300,000, and Giuseppe now. This is the first time we've seen somebody 3-bet a little bit on the light side for final table 3-betting, I would say. But there's nothing wrong with this 3-bet. It's just the first time we've seen it. And Daniel, who would have likely have defended the big blind, knowing what we know about Daniel, is still thinking about what to do facing a 3-bet from Giuseppe.
It's hard. It would be cool to see a 4-bet, but it's difficult with the Giuseppe stack also.
Yeah, and it's an offsuit as well. And then you also have Vasilios. The other big stack is the one that actually opened. Just because somebody else 3-bet doesn't mean he doesn't have a monster as well. So it would have been cool to see, but it wouldn't have been the right spot for him, I don't think.
Probably not.
Even without seeing the cards.
Yeah. But he knows Vasilios is going to open a lot of hands, also being like one of the chip leaders here.
Look at this stare down. Vasilios giving the glare over to Giuseppe. Giuseppe just looking in space. And jams it in. Vasilios showing a lot of heart and a snap fold by Giuseppe. So I'm not sure if he got a read there or just said, I came out to play, boys. But this is now the first time we see a player with a 17 million chip stack. I didn't think at this stage of the game, looking at the structure and everything else, we would have 2 stacks of over 100 big blinds, but it is certainly nice. I can't remember the last time I've actually either commentated or reported a final table where you've had 2 players over 100 big blinds with 8 players remaining.
Yeah.
It's quite a unique dynamic.
But the blind levels and the structure is very good also. I think you're playing in 90 minutes levels today, or?
Yeah, so the structure, for those of you just tuning in, it's 90 minutes until we're down to 6-handed, and then it'll be 45 minutes. Yep. And then when it's down to 3-handed, 30 minutes. So it's a nice dynamic structure, providing enough play at all levels of the game. Because when you're 6-handed, you're obviously getting a lot of hands in. So a 90-minute clock would be, I think, too long for this structure. We'd be looking at like a 3-4 a.m. finish, which isn't the best for the players. So this provides the best of both worlds. And certainly 3-handed hands are just whizzing around pretty quickly. So the 30-minute clock makes a lot of sense at that standpoint.
It does. It does.
And Filippo with the fish hooks, getting low in chips. This is a good spot to him. We did see a very disciplined fold by him earlier when he 3-bet the 10s, facing a 4-bet shove. And the other player had the jacks. Oh my, this could be fireworks, folks. We see Eric with the big slick from the big blind. And he's probably seen Filippo play tight, but he's also seen Filippo fold to a 3-bet. You can see the gears in motion in Eric's head right now, actually.
It feels like there's only one play. It's hard to see him actually 3-bet for a smaller sizing when Filippo is this short.
So let's see what he does. He does indeed jam the lot. And could we have our first showdown at the final table?
Yeah, we're gonna see a flip here for sure. I can't imagine seeing him fold here.
He folded the tens, but did not fold the jacks, folks. So we have Filippo at risk. And Eric has a chance to win a decent pot to chip up. If not, he is going to be on fumes himself. A safe flop for the jacks, 6, 7, 9. 2 clubs for a backdoor flush draw for Eric, otherwise needing an ace or a king. And the 6 of diamonds pairing the board on the turn. So now down to just 6 potential cards for Eric to get there. I'm not sure why his equity is showing so high. It's showing 44%, which can't be correct. And the 3 of diamonds on the river, so Filippo winning the coin flip. A rather crucial coin flip to get up to 5.7 million. And Eric has some work to do, down below 10 big blinds with 1.1 million. But I think both players played it correctly. Sometimes there's going to be a little bit of luck involved in terms of poker. You have to win your coin flips in order to go deep at times. But we nearly lost Filippo in 8th place for 11,900 euros. I'm pretty sure some of the players at the table would have liked to have seen that happen, particularly Eric, but I think every player at the table would have liked to see that happen because then they would have locked up 16,500 euros already. With the exception of Zizas, he's probably happy to be playing 8-handed at the moment because he knows he can get away with a lot of ICM at the moment. And probably understands at this point in time that players at least have a fairly basic understanding, if not an advanced understanding of ICM, which does make how you play a bit easier, actually. If you're playing against some loose cannons sometimes at the final table that just are playing for the win, it's a funny statement that I hear, playing for the win, you know, but of course you're playing for the win, but you should also be playing to maximize your money. So here's a look at the chip stacks. Vasilios, up to 17 million, but Daniel's still doing quite nice. He should have a UK flag. It looks like some of the flags are mixed up, but Daniel's from United Kingdom. Filippo, Alfredo, Jan, all grouped in together. That might have just been on that particular graphic, because I think the players were showing up with the correct flags before.
I actually think that that Eric had another flag. It wasn't the Swedish flag. But I mean, they're going to fix it soon.
Yeah, Eric had a British flag, at least in the chip counts, but we'll see when it comes back around to him in a moment. And Alfredo with a little bit of a tight fold, but you can't blame him. He wants a couple of the shorter stack players to go out before he's bleeding away chips. And this is a jam spot for Eric.
Yep.
Any ace will do. This is the weakest one in the game, the ace deuce off, but it's good enough to be jamming. In a way, the ICM pressure is off Eric being the short stack. And does jam it in. And Nico not waking up. So we could see Eric with the Swedish flag here. So it's correct here, just not on the chip count graphic, which is fine. And Nico giving up on the hand. And you might think, well, stealing the blinds, how much is that going to get you? But it increased his stack by nearly by more than 1/4 of his chips. So it's quite a nice thing to just be able to steal. If you could steal again and then double up, well, then you're doubling up with 5 more big blinds in your stack. So that equates already to 10 more big blinds that you have. So that makes quite a big difference.
I think it's quite kind of interesting also because people tend to get a little bit stressed when they get down to like 8, 9, 10 big blinds and they just want to shove it in. But actually having 9 big blinds in this spot where you're playing 90 minute levels is it's actually a good spot. He can, I think he can manage it for sure.
For me at final tables online, I have 0 spots where I can min raise and then fold, you know, with 9 big blinds.
Yeah.
Like maybe if I min raise with like 10s and I get a shove and another shove, then I can probably get away with it then. But I'm talking about like in a heads up situation. But hello, we saw Alfredo fold the ace 5, but it's pocket rockets now. No folding's going to happen here. And it is a min raise for 300,000. Let's see if we have any carnage happening here. Daniel not waking up with much, but he may say this is a good hand to see a flop with, but he does fold, very disciplined. Eric with the fold of the king 8 after stealing the blinds the previous hand. Nico easily gets out of the way with the queen 8. And oh no, Filippo with the 6s. If he was shorter, he may do something else than call, but he's doing the safe play and calling, which is, I think, what both of us would do in this spot as well.
Absolutely.
And not the worst flop for 6s. This may cost Filippo some chips, or maybe he will get there because his 6 is still alive, but the 4 for the gut shot has a weak backdoor flush draw to boot, but Alfredo should be continuing on just about every flop. It is a little bit of a dangerous one that fits in snugly into the big blind's range. But the big blind will be calling with stuff like 7-8 that you're absolutely crushing at this point. But now, Alfredo with the top set on that ace of clubs turn. It would be a massive cooler if Alfredo checks back and then there's a 4 in the river. But I think if Alfredo's betting here, facing 2 bets, Filippo is going to have to think a little bit harder about it 6s. But it is a check back. And the 5 of diamonds on the river, so it's now a full house for Alfredo. He's probably praying that Filippo hit that flush, but not that straight flush with the 4-6 of diamonds. That would be the ultimate cooler.
It would.
Even pocket 5s would be ahead, but that would be also a massive cooler.
Let's see what sizing he chooses. It feels like...
Should be on the bigger side, I think. Targeting a 5. 525, so not too big.
Yeah, I think he just wants a cry call from a pair here.
The thing is, there's a lot of ace X's, never mind the aces, are going to check back on that turn after you're called on the flop that will bet the river, so it's a very disciplined fold there by Filippo. If it's another player, maybe one of the bigger stacks, then maybe you can make that crying call. He's just trying to steal away the pot. But so far, we've seen some very solid play. Yeah, Tati, I know that the chat is turned off on YouTube, which is why I have the Facebook chat open. We also are broadcasting on Twitch, so I'll probably try to check out that chat a little bit later. And I believe that is done so that the stream can also go out smoothly on the battleofmalta.com website, where if you click on the live blog, you can read some of the hands, the bigger hands that you may have missed that are being posted right now by Frank, also on a 30-minute delay. There's also some nice news stories written by Jonathan Rabb, including a recap of yesterday, a story about Champagne Tan that was done late last night as well, who won the ladies event. So we have the Dream Team here. Unfortunately today, the Dream Team is down to just 2 members, mostly one, and Frank working on the blog. I'm not sure that I count as a Dream Team member in the commentating booth, but
You are.
we can make it. We can make it that way.
I think it's been like an amazing job from everyone, basically. It's a good team, for sure.
Yeah, and the Italian team is doing a great job, too. We've integrated a little bit with what we're doing. Some things worked, some things didn't, but it was the first time we tried a more heavier integration where we're even using DeepL to translate our posts into Italian so some of the Italians can read it, even though things like Under the Gun are coming up funny. But Cesare and Jack doing a great job in terms of the Italian meeting. And Valeria, who I am not sure why I didn't mention her earlier. She's been on camera quite a lot with me in English and with Jack in Italian. And then Patricia Rimfire, who was here earlier this week, contributing her presence along with some interviews over the weekend before going back to the Army.
Oh, wow.
We have a former Miss Slovenia who is a poker host and apparently can play fairly well in ladies events and now is in the Army. So I think whatever Patricia decides to do, she does quite well. She puts all her effort into it. So shout out to her. Always a pleasure to see Patricia Rimfire. So a walk here by Vasilios.
Yeah, we saw Eric folding Jack 9 suited from the cutoff with 9 bigs. And I don't know the ranges that well anymore, but it could be a spot where I would jam it in, having 9 bigs.
If it was 9 bigs and we're just past the money bubble, I'm getting it in every day, but I'm not sure. I would actually sit back and think about it a little bit.
It's different also playing
Jack
final
10
table.
suited, I'm definitely shoving.
I think it's right on the spot, but it's a final table. You have a good you have good structure, so I think it's fine. He could wait for a better spot also, and it's not so because he would jam right into the big blind also, which has a massive stack. So
Yeah, and the one player that seems like is here to really just play hands is Vasilios. His VPIP is probably much higher than anybody else's at the table at the moment. VPIP meaning voluntarily put it into the pot, for those of you that didn't know that term. It's a frequency about how often players are coming along pre-flop with some action, either betting or calling. And let's see what Jesus has here. 10-5, okay. The hand that makes two different flushes, it makes every single straight possible. I'm sure this hand has some particular name to it too for that reason.
I don't know the name. I've never heard anyone like playing 10-5.
We can dub it the Jesus if he decides to raise it here.
Yeah, we could.
And it looks like a 3.5x, give or take, but let's see the sizing here. Something like 525 is fine. 625 a little bit on the heavier side, but gets the job done.
I like
As
it.
they should know that Gppi can't really be calling that wide with his stack and having also that short stack in play, but he may also not be knowing that as well. Gppi's won it once before. He may feel Gppi's just here to go for the win. Let's make it a little bit bigger, get some of those other hands that may be in his calling range to fold with the slightly bigger bet. Plus, he can afford to dust off a little bit there. He's the chip leader at the moment.
Yeah. I think it's fine. I think he could raise pretty much any hand. It's going to put pressure on the other stacks, and because the other stacks, they are quite the same. People are around 2.5 to 4 million. And I mean, the ICM pressure is pretty big also.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. It's more the sizing that I was just curious about. It's we've seen different things from different players, both watching from the reporting aspect and now today at the final table, where maybe I need to learn something. You know, like if I'm playing, it's depending on the player, and I'm in that spot, I can even go as low as 2.8x, you know, and feel that that's a good play. And then if they call, that's maybe sometimes even better because you can put so much pressure on them, even from out of position post-flop. And you've juiced up the pot a little bit. So you can go from both directions, really, with this kind of stack.
You could.
And being that I'm not studying so much solvers and I'm playing more of an intuitive, exploitive style of play, and then discussing some of my bigger spots with players that I consider to be studious and better than I am because I don't play as many tournaments as they do. I don't study nearly as much as they do, so that's how I study. I find some spots where I won some hands, asking, you know, if I played this correctly, can you please point out where you might have done something differently, and then please explain to me why. That's the most important bit, because then you can apply that to other spots later on if you understand why. So there's some things I don't employ in my game, like donk betting, or like short stack limping that I've seen players do quite profitably, but I just don't understand the dynamics behind it. And maybe I'm losing a 0.1, 0.2 big blinds out of doing it differently, but I feel that that's better than making some big mistakes in spots I don't know where I'm at, don't know what I'm doing, and rather continue to play in a way that I understand every move that I'm making, why I'm making it, and then re-examining at a later point. Well, maybe my thought process was flawed, if that makes sense.
I think it makes sense. I mean, you want to focus on the things that you can learn more easily than focus on like the super difficult things, especially if you're not playing on like a super high level. But yeah, I think it's a good tip. I mean, that's probably how you learn the best in poker. You talk to other players and yeah, you learn from them. I think it was quite interesting the thing you said with the blind levels, that they are going down when there are 6 players left.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we have a dynamic clock, which is, I really like it.
I think it's good because otherwise, like it was in the main event a couple of years ago, I think the heads up took 11 or 12 hours to play.
Yeah, that was actually kind of fun. It wasn't quite that long, but it was at least 6 hours between. Give me a second. Sergei Lisi, who won it, and he was facing off against Steven Van Zadelhoff. It was right before the last one, right before the pandemic, I believe. And that was just something. I mean, both players at one point were down to 6 big blinds and came back. I mean, Van Zadelhoff basically had the title in his hands, and then Lisi just double. They get even. They discuss about making a deal, whether official or unofficial. Then they go back to playing. And it was quite a nice heads up, but it was too long. You know, it was maybe harder for the viewers than it was as a commentator, because I love just watching, you know, two really strong players. You can see that they're getting now mentally fatigued because of the length of the heads up. And it reminded me a little bit of the WSOP main event in that regard, you know, that marathon that goes on, and how sometimes you can have points in time where it just goes for hours and hours without a player going out, blind levels going up, and
it's crazy.
Really crazy.
Yeah, that was the one that I was actually talking about. I think it was a couple of years ago. I mean, to play, when it was the November 9, they played the final table for 3 days, and I think one of the heads-ups were for like 10 hours, basically. Because I think they're playing 120-minute blind levels, so it's crazy.
So hold on here, Martin. We have an open by Vasilios. We know he's going to open wide based on what we see him. This is a normal open for any player at the table from the cutoff. Gppi finding a spot to jam, a very good spot to jam with the ace-jack. But Alfredo now has a decision to make. He asks for a count. He's going to see it's for most of his stack and probably say this isn't my spot with still some short stacks. But maybe Alfredo's saying this is just a good spot to potentially pick up chips. I want to be able to play for the win, but you're not playing for the win quite yet. Getting chips, of course, is nice, but you can get those chips later as well. And do you really want to be putting that much of your now healthy stack, even though we see their stacks of 16 and 17 million, 5.3 million with 150K big blind is a very healthy stack. I will be very surprised if Alfredo does anything other than fold here, because he also has Vasilios to worry about, even though his range is going to be wide. So indeed, Kuti did fold, and now Vasilios thinking about what to do. Let's see what Vasilios does here. I would think he would have folded already. This may be a little bit of posturing. He's trying to get a read from Gppi, who he 4-bet earlier jammed, but calling is a much different proposition than putting pressure on your opponent. Your opponent just puts some pressure on you. Of course, you can call and not be in that much trouble with your big stack, but the fold is the more obvious play. King 10 is worthy of opening, but not worthy of calling a 3+ million shove. So Giuseppe Rosa, happy with the outcome there. He definitely did not want to call unless it was from like an ace-10, ace-9, something he's dominating, but did not want to be the first player out at the final table, I'm pretty sure. Being that he was cheering a little bit loudly yesterday when my friend Fotios, who was on the unofficial final table, he'll be joining us in the booth later. Fotios didn't make anything of it. You know, he just said that's, you know, poker, he thinks, you know, you get very emotional, but based on those emotions, I think that Giuseppe definitely doesn't want to be the first player out.
Yeah.
I mean, no player really wants to be the first player out, but when you're one of the short stacks like Eric, you may be thinking, okay, at least now if I ladder up, I've done something. And speaking of Eric, this is a potential jam spot for him off a 9 big blind stack from under the gun. Thinking it through, he's going to be going through the blind soon, but does fold it. Very interesting there. I'm going to probably run that hand through a friend later, because I'm definitely jamming my 9 big blinds in that spot.
I think it would also.
It's probably a very marginal jam, but still a jam. When factoring in all the ICM, near the short stack. You're not going to be called that light from most of the players at the table, and even the players with the bigger stacks haven't shown their calling light. They're just showing that they're being aggressive pre-flop. And Daniel, with the ace-queen, certainly would have called, so Eric may be saving himself his tournament life by not doing what Martin and I would have done. This is why Eric's at the final table. This is why you're in the booth with me, and why I'm in the booth and not playing at all.
Exactly.
I will be playing a little bit next week. We have a nice like local festival, not an international one per se, coming to Vilnius, where I've been living for 15 years. We had something like 60 Lithuanians here, and they all played the main event, but yet none of them even made the second to last table, you know, and it was kind of a disappointment for me personally, but then they made up for it in the high roller. At one point, I think there was either 24 left or 16 left. I don't remember which, but I walked by one of the tables, and I started counting the Lithuanians at the table. A few of them said hi to me, and I counted 6 of 8, and then I forget who it was. It might have been Nico who pointed, no, he's also Lithuanian. You just don't know him.
Okay.
And so it was 7 out of 8 players on that particular table, super deep in the high roller, getting the job done. So a lot of Lithuanians cashing that. And I believe that was won by a Lithuanian as well.
That's cool. How big is poker in Lithuania?
It's quite big. I mean, the country is small, but there's so many good players there right now that when I go to the local, I feel like on a Friday night when the buying's a little bit higher. And those, I feel like I'm in the middle of the pack, you know. But then when I go to like a festival and I do well, let's say an event there, I know that there are a lot of really good players that are part of, let's say, Gem Staking, which is run by Gitas, who was here. I think he only played the high roller. But we have an all-in and call. So Eric jamming with the ace-3, and Daniel deciding the queen-jack is a good candidate to make a call. So let's see if Eric's ace can hold up. But it's a jack out of the window. Oh, no. 7-10 jack. Has a backdoor flush draw. The 9 of hearts on the turn. So an 8 for a chop, an ace for the win. And the 8's not even a chop because Daniel would have a better straight. So an ace and only an ace. Oh, it's a 4 of spades on the river. So we've lost Martin's friend, Eric Lindquist, in 8th place for 11,900 euros. Not much he could really be done there. It was Daniel jamming from the small blind, actually, and Eric calling from the big blind. We were caught up in a story, so apologies about that. But Eric took down still 11,900 euros. That's a lot of ways to wipe away any tears he has about being the first off the final table. But meanwhile, the final 7 have each now locked up 16,500 euros. And we can see Vasilios and Daniel are now neck and neck in the chip lead. Daniel, after winning that pot, he may be in the chip lead. It looks like he's slightly behind. The 17 million is a rounded number. There are still 25K chips in play. Even the 5K chips are still in play from what we saw, based on the fact that we had the 60,000, 120,000 level to start off with. But those will be raced off on the break. And hopefully we can keep Martin around. I mean, we have another guest coming probably in 10 minutes or so. But if Martin, if you were only here for Eric, that's okay. But if you were also here to have a little bit of fun time, perhaps even give a plug over to Value Town as well. Appreciate if you can stay for another 5-10 minutes.
I will stay. I did not only stay for Eric. It was sad to see him go, but it's, I mean, he had a deep run. He must have had fun, but it's sad to see him go.
And if he did what we said, he would have likely been out a hand earlier. So it's just a small bad beat versus running into a monster situation. So Filippo now with 9s. We've seen 9s in the card distribution quite a lot. Alfredo getting off his king-jack. But Daniel, are we going to see a 3-bet from the button from Daniel? Are we going to see a call? Or is he going to respect the under-the-guns opening range from a player that at least we perceive to be as tight at this moment and just get rid of his ace-jack? All 3 options are on the table for him.
I like 3-betting the ace-jack. I think it plays well because when you get attacked back, you can just fold it.
And Daniel agreeing with you. It looks like a light one, too.
I don't think he has to go that big also. He could go like 800, 750 even.
But how much is this for? It's 6, 7, 8, 850 maybe?
It's a click.
It says Daniel 3-bet to 550, but that can't be right. That's like just a min click back. I guess just trying to get the blinds out and playing your ace-jack in position.
Yeah.
And now if Filippo can find a jam, he can realize all his flip equity now because, as you said, Daniel would have to fold, but it's hard to fold 9s to a 3-bet when you're the undergun opener, even against a player like Daniel who has chips from the button. So do not mind the call. And we have an ace, 8, 4 flop, so Daniel connecting right away. Let's see if Filippo gets away right away or does call to see another card. Because Daniel will likely be betting this flop. He should be betting most flops, so he should also be betting when he connects with them. Ooh, what's going on here? This is a little bit unorthodox. We just have a pure jam here by Daniel, making it very easy for Filippo to get away, whereas if it was a smaller bet, maybe Filippo would have come along with just one overcard, and shows the ace too. So
Wow.
even gives Filippo a sigh of relief. Oof, I got away with one there. So now Daniel back with the chip lead. It's going to be back and forth perhaps between him and Dimitrios Sizis. And we have a lot of Italians in the chat box, so we will try to get Jack Bonaro in the stream a little bit later so he can speak a bit in English, a bit of Italian. And we do hope in future years or future festivals that we will have a dedicated Italian commentating booth as well.
I think it could be good. I mean, there's a lot of Italians coming here.
Yeah, and while I love having the Italians listening to me in English, I'm pretty sure a lot of them do not understand me, and a lot of them would, and out of the rest of them, a lot of them would probably prefer listening to it in Italian.
Yeah.
Which is fair. It's nice to have different options. And Daniel now, he's won the last couple of pots, and now with a monster, ace-king suited on the button. It is an unopened pot, so the decision should be rather easy, but he's reaching for more than a min raise, it looks like. Maybe just a little bit more. We'll see. That looks like a lot more. This is more of a bet sizing we would have expected when watching some of those WSOP rebroadcasts from, let's say, the mid-2000s.
Yeah.
The 3x from the button. If he doesn't want to play that post-flop in position, it's fine, but I guess it does open up some looser jams. I'm trying to think about the reason of doing that versus opening from 300 to 400,000.
It's not a sizing I would choose. I would probably just go smaller. People can jam worse. And putting them in like this situation where you're racing to, is it 5 big blinds? Yeah, it's going to be hard for people to defend hands.
Maybe he has like a random RNG in his head and it told him to do the 5x in this particular spot.
Could be.
It's also possible, and I did this once on a TV table, that he's putting out more chips than he realizes. You know, it's easy to happen when you see people with cameras taking your photo. You have the cameras above you. You have the bright lights in a very dim room shining right on you. We've even seen Phil Ivey fold the nuts on a live stream before, so it can happen to everybody in one form or another.
I remember.
Let's see if Nico finds an open with his ace-2, and it is a jam, folks. Now that Eric's out of the way, Nico is the shortest stack, and this will work. Vasilios may pretend it's not going to, but it looks like he's showing his 10-3. So it looks like another Giuseppe fan
A lot of Italian
in
fans.
the chat here. Yeah, but where are all the Alfredo fans? Where are all the Filippo fans? I mean, I know Giuseppe's won this once before, but you would think that it would be a little bit balanced between the three. I mean, Alfredo is getting some love from the Malta Pokerfish Facebook group.
Yeah.
There may be a separate chat going on there that I don't have open, being that he's a local, and now he's their last hope after Eric unfortunately hit the rail in 7th place. And I'm hoping we stay 7-handed for a while, because once it's down to 6-handed, it's going to go to a 45-minute clock. And those of you that know me, I can talk for hours and hours, and I just love the dynamics of final tables. But what I don't like is when a final table starts with a 15 big blind average. That to me is a little bit kind of, I wouldn't say ABC, but it becomes a less interesting, because you have not the mix that we see now of some like shoves pre-flop that's natural, but also the deep stack dynamics, especially with two players having really big stacks at this point in time, to see whether they can hold them on and go heads up. And it's easier said than done, because a lot can change as the blinds move up. And Nico's shoving again, this time from the cutoff, this time with a better ace. It's a suited ace-8, and same outcome up to 2.7 million. So the power of the steal here, getting 375,000 each time. So chipping up from 2 million to more than 2.7 million isn't something to sneeze at.
For sure not. I think I agree with what you said. I mean, you want to see the post-flop play. That's what you come for. If it's only like you're shoving pre, it's poker also, but it's not the same as actually getting to see people bluff the river and do all of these things.
Or even the big stack just being able to put max pressure, like that just shoved before by Zizis with that King 9. I don't think I would have done that, but it's just interesting to see, how players are approaching, because there's probably not too many players in the world that have experience coming into a final table with more than 100 big blinds with an average stack of around 55 big blinds.
Yeah.
Daniel showing a lot of heart so far this final table. I've enjoyed watching him play over the past few days. It would be very hard for me to adjust to some of the stuff that he's doing, just because, he's doing stuff successfully that players were doing successfully 15, 20 years ago. And a lot of the game has kind of moved in a different direction. But sometimes when you have a very strong player that's still doing this, it's hard for the other players to properly adjust, because they know this player is a good player, thinking player, just has a different style. And then Zizis also has a unique style as well, which I kind of like.
That's the great thing about poker. You can play it the way you want.
You could play chess the way you want too, but the outcome maybe won't be that good. In poker, you can play poker the way you want, and you can win a trophy in the process.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it. And that's why we had like the moneymaker effect, 2003. We had Jamie Gold winning in 2006.
So Jamie and I went to the same high school. He was 3 years older than me, so we kind of knew of each other before he won. His mom and my mom were close friends for many years. They're still friends, but she doesn't live in Paramus, where I'm originally from. So I was a big Jamie fan, even through the ups and downs of Jamie. And the current version of Jamie is quite nice. He's a true ambassador of the game now.
I've heard.
I didn't like seeing Jamie playing cash games he had no business in playing after he won that 10 million. That's an example of something that if I was closer with Jamie, I would have pulled him aside and said, unless the sponsors are paying for your buy-ins for this, your money is just going to go quite fast playing at the stakes you're playing against the players you're playing against.
Yeah.
Yes, there's maybe one or two players that are less experienced than you, but these are guys that are just looking for the meat to eat, you know, the fish in the shark tank, more or less. And unfortunately, in those kind of games, Jamie was the fish. You know, you could be a really good player, but if you're playing against the top players in the world, maybe you should think about a better game selection. And he didn't necessarily need the TV exposure. So, that, you know, there were some things that maybe if I was Jamie's personal manager, I would have advised to be differently. But I appreciate what he's brought to the game over the years. And Moneymaker is a better example of what he's brought to the game. Without Moneymaker, we wouldn't be seeing probably the field sizes that we see in Europe anyway, because he really just brought everybody, oh, wow, you can win a satellite. At the time, it was on PokerStars that he won, I think, a double freeze out. A double, what do they call them? Not a freeze out. When it was, let's say, 81 players, 9 max, they all have to beat their table like in a sit and go, and then each of the winners faces off on a final table.
What is it called? I can't remember the name now, but I know what you're talking about.
So he won one of those and then went on to win massive money in the main event. And with the name Moneymaker, it couldn't have gone any better for poker. I would maybe be doing something else if not for Moneymaker. Maybe there wouldn't be this extensive interest in poker. So we had a min raise by Gppi with his queen jack from the button. Alfredo defending a suited jack. And nobody player really hitting the flop that hard, but Alfredo had the gut shot. But if that gut shot completed, it would have been trouble for him. And the queen on the turn gave Gppi top pair, but he did check it back a little sneaky, perhaps trying to see what happens, whether he get Alfredo to bluff with something, or whether he could squeak in a little value on the river. Or maybe just wanted to see how the hand played out and keep the pot small. But I'd be surprised if Gppi checked all 3 streets here. And does try for some value. Alfredo can never call here. He can raise here potentially to try to get some hands off. It wouldn't work here. But if he didn't buy that the queen was there, and who would after the queen was checked on the turn? He could have different thoughts there, but Rosa has many different gears. Alfredo not wanting to get any cute with any player really at this stage with a 2 million stack in play. And it isn't really the best spot anyway to do it. The pot's not really big enough to really make that big of a difference, and you can lose some chips for no reason. So we have a dealer change. The dealers have been fantastic all week long, as has the floor.
They've been fantastic, for sure. Like, every single dealer has been... They've been very good. The staff has been awesome also. I can't complain at all, for sure.
And when you have an event this large, to have like so few issues, it's amazing. Obviously, there's always going to be the case where there's a misdeal. That's going to happen at every single event. The best of dealers. I've even seen it happen at the feature table from time to time. Yeah. A card flies off the table, or somebody just gets dealt one card, and you have to handle that. That's maybe the biggest problem I've seen, which is quite good, actually.
Yeah, but it happens.
When there's an issue that a player has, the floor is over very quickly, listens to first the dealer and then a little bit to the players, and makes a decision. And as far as I've seen, there hasn't been any really incorrect decisions being made either. So it's a quite experienced team here. There's some continuity going on now for the last few events where it's a lot of the same staff. And we're going to try to keep that going on the media side as well as from the operational side as well. So the staff can grow with the tournament, with the festival.
Yeah, and in October or September it's going to be even a bigger event, right?
Yes, that will have a 1.5 million guarantee if I understand correctly. So that's October 29th to November 6th.
Yeah, and we see Nico picking up 10s here under the gun.
It's too much to shove. So I do like the min raise. If it was a little bit earlier when he had that sub 2 million stack, a shove would have been okay when you're under the gun especially. Filippo folding his jack 4 suited, queen 4 off in the muck, queen 9 in the muck, but now Jan with the ace-10, getting rid of it from the button. So far so good for Nico. He wouldn't mind getting a call from the big blinds, especially if it's 6-3, but not sure how wide Daniel's defend range is. It could really be any two because of this chip stack he has as well. And Daniel agrees with that notion. And now Nico in position from under the gun. It's a dream situation when you have those tens to not be out of position. So you can do a bit of pot control if you don't get boards you like. Like this one, for example, you don't have any hearts on the ace 5-9 all heart board. Daniel does have a heart, so his equity has gone up quite a lot, but the 6 of hearts, and this is another case of Daniel just leading out with just that 6 of hearts, hoping that Nico has some pocket pairs such as the 10s that he's going to fold.
I think I like it. I mean, he's putting a lot of pressure. It's coming ace 9-5. It's going to be hard. I mean, if Nico has like kings, queens, jacks without a heart, it's a difficult spot.
And if he calls and there's another barrel on the turn, he's going to have to let it go.
Yeah.
He's not buying the story, though, so Nico sniffing this one out, at least so far. The 3 of spades on the turn, so now Daniel has... The equity percentage went down, but the amount of outs he has gone up because now it's the 3 of clubs would give him trips. Obviously, the 3 of hearts gives him a flush, so it's any heart, the 3 of clubs, and then the 3 6s that are remaining as well. It shows 9 outs, but 4 of them are blacked out. It's like 13 real outs.
And it jumps.
Wow. And he could get Nico to fold the best hand. I mean, if I'm Nico, I'm thinking, well, this isn't good. But can I call off my tournament life here? Is Daniel capable of doing what he's doing?
Seems like Daniel's capable of anything, to be honest.
He would be such a hard player to play against. Anybody that has this high frequency of donk betting, it's I have to study that a little bit actually, because you don't face that very often these days. You face players that are now increasing their donk bet frequency, but Daniel's is a bit higher than what I've seen. But it's been working well for him. And Daniel giving a grin.
If Nico finds this hero call, I will be very impressed. It seems like it could. But it's a hard spot also. Being on the final table, a lot of money involved. Pay umps, yeah. Seems like he's going to fold, but...
He should be thinking, would a flush be betting this way? Perhaps. Would an ace be betting this way? Perhaps. But are there hands that are not betting this way that are just draws? Ooh. So it does fold. So does he show? He shows just a 6 of hearts.
He actually let Nico pick the card.
That would have been funny if it was the 3.
Yeah.
Because now we could be thinking, oof, I got away from a flush.
Yeah.
He'll see later what happened, but at least in real time, the phones are in a security box, so players do not have access to that information right now. During the break, of course, they could talk to their friends on the rail. They can also opt to miss a few hands and potentially do that as well, but that's not going to be a plus EV move.
Yeah.
And we have Chantel Brown rooting for Dan here, so a little bit of the United Kingdom here in the chat. Welcome, Chantel. Hope you are enjoying what you see. We've been enjoying watching Daniel play. It's making us think a little bit. And he has the chip lead and seems to know what he's doing with it.
He's playing such an aggressive style, which works very well when you're having, I mean, this big of a stack. Because some people can become a little bit passive when they have a big stack, but once you have a big stack, you can just roll over the table sometimes.
So let's talk about your streams. You're a poker streamer. You also do a lot of this lifestyle stuff that I enjoy. I don't watch actually your poker streams because it's in Swedish,
yeah.
And unfortunately I only know a few words in Swedish. But I do feel some inspiration. I feel good about myself when I'm reading a lot of your posts, and some of them I can't really relate to, but a lot of them I can. So how often are you streaming?
I mean, with Value Town, we're streaming. It's between 4 to 5 times a week. It depends on like the streamers that we have if they're available or not. But that's what we do, and that's only a part of what we do in Value Town. So we also do the podcast. It's in Swedish, and yeah, we do home games. Wow.
Hold your horses here. So we have Nico defending and then winding up with a flush off the short stack, and then we have Jan both with middle pair and the nut flush draw to boot.
Wow.
We could see some sparks flying.
I think we will for sure.
And now what does Nico do? I mean, I do like the check. But do you just try to realize all your equity now, understanding there's better flush draws? I wouldn't mind seeing a call, but I would understand a shove here as well. And Nico possibly thinking the same thing right now. Do I shove or do I call? I don't think that, he can raise big. That's an effective shove as well. So there's something in between that's possible, where you're basically committing yourself but not shoving.
I'm not sure what I would do if I would just jam here.
I think you're folding, Martin.
I'm folding for sure.
Yeah, you're worried about a better flush.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's good Nico's taking his time. And it is a jam, folks, trying to realize his equity now. And I think Jan is going to have to call. There's just way too much equity in his hand. But he's probably thinking, now what the heck is going on here? I was not expecting this. I should have all the aces. I have the king of hearts. What does he have?
I don't think he can do anything else. I mean, versus an ace, it's pretty much a flip. Now he has 35%, like worst case scenario.
I guess he could also be up against some sets. Like, Nico is never going to turn this into a bluff. He could have some 10Xs that maybe he's just trying to jam here. But does make the call,
Right,
folks.
we have an all-in call on the main event. Nico is the all-in player with 7 and 6 of hearts.
This is in real time.
He's been called by an Jan Joost with king of hearts and 10 of spades.
Thank you very much,
Flop
Michael.
is 10, 3, 8, 3 hearts.
So you heard it from Michael.
Let's see the turn.
There is an all-in call, and let's see what the turn is. And it's the queen of clubs, so Nico is
the queen
still
of
miles ahead. Jan needing a heart and only a heart. Otherwise, it's Nico doubling up the 3.9 million, and it's a
Reverse
6 of
6.
clubs on the river, so we have a double up for Nico. Meanwhile, Jan now is the player at risk with just a 10 big blind stack, but that hand basically played itself. We can't fault what either player did there. Unfortunate, though, for Jan to have such a strong hand and now down to 10 big blinds. And we have more, actually, Dan fans in the chat, so it's actually some of his family. We have his son, Mike, reeling along.
Wow.
So we are kind of intrigued about Dan. He's obviously a very skilled player and one of the players that's going to be very difficult to adjust to, especially with all the chips that we have. And Chantel's sharing his grandchildren are sat with me watching him and cheering him on too. So we got the whole family cheering on Daniel. So that is amazing. There is a nice seating area if you traveled out with Dan, although I do appreciate that you're listening to us, but there is a nice seating area here at the Eden Arena located next to Casino Malta as part of the Intercontinental Hotel. If you do wish to watch it and play out live, there's not only an amazing seating area, but there's also a big screen without the whole card showing up in real time for you to follow along with. Because we are on a 30-minute delay, that's how we see the whole cards. I like to say, because I always live in the moment, live in the present, try to plan my day well, but then in terms of every little thing, if I see something little, I move with it. We're actually in the present, they're in the future. Because otherwise we're just living in the past. And who
Yeah.
wants to live in the past, Martin?
We only want to live in the present.
So Dan here with an open, a 2.5x open from the button. It's going to force Nico to fold the 5-4 suited, which he probably would have to a min raise anyway, and Filippo likely would have not defended with the 7-4. So Daniel now up to 19 million in chips. We should ask Mike and Chantel whether he just goes by Dan or if he goes by his real name Daniel. We can get that fixed during the break if he prefers to be known as Dan. Our media guru, Jonathan Rabb, did sit with all the players yesterday. We even had to really track down Jesus because he didn't hear that we wanted all the players to stay for 5 or 10 minutes. So I first went to looking for him with the other, I knew a lot of the Greek players, so I went to like the 2 different groups that were hanging around. They're like, nope, we haven't seen him, so he must still be here. So I'm walking around looking for him. I come back, I can't find him. One of the guys calls a friend that's friends with him. Another guy gets him directly, and then 10 minutes later, he was back. But we got all the players. Some of the Italians were helped by the wonderful Cesare, who's been here providing some Italian flavor, both in the reporting, but more importantly with the videos he's doing by himself and with Jack Bonaro. And we have Daniel now over 20 million. Queen 10 suited this time. Nobody wanting to play with Daniel. And if that remains to be the case, Daniel can just open at will. We saw Zizas basically doing that earlier, but then he slowed down because there has been some action that he hasn't allowed him to do that. He certainly does not want to tangle with Dan at this spot, but any other player he wants to put pressure on. And similarly with Dan, he doesn't want to tangle with Zizas either. The 2 players will likely be avoiding each other unless there's no other possibility. They could wind up getting into some leveling wars later on, but it would be absolutely disastrous for either of the players to basically be committing their stacks against each other with all the payout jumps still to come.
Yeah, it rarely happens, but it could happen. We've seen it before.
It's happened about half the time I've commentated or reported final tables where you just see a big stack blow up, you know, not taking the foot off the gas at the proper times.
Yeah.
And even if you're getting it in marginally ahead, is that really like a risk you want to take when you're with 90-minute blind levels able to pick and choose your spots quite nicely with it's close to 150 big blind stack now for Daniel.
It's massive. He's having a great time.
It doesn't quite have the dynamic of the ladies event final table where they're really having a good time, but it's nice to see players are keeping it light. You see some smiles on faces, some conversations in between hands, at least on the left side of the table. And it looks like Filippo's English isn't so bad unless Dan all of a sudden learned fluent Italian as he's having a little bit of a chat there with Daniel while this hand is going on. But meanwhile, it's Vasilios. He's now putting some pressure with a different sizing, a sizing that I prefer from the small blind, and getting Gppi to fold a hand that if he had more chips, he would have liked to have played from the big blind with the 8-5 suited in position. For those of you just tuning in, this is Jason Glatzer. I'll be with you all day long until we have the 2024 Battle of Malta Spring Edition Champion crowned, along with that €100,000 top prize. And for now, at least, I'm joined by Martin Keinecker, and I know I mispronounced your last name, but when I'm looking at it, that's how I have to say it. It's Keinecker, and I'm probably still butchering it, but Martin from Value Town. Played in the main event, was on the rail for a bit of time yesterday, rooting along his friend Eric. They both live in Malta, and it's been an honor to have you, Martin. It looks like you could stay a little bit longer because I do not see Fotios anywhere in the neighborhood who did share that he was going to be around at 4 o'clock. If you need to go somewhere as well, I'm more than happy to carry solo, but I'm enjoying your company. I think we have a nice little dynamic going on here.
It's good to hear. I mean, I enjoy doing the commentary, so it's perfectly fine. I will stay, if you don't mind.
No, of course. It'll be Fotios kicking you out, so you're going to have like a little rumble with him, maybe an arm wrestling. And here comes Fotios, speaking of the devil.
Okay,
So we'll finish off this hand, and then we will get Fotios in. So we have an open by Alfredo with the sixes. Daniel opting not to 3-bet from early position, with respecting the under the guns open, just calling. I think a 3-bet would have been fine, but I think he wants to play this hand, is maybe his thought process, where if he 3-bets and Alfredo 4-bet shoves, he may want to actually fold the ace-queen suited, understanding that Alfredo is not going to be 4-bet shoving light, probably not even with an ace-queen.
I think it's perfectly fine, actually, because people could find other, like, worse queens to jam, because if he chooses to 3-bet, people could just fold their king-queens or
Yeah,
queen-jack.
that's why I like it, that you're getting a lot out of the way, and if you're just called, you're playing your ace-queen suited in position.
Yeah.
And if you're 4-bet shove, depending on the stack size, in this case, he would probably ask for a count because we see what it is. If he thought it was a little bit less, then he's calling with the ace-queen. On this kind of stack size, I think a fold would be probably in order against a player like Alfredo, who we haven't seen open from under the gun yet. So meanwhile, we have Jan with the open ender, who defended from the big blind on the king 7-8 2-diamond flop. We have Alfredo with 3 overcards to his sixes, and we have Daniel with the ace queen. But meanwhile, it's Jan with the short stack trying to get it through, and this might be the board to get it done. And if it doesn't, he knows he likely has 8 live outs. He may think he has less even with the diamonds out there, but he gets Alfredo to fold the best hand. And now Daniel with the ace-queen, he's maybe going to be thinking it's just 1.1 million more, but does fold. So very good awareness there by Jan. Very impressed with that, and is up to 2.2 million in chips. But with this, unfortunately, Martin, we did have Fotios just come, but if you're going to stick around, I'd be happy to have you back in. I don't know what your plans are for the day. Are you going to be playing today? Are you around, or is this goodbye to Martin?
I'm not going to be playing, but I think I will be around. So you can just shoot me a message, and I might come back.
Okay, good. So in case we don't see Martin later, we'll say a goodbye, but not a goodbye to Martin. But thank you very much for joining us. It was an absolute pleasure to have you in the booth. And looking forward to seeing you again in Malta when I'm back in a couple of weeks as well.
Yeah, I'm going to be here. Thank you so much, everyone. Take care.
Thank you, Martin. So now we have the man that we've been talking about a bit earlier. He's putting on his headset. He's getting ready. He's getting prepared, but none other than Fotios, who does know a bit about these players, did play quite a lot with some of the players yesterday, but he did advance to the unofficial final table, did go out in 9th place, but was all smiles afterwards. He did max late enter with his 3rd bullet, I believe. I came by half an hour later, and he had 5 times the starting stack. And I said, maybe you're not going to join me in the commentating booth after all. So I'm actually disappointed to see you here, but I'm pleased at the same time, if that makes any sense. But welcome, Fotios.
Hello, guys. Yeah, it was like an amazing run. The last minute entry gave me 9th place, which is a very good result. I tried my best, and it was a pleasure to be here. The players here are very aggressive. I think they, even though most of them are amateurs and play like in their spare time, they play pretty aggressive and not afraid to put the money in the middle and play for stacks when it matters. So it's gonna be a very entertaining final table. I haven't been watching actually, so what have I missed?
It's been a very deep stacked final table. The big stacks are putting pressure on the smaller stacks. We've seen a fairly good understanding of the players from an ICM perspective. They're not playing just to get the chips. They're playing also understanding that a decision can cost them thousands and thousands in potential payouts and equity. But this into this hand, because we have Nico opening with the ace-jack, Filippo opting not to 3-bet the ace-queen, and Alfredo with the 5-3. So we have Nico actually flopping the middle pair. Likely will continue, but not be too thrilled about it, just because he was pre-flop aggressor, and we'll see what he does. And now we'll really see what Filippo does here. I mean, I
Yes.
think he needs to fold only because Alfredo's still in the hand as well, but it is a small bet, so I won't blame him from calling or raising. It's kind of one of those bets where it's just saying I don't really have much or I have everything.
Yeah, it's a weird hand because Filippo shouldn't flat much there from this position with this stack and this place behind from an ICM perspective. But he should continue for sure in this flop, Filippo, in my opinion, with the gut shot and the overcard. Alfredo doesn't have many offsuit hands in this spot because he should defend three-way super tight due to ICM, so he has some suited connectors and stuff like that in this spot and some pairs, so I wouldn't be really worried about him. The interesting part is that Nico c-bets in this flop three-way. I think he should mostly check. I'm sorry, I think I did it right now. He should mostly check in this spot, so yeah, interesting to see him bet here. I think now Filippo should like empty the clip here. I don't think he has many bluffs in this spot. This is the one I believe.
Let's see if Filippo can do this. He can get a jack off. He could get a 9 off. Not a
Yeah.
king, obviously. Maybe he could get a king off if it was a really big bet because the queen 10 is probably not just calling from the hijack though, so probably not a king off. And now it's the third club on the board on the river. And Nico checking, but he's going to likely call if the bet isn't big, if Filippo decides to bet here.
Yeah, he should definitely bet here. It makes perfect sense to have a king actually and keep the pot small and stuff like that. Like king queen or something. If he has a flatting range there, king queen suited is like the number one hand, I guess. Yeah, he doesn't have showdown here, I believe. He never wins actually.
No, he doesn't really have any showdown,
Yeah.
but does check it back. And Nico picking up the pot. And Nico, who was on fumes not so long ago before doubling up, is now at around 5 million. And Filippo still has plenty of breathing room. We probably have a little bit more play at this blind level. I didn't keep track of the clock, but we are still at
Yeah.
90-minute blind levels. But after that, it goes up to 100,000, 200,000.
The game is gonna get more serious, then the chips are gonna fly in easier. Nico is very capable, I think. He plays really aggressive. I played him like many hours yesterday, and he wasn't afraid to put chips in the middle, for sure.
So Fotios, it was very noticeable that there were two countries that were represented here, other than the normal ones like Italy, for example. And one of those countries was Greece. The other was Lithuania that had 60 players. So how many came approximately, do you think, from the Greek community?
I said to you 50, but I think it was way more, actually. Like it might be 120 or something, because they were running. Let's wait just to see this hand, I think, because it's interesting. I think he should 3-bet here like 100%.
We did see Vasilios actually 3-bet with king 9 off with just like a jam before over these kind of stacks.
Okay.
So it wasn't even like a small 3-bet. And we also seen the smaller 3-bets from him. So he's mixing it up a little bit.
Yeah, that doesn't sound very correct, but this 3-bet is for sure okay.
It looks like just a call though.
Yeah, that's not. I don't think that's good, but he might think he have a post flop edge and he can play post, I guess, in these spots. You don't really want to flat in these spots because you can put very big pressure to the under the gun opening range. The risk premiums are super high here, so.
And Alfredo will be folding his 5 deuce offsuit. And Daniel,
Daniel is not a folder. I don't think he's gonna fold.
he might fold, but he definitely would have folded if it was 3-bet, and he does call.
So yes, about the Greek community, a lot of people came. I think over 100 people, like 125 or something. And I think the reason is that Novibet made a lot of satellites, and a lot of people from the Greek community played the satellites, won their packages from there, and we had a huge representation.
So meanwhile, we have the 9-8-10 flop. Nico with the open ender with 2 overcards. Vasilios with the middle pair. And Daniel with also an open ender. If the 6 comes, if the jack comes, he has to be thinking twice. But that would actually, no, he would be completing a queen high straight with that. So there's nothing to think about there. As a pure double open ender. And 10 of spades on the turn may give Vasilios some confidence here.
That's a very interesting turn. I think Vasilios can definitely go for value here, like half pot or something. Daniel is having all the 8x and 9x offsuit. He's gonna call. Nico should check his range on the flop and on the turn, but okay, he has very often 2 overcards and stuff like that, so he should bet half pot. Yeah, very good.
I think I'm doing a little bit less than half pot even, but
I think it's good due to the big blind.
so Vasilios with the exact sizing that I would have done, 500,000. But I understand what you're saying as well.
What I said is 550, so
Yeah.
it's like the same. I think.
Online, I'm using my 39% preset for that one. And Nico, he got the open-ender to fold, but not this open-ender. Nico wants to see a river. He's looking for a queen. The 7 would have gotten the job done too, but it would have been trickier for him if it was an ace or a jack coming to know where he stood. And Vasilios with the check mark, no reason to be betting again. You're only going to be called by worse. I mean, you're only going to be called by better, and you're going to get everything worse to fold. And Vasilios now up to 18 million.
Yeah, huge stack.
So it looks like players are going on a break, or at least going for a stretch, at least in stream time. So we'll be back with you. I think Photius will stick around. The players are going to be taking a 15-minute break, and then the blinds will go up to 100,000, 200,000 with the 200,000 big blind ante. It's the same as we started the day. Daniel up top, Vasilios right behind them. Vasilios did take the lead at one point earlier at the final table, but it's been back and forth between the two, not tangling with each other in the pots. And everybody else is a bit shorter, but nobody's in serious jeopardy. Jan, you might think, is in jeopardy, but 14 big blinds with a 90-minute clock, that's still plenty. And we will be back with you in 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
See ya, guys.
Main event players, you're welcome to start taking your seat 2 minutes before the restart of your tournament. All right, players, 2 minutes before the restarts. You may take your seat.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Jason Glatzer, and I'll be with you throughout the final table of the 2024 Battle of Malta main event. We are down to just 7 hopefuls after losing Eric Lundqvist during the first session of this final table, and down to just 7 players, each locking up 16,500. Daniel Monders is in the lead, followed by Dimitrios Zizis, and joined with me is one of Zizis' countrymates, friend, and unfortunately, the unofficial final table bubble boy, well, the official final table bubble boy, he was on the unofficial final table, and Fotios Namaris, even though I can't pronounce. Thank you. I can never pronounce this last name. I've known Fotios for a few years now, and it's a pleasure to have you here in the booth, Fotios.
Thank you very much, Jason. I appreciate it a lot as well.
And we could see some chip stacks being verified to the crew, so we may see some small adjustments that are made. What happens is if there's a bet that's like slightly mistracked, it could throw things off, and then that can balloon a little bit from there if we have some all-in calls. But I expect the stacks to be fairly close, being that we didn't really have, I think, a single situation where that was off. But it's still always good to verify. And now we see some green chips in play. I was hoping to see some plaction. But we see instead some green chips. Those are probably 250,000 ones.
Yeah, I think so too.
Because 5, 10, 16 million. Then I'm looking at Dimitrios stack. That makes a little bit of sense just based on the greens and the stacked up oranges. But we have Gppi now off a 21 big blind stack, opening up with the ace-9. Alfredo taking his time with the queen-deuce suited. We knew that was going into the muck. And Nico with the jack-deuce, opting not to defend, and Gppi, our 2022 spring main event champion, picking up the first pot since the break. Sporting that Betik shirt, there was a Betik tournament, a lot of players here from Betik, also a lot of players here from Novibet, including Zizis was wearing, I think, a Novibet patch yesterday. He's not sporting it right now, but certainly part of the whole Greek community, the whole Novibet community, which is one I need to explore a little bit more. Outside of a few people that I've just become friendly with over the years, both from Greece and Cyprus, I haven't actually dived deep into the poker action in Greece. I did meet a lot of Greek players when I was at an event, probably one of the strangest events I was at the Phoenix Casino on the border of Greece. I had a blast. It was over my birthday. I'm playing bomb pot cash games. I win like 2,000 and 2-2 Omaha, and then go to work the next day.
Yeah.
I'm asked to make decisions on the floor as a reporter because the poker manager was playing, and I think with a little bit of training, I can actually do a floor job because I know all the rules quite well. Maybe not all of the behavior of a floor person, but at least the rules I have down. I always joke with Thomas Lamach because he was the TD there that you can
Yeah,
officially make me a floor person. I want to do it one event. The one thing I think I can't do is actually deal, like being a poker dealer and just remaining, especially if it's like a pot limit Omaha cash game. I don't think I can keep up. My math skills are quite good, but to be
have to
able
be super
to
trained,
focus
I
on
think.
everything and even doing the proper shuffles as fast as they do, keeping track of everything, and then being a TV table dealer even has more complications because every fold, every bet, every call has to be communicated through his headset to the trackers that are working at MST Audiovisual, who've been doing a fantastic job from A to Z with the entire stream. Everything was set up perfectly today. They integrated even a little bit of heads-up action into the graphics after a little bit of feedback after the ladies event, which ran very smooth as well. It was the first time they've ran a stream that hasn't been just a final table, and they adapted brilliantly. So shout out to all those guys at MST Audiovisual. And meanwhile, Filippo,
Easy decision here. He should jump.
and he does jam for 3.1 million, and this is going to be a quick fold by Vasilios. An easy game there by Filippo, up to 3.5 million. So if we take a look at the structure, we're going to play this blind level, and then there will be a break. And then depending on whether we get down to 6 players or not, the breaks may change. If we're down to 6 players, the clock becomes 45 minutes, so then there'll be a break every 2 levels. And then when it's 3 players, the breaks will probably change again because we're on a 30-minute clock. But for now, as long as we remain every 7 players, there will be a break after every blind level. The next blind level after this will be 125,000, 250,000 with a 250,000 big blind ante. Looks like Giuseppe getting a little bit more comfortable showing his Italia Play shirt. Maybe somebody said your sticker's not showing, Giuseppe. Do show your Italia Play sticker. Be proud of being here with Italia Play with Betic in his quest to become the first 2-time champion of the Battle of Malta main event. It folds all the way around to our second big stack, and Vasilios sees this with the 8-6 suited from the small blind. We know he's not going to fold, and he's probably going to raise against Giuseppe, being one of the medium-sized stacks. He could put pressure on him and just jams it in, putting max pressure on Giuseppe.
I think that's very good.
And Giuseppe with 22 big blinds, nothing he can do with the Jack-3. He would have folded to any raise. Probably would have called the min raise just being in position, but you know that you can't get cute with the other stacks at the table.
With these stacks, I think you have to push here because you have a lot of fold equity. He's going to fold hands he wouldn't fold, or if you raise, he was going to jam. So I think jam is very good here. It achieves many things with these suited hands.
And then even if you're up against like an ace-x, you have a lot of equity. You just lose a lot of that equity if it's 9s or higher, but that's not, you know, if that happens, it's just bad luck.
Yeah, and I don't think ace-x calls that often. I mean, you have to have a good ace to call there with all the risk premium. He's not going to call ace-5, for example, for 20 blinds.
And meanwhile, Dan, our hero, whose whole family is watching the stream, from children to grandchildren, probably some friends along the way as well, with the fish hooks,
Shout out to the family.
and raising up 2.5x to 500K. Nobody waking up with anything, but hello there, Giuseppe Rosa with the ace-queen. This could be an all-in and a call.
Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen here.
This could be the case. Giuseppe could opt to just call here. He can never fold here. He does still have a lot of fold equity. Daniel should be opening up wide. We see what Daniel has. Giuseppe can be thinking Daniel's all over the place. I have a really good hand. I'm going to jam, realize all my equity now. Hope for a fold and know that if he's called, that sometimes he's ahead, sometimes he's behind. A lot of hands he will be flipping with, such as this one with the ace-queen against the jacks.
Nothing to say, very standard spot. He should just go all in.
It's good that he's thinking it over, not making the impulse. He folds. Wow. The one thing I didn't expect to see.
Oh, impressive. Okay.
And Jan, if it was a min raise, it would be a different story. I know it's only 100,000 more, but when you're off a 1.7 stack, you're going to call the min raise. Maybe you're not going to call the 2.5x.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's-
that was the reason for Dan's sizing, actually.
It's really close, but I think he should call, but it's bottom, for sure.
He does call. Ooh, two
spice.
pair for Jan here on the 6, 8, 9 flop, 2 diamonds, and this would normally be a decent flop for Dan with the overpair, but it could spell some trouble. Dan should be continuing, and Jan will likely on his stack just jam it in. And instead, Daniel just taking the initiative, saying, if you got it, you got it, hoping for like a 9x that isn't a 2 pair. In this case, it's bottom 2 with the 6-8, gets a call. So Jan at risk. He's not out of the woods yet. He is 3/4 the chance he's going to win, but if a 9 comes or the board pairs in some other way,
Short stack show 8, 6 of hearts. The opponent show pocket jacks. Board is flop is 6, 8, 9 with 2 diamond.
okay, so here we go. Here
Let's go
comes
for
the
the
turn.
turn.
Very big hand. For
And the
Jan.
queen of spades on the turn, so Jan's 2 pair is still ahead.
Queen,
But now any queen, any 9, any jack,
Let's see the
any
river.
10 for the straight. Will be showers for Jan, but instead it's a 2 of spades on the river. Jan getting the double up to 4.2 million. Meanwhile, Daniel is still in good shape with the 17 million. But Jan now in the middle of the
Double
pack
up
after
for-
being on fumes.
Very
The
big
short
double up,
stack.
very big spot for Jan because I think he's a very good player. I've played him many hours and he was really good. So that's a very big spot for him and he's back on the game.
And Tamara saying perfect Battle of Malta. Yes, it's been a fantastic week in this final table. As deep stacked as it's been, we get a lot of play, and it's actually amazing to watch. And I think we're going to get the chip counts up on the big screen in the moment. And here we are. So Vasilios now in the lead for the second time today with 91 big blinds and 83 big blinds for Daniel. It's nothing to laugh at, but look at the gap. Once again, Giuseppe Rosa,
Amazing.
Jan, Alfredo, Nico, Filippo, all just 4 big blinds apart, all just in that area, hoping that one of the other players busts out so they can ladder up a few thousand euros.
Yeah, amazing.
And Mike saying, well done so far, Dad. Keep it going, playing like a pro. He is playing a very solid poker.
Very high level, yeah. Very good.
It would be hard for me to adjust to him based on his donk bet frequency that he showed both yesterday when I was watching him on the side tables and today at the feature table. It's hard to adjust to someone that has such a high frequency in their
Yeah.
arsenal and has a lot of chips.
He is very unpredictable, actually. That's very interesting.
Filippo, what does he do here? This is an awkward stack.
I
It's
think fold.
17,
Fold, but
18 big blinds in the hijack.
I think it's a fold.
He's been also rather tight, so even just like a non-jam open can be okay, but he
Yeah.
does just jam it. That's better than just a non-jam open. Possibly not better than a fold. I think it's marginal either way, but
Yeah.
so far so good. Getting away with it. And Alfredo
I
not
don't think I
calling
like
the
jam
10-5.
too much. But yes, I think from min raising it's better to jam.
And we wow, Filippo up over 4 million. Not sure how the 10-5 didn't just call off. I mean, that completes 2 flushes. I've made this joke earlier. It completes every straight.
2 straights. Yeah.
Yes. It's a hand on cash game streams you'll see people brag about having when they get away with it. Usually it's a deuce 7 game, but I've seen the 10-5 off game as well.
Really?
Yes.
That sounds very interesting.
I like this new format that I saw. I think Alan Kessler posted about it, and I gave him a hard time on a previous stream, actually, because I don't agree with a lot. I think he, in net, contributes positively to the poker community, but some of the stuff he does is kind of out of line. But he made a point yesterday about an event where you get dealt 4 cards, and then the player under the gun gets to decide whether the game is going to be Badugi, pot limit Omaha high-low, or limit Omaha high-low. and the under the gun doesn't even have to put chips in to decide it. So thinking about what games you choose, I want to play this format in a tournament. In a cash game, it would be fun too, but then I'd rather play more of a wider dealer's choice variant. But back to the action, we have Gppi open, Daniel defending with the ace-3, does flop middle pair. Gppi does have backdoors to the straight and has that overcard with the queen, and also can be repping some jacks or some hands like queens, kings, and aces. We see that this is about probably as light as he would have opened with from the cutoff.
I think that's a standard c-bet on the flop. I would think, small sizing.
And it was one of the rare cases where we haven't seen Daniel with some connectivity to the hand just lead out from the big blind. And now he's taking charge on the turn with a very small min bet. It may be enough, but Gppi has that 9 for the gut shot.
Yeah, that's...
The queen he probably feels is live. We can see his 10 is live as well. But it's the ace of clubs on the river, so 2 pair for Daniel. There's really no reason for Gppi to stick around though.
That could get really ugly for Giuseppe. Now he should bluff, for sure. Sizing, I think like pot is good, like 1.5 million.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting Daniel to check, but it's a jam. Oh my God, what's going on here?
Yeah, that's bad.
And Daniel's still thinking, what could he have? Does he have the 4-5? No. Does he have ace-jack? Maybe. And does make the quick call after thinking about it briefly, and it's going to be showers for Giuseppe Rosa, so we will have no two-time champ instead.
All in and call.
Giuseppe Rosa is out in 7th place for
Short stack
16,500
show
euros.
queen 10. The opponent show ace-3. We lost a player.
Yeah, I'm not sure that one needed to
Yeah.
be announced, but we're going to try to talk around and sometimes over the announcements, just because we don't know how to mute the table. But we are down to 6 players. They've all locked up 21,050 euros. The next pay jump is more than 6,000 euros, with the top 5 locking up 26,700 euros. So, unfortunate for Giuseppe, but I'm pretty sure the other 3 short stacks at the table are internally celebrating, not externally celebrating like we saw Rosa do many times yesterday as players hit the rail. He does wear his heart on the sleeve, so I'm not really saying that to be critical as much as just saying, you know, that's what he did. And we have now, once again, the 4 bottom stacks all within 4 big blinds of each other, and Daniel and Vasilios back and forth. Daniel back with the chip lead after doubling up Filippo moments ago. He eliminated Giuseppe and is over 100 big blinds once again with a massive stack
And
of 21 million.
A very good play from Daniel, we should say, because he trapped him very good. He played it absolutely perfect to extract max value from in this spot. He's playing really good.
Yeah, he's playing very good. I think every player at the table
Yeah,
is mostly playing good.
Yeah.
I thought the jam was a little bit out of line at the end by Rosa, but we both liked him betting, even though we saw that he was going to get called or raised upon.
He should bet flop and not jam river, just bet big. Jam is like too risky.
Yeah, he could bet 1 million on the river. It has the same effect. If opponent has something light, you know, even they can fold like something like just the bear 3 like we saw. There's a lot of hands that you're behind. You don't have any showdown value, and there's a lot of hands that would just be folding to a normal bet of like 2/3 the pot or even higher.
I agree.
But he played well all tournament long, and
sure.
you don't
He
win
made it
the
this
Battle
far.
of Malta without knowing what you're doing. So a first place finish, a 7th place finish in 2 years is quite a nice accomplishment.
Very
for
big
him.
accomplishment.
And Daniel limping from the small blind. Nico, let's see what he does here. Most of the time I would expect a check back, but if he thinks Daniel's only limping when he's weak, he could actually shove in some of those spots.
I think check back is better with this hand, with Jack 7.
Certainly if you're going to flop top pair with a 6-9 jack board. Nobody with any black cards in their hand. And Daniel looks like he's checking. And Nico with the snap check back.
Tricky.
And now with the 8 of diamonds, that's a pretty good card for him, because if he thought that maybe Daniel's trapping, of course Daniel could have had the queen 10, but is he just going to limp with that? Now he has top pair and the open ender to boot.
Now he should bet for sure.
And it doesn't need to be big.
No.
In this case, it was a min bet.
Yeah, I agree. Could go half pot, but
And Daniel does have a live queen. A 10 would complete a straight for him. So even though we see that Nico has that open ender, the 10 wouldn't be a good card for him. But Daniel not having enough, and Nico realizing all his equity now, up to 3.8 million. So in about 10 minutes' time, we are going to have Jack Bonaro join us. So for those of you watching from Italy, we'll get a little Italian flavor in the booth. We'll try to get Fotios back in. We'll try to get Martin Kanikar back in as well. But we can't make any guarantees or promises other than the fact that we will have Jack for about 30 minutes' time, maybe a little bit longer. And maybe you'll be hearing a little bit less of me because Jack, if you think I talk a lot, wait till you hear Jack. Demetrios with a min raise with the mystery cards. We can guess he has something, but he just has king 3 suited.
yeah, I agree with this open. He should open very wide here because he's not going to tangle with the other chip leaders. So
But Daniel, meanwhile, with the ace queen, should be 3-betting the button, but maybe thinking Vasilios hasn't really been out of line from under the gun.
yeah,
I won't blame him, actually, if he just calls for some pot control. He doesn't want to really get involved in a massive pot against Daniel.
yeah, I think all is good with these stacks and the other stacks that are such a huge difference.
And it will be heads up with the two big stacks in play. They have about 40 million in chips between the two of them out of like something like 54, 55 million chips in play.
Insane.
So nice flop here for Daniel, flopping top pair. Let's see if he donk bets or lets Vasilios make a stab, which he should be on this kind of flop. You don't open king 3 suited just to bet when you only hit a king. And that's exactly what happens.
Yeah,
If Daniel calls, that's a moment of pause for Vasilios. If Daniel raises, it's an easy fold. And Daniel raises and Vasilios folds. So Daniel up to 22 million now, a high point for any player in this tournament.
Daniel is killing it right now.
And he's making his family quite happy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I do love these chairs, by the way, they have at the feature table. It causes one problem that it can only be like 8 max comfortably.
Yeah,
But on the other hand, when you're up there, it's super comfortable.
I have one of these at home. It's amazing. Very
You should have brought with you to
Yeah,
Malta.
yeah.
Then you could have joined and played on the unofficial final table in the center
Yeah.
stage. I can needle Fotios a little bit. He's a friend of mine. know he takes
I can
everything
I can
well.
take it. I can take it. Alfredo with the jump here.
It's 17 big blinds. It's
Yeah, he should open, I think.
I'm opening, but I understand what he's doing here. He doesn't want. He's just happy enough to pick up the blinds. Would rather not be racing or put in a spot where he has to fold his eights or think about whether to call off his stack
Yeah.
with the eights. So I think it's okay. I'm not sure what an ICM solver would say about that.
I think that you don't play many jumps there, but yes, mainly min raising, but it's fine. And he was raising to it was Vasilios on the big blind, right?
Yeah.
He should probably raise 2.5x bigger sizing because he's raising tighter, but whatever. I don't think it's a big mistake to jump there, just end the pot.
No, if it's a satellite, that's 100%
Yeah,
jam
yeah.
that spot. But
Yeah, yeah.
otherwise, I think you can talk about also your playing styles a little bit. I'm pretty comfortable playing post flop myself, so I'm also min raising and actually hoping the big blind calls.
Yeah. That's my plan as well. Daniel could open here the queen 5 suited because he has a huge chip lead, but it's not something. That's a very interesting hand.
And it did allow Filippo, who would have folded to an open most likely on his stack size. He may have turned it into a 3-bet jam, but it's slightly on the light side to be doing that, I believe. And Filippo, min-raising Jan, can defend his 9-7 suited, wants to see the stack of Filippo before he calls. A 3-bet would just be completely out of line.
Yeah.
But does fold, that's okay too. Not what I would have done, but I think it's fine to preserve your stack if that's what you want to do. If you're not comfortable playing post-flop out of position against a bigger stacked opponent, then
Yeah, 9-7 offsuit, it's super close. I would call, but I can see folding. Ranges change a lot with ICM, so it should be fine.
it's been so many years since I've studied ICM, and I have a feeling a lot of the models have changed over the time that I've studied, that I use more of like an intuitive approach to ICM, like I understand ICM, but I kind of adjust based on the opponents at the table quite a lot.
You have a very good grasp from what I hear. But now with HRC beta, ICM, you can study post-flop as well, so there are a few models that have changed from back in the days, yeah.
When do I have time to study these days? So I've been on the road since March 15th, working pretty much every day,
Yeah.
had maybe a half a day off in Malta when I arrived. I was supposed to have a day off when I arrived to the Irish Open, and that kind of set me back by the fact that I didn't. And I was tired the first few days, but then I recovered before coming to Malta. Meanwhile, we have Jan jamming from the small blind, and Alfredo's never calling here, but if Jan saw what he had, he would say, please call, please call, please call. Now he's probably saying, please fold, please fold, please fold.
Correct.
So we know we have some Dan fans in the chat. We have heard that we have some Zizas fans in the chat. We know that there's some watching from the Novibet and Greek community. We haven't seen them in the chat, so
Yeah,
why don't you
they're
guys on
watching, they're
Facebook,
chanting. I can see them from here.
those of you watching on Facebook, please let me know who you're rooting for. If you want a little bit more information about any of the players, we do bios of each of the players. You can check them out at the battleofmalta.com blog. It should be one of the early posts in the final day tab. You could also check out some of the highlights you might have missed that Frank is updating based off the stream. And definitely check out Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. You could watch on YouTube, but you can't communicate with me. But Facebook and Instagram, especially to see some of the amazing photos in a more concentrated form. You could also click on photos within the blog. But if you're watching on Facebook, let us know. And we have George Tavolaris saying Photius and Jason equals love. Well, much love right back to you.
You know George from, he was in the festival, he was here.
Yes, you introduced me.
Yeah. Very interesting hand.
So an open by Filippo.
A bit loose, I believe.
But I think he can get away with it a lot of the time because he's been playing pretty tight.
Yes.
Jan actually with a loose
But
call based on Filippo's opening range, I
He's
feel.
opening on the chip leader, actually, Daniel, who doesn't fold big blinds very much. So that's why I don't think A7 is a very good open here.
Doesn't fold very much big blinds and leads out quite a lot from the big blind
Yeah.
too.
So it's not good to have offsuit hands there when opening on Daniel's button because he's very aggressive from the big blind.
And this might be a flop that he bets. It's 8-4. He flops bottom pair, but he has a backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draws as well. Did flop the best of it. We could see he's a 50-50 chance to win if it remains three-handed. This takes into account cards that other players have had too, so it's not quite 50-50, but it's fairly close actually, and does lead out like we expected based on what we've learned from Dan.
That's why I don't think the open is very good. The flat is very marginal, I believe, as well, the queen jack suit.
And Jan, if it was deeper, maybe he would think about peeling to see a turn, but not off his stack. Can't realize any of his equity. Did have a backdoor flush draw, two overcards, backdoor straight draw. equity in the toilet because Dan led out on the flop. So Dan, with his donk betting strategy, is denying equity quite a lot
Yeah,
to
yeah,
the
yeah.
short stacks.
He's putting them to the test for sure.
And we have Crystal Hunt, another Danny fan. So we have quite a lot of Daniel fans. I have a feeling we have a few Italians watching that are being a little bit shy, or maybe they don't understand me. That may pop out of the woodworks when Jack joins us, probably fairly soon. Can I make the joke that Jack might be working on Italian time and might be not here at 5:15? Or should I stay away from that joke? What do you think, folks?
Yeah, I think you can make it.
Okay.
You're allowed, I think.
Well, Jack might be a little bit late on Italian
Yeah, yeah.
time, you know. No, Jack is an amazing person. He does a lot of commentating for EuroLeague. He's been with us all week long. And even though I don't understand half of what he's saying, probably more like 80% of what he's saying, I'm watching a lot of those bubble videos that he was doing on the opening days and some of the late action he's doing with Chessery. And we've done commentating together the last few years where Jack tries to adjust to me, but Jack is so used to being the boss, the alpha in the booth that sometimes I just let him go and be Jack. You know,
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
he moves into Italian and English. It's
He
a bit
mixes
of
it
fun.
up.
Yes, yes. But he's quite the showman. And we have a Nico fan, Vamos Nico from Marianne. So that's good to see. Nico did have a double up earlier in the stream. And we have a blind on blind limp pot. We have Daniel with a gutter and betting his gutter. Nico with the bottom pair, not going anywhere. So perhaps a pot developing. And now look at this, Daniel with the check mark, but Nico now with too many overcards to
Yeah.
that 7 that he paired up. But Daniel's going to try to say, I'm just going to barrel into you. You know, you can't do anything about it. And, you know, then you get into these kind of reverse psychology kind of situations where you know that Daniel's betting all the time.
Yeah, but he has a very bad hand, very bad equity. The board can change. He cannot do anything.
Yeah. George, I do promise to be here at least at the very end to do the commentating, and I do want to be here for the entire festival. So we shall see. It's very rare for me to miss a Battle of Malta. I make sure that's marked on my calendar. There's a few other events that fall into similar categories that I've just kind of fell in love with over the years. That basically I've grown with the events. And I'm not that interested in actually handling some other events just because I feel that like places like Poker News do a fantastic job with like EPTs and WSOPs. So whereas my impact from running a media can be a lot more fruitful in this kind of festival.
Here it's more meaningful, I think, and stuff like that.
It's more meaningful, but I feel like that I have a bit of an impact. You know, I'm not just a cog in the machine. You know, it's a bit different. Where I can make a difference is where I want to be. Of course, there's nothing wrong with EPTs and WSOPs. I follow them religiously. I even write articles about both of those events religiously. But I do not need to be putting those events on my live tour calendar. I probably will visit Vegas this year. My 10 years self-ban is now up. I almost cheated last year when the WSOP moved, but it's very far away from my family, and unless I can bring my family with me, it's just too tough. It wouldn't be to work, it would be to play, obviously. A little bit of like interviews and stuff while there, but
it's a big trip.
Yes. From Lithuania, it takes all day and then some. And even though I like airports, I don't mind being on airplanes. That's one that takes a lot out of you. And then you're 10 time zone differences away, which makes things a bit difficult in terms of staying in touch with what's happening with my wife and my son, my mother-in-law. Well, we're back to another limp pot between two small stacks and Filippo.
Nico
Hasn't checked back yet.
Nico could raise here, I believe. I don't like limping with this stack, actually. With this hand, not this stack.
It's so borderline, though, Jack 3.
Yeah,
I know
yeah,
it's a Jack. I don't mind what you're saying, but it's bottom of the range if
Yeah,
you're
he
going
can
to be jamming.
he can fold that. Well, maybe I don't know. I would raise because I believe Filippo is on the tighter side, and you don't want to raise.
Raise like 550, 650 range.
Yeah, like 500, 2.5, 2.7x. You want to raise good hands and hands like this with a blocker and kind of zero.
And then jam some of the other stuff.
Yeah, and jam on some of the other stuff.
Yeah, so indeed it does look like Jack is on Italian time because he's at least 5 minutes late
Yeah.
now. Perhaps found a good place to enjoy food. He does enjoy a
He
good
might
meal.
do some shopping and stuff like that.
Maybe some shopping.
Now you can make the Italian joke for sure. You're allowed.
I love when I'm in Italy and Spain, actually. Both countries have that in
Yeah.
similar where, we'll be back in 2 hours, at the store. Just they put up a sign, time for a nap, time for maybe to have like a very long lunch or, they live by especially in some of the smaller towns, they live by, their own clock. And there's something to be said for that they live the good life.
I think that's a Mediterranean thing because it happens in Greece as well.
I haven't spent too much time in Greece. I spent a lot of time in Crete, which I liked a lot,
Yeah.
but I haven't been to mainland Greece other than to travel from the airport to somewhere, which doesn't really count.
Crete is amazing. One of my favorite places in Greece. Jam again from
I would like to visit this year.
Crete.
No, Greece. For poker,
Yeah.
though. And maybe if it's like during the summer, I can bring my family and do like a full thing. I can even do some media pieces on them if they want some English coverage. It could be media. Otherwise, I can come to play. I'm pretty easy that way. Especially when it's somewhere I want to go.
Yeah. That makes everything easier.
I'm not going to mention the places I don't want to go, but there's a few on that list as well that sometimes you have to wind up going to places you don't want to be because you're aligned with, let's say, the vision of the festival itself, but maybe not every location that they choose to hold their festival at. With Battle of Malta, it's quite easy. I like being in Malta. I like the festival. I like everybody behind it, all the way from Diane and Telly down to the people that are cleaning up after the messy poker players.
Yeah.
I talk to everybody, get along with everybody. The media is great. The staff is great. The players are always having fun.
One of the best places in Europe to play for sure.
So now Vasilios, is he going to do the jammy?
Yeah, I think you should.
Trying to get a read off the very calm, cool, and collected Nico. And it is a little jammy with the King 4 and Jan now with the decision.
That's a decision, yeah. I think he's going to call.
And he's laughing. He's like, I know I should call. On the other hand,
It's really close, actually.
I can fold here and see what happens.
I thought it was King Jack suited.
And keep in mind, we no longer have that 90-minute clock. After this
Yeah.
level, it's going to be a 45-minute clock the rest of the way until we're three-handed. So that does make a little bit of a difference where maybe you're going to take those marginal plus EV spots that you might fold in a true ICM environment with 90-minute blinds. I would fold too, but I wouldn't be very happy about it just because of the whole middling stacks
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah,
whatnot.
it's-
You
it's-
know
it's-
that
it's
you're
very
likely
close.
ahead.
King Jack suited, you call. King Jack off. I think it's a fold. Because he has a lot of ace-x,
Yes.
and that's a big problem. And even if he has like something like 8-7 suited and stuff like that, the risk premiums are big.
So it looks like we saw Jack just
Yeah.
walk on by. So lunchtime is over, folks. We're going to get Jack likely in the booth pretty soon. But if Fotios sticks around the neighborhood, we're going to have Jack probably until the break. And then we'll see what happens after the break if Fotios or Martin want to rejoin. And then I'll probably want to do a little bit on my own as well. So we basically only had about 15-20 minutes of just Jason nonstop rambling, announcing cards, announcing action, announcing random thoughts that pop into my head. which maybe nobody wants to hear, but I think people want to hear.
I think people want to hear it.
This is why I like doing like the live video where I can be completely unfiltered and just do whatever with the microphone, and people understand that it's live.
Yeah, it's the best. Nico with the jump here.
Okay, pretty standard 14 big blind jam from the hijack with ace 10 suited. No point to just open. Maybe you would open Photios, but I'm jamming here with 14 bigs.
Yeah, I was gonna open, but it's the same actually. It doesn't make it.
It's just like if you get 3-bet, you're probably going to have to 4-bet shove. Kind of like, I don't know. Like, I guess you can open fold off 14 bigs. I just hate doing it.
The thing with these opens is that I don't think I would do it in this final table, but in a bigger final table, I might do it because the thing is that the small blind should jam and the big blind some suited aces that are worse than this, and it's kind of an induce. I'm not raising to fold. I'm raising to get jammed by ace deuce suited and stuff like that.
Yeah, but then you're still putting yourself in a spot that maybe you don't need to put yourself in.
Yeah,
Even though being ahead, you know, it's a good spot to double. So, of course, yes, it's correct ICM to call at that point. But at the other hand, if you just jam and deny everybody's equity and take the safe route, you're adding half a million to your stack.
If you jam, if the opponent has a better hand than you, you lose either way because he's not going to fold ace queen or something. Whereas when you open, on the first hand, you can get the big blind to VPIP with worse hands. And on the second hand, you can get him to jam with worse hands. So if he has kings, for example, you lose either way. It doesn't matter if you open or you jam. That's the thought process.
But you may be getting like a random big stack Caesars to call, and then you're going to have to play post-flop against him with your ace-10. That's what I'm worried about. I'm not worried about the 3-bets as much as the players that have shown that they're capable of flatting. But meanwhile, Filippo jamming again, and this time he has a bit more in his stack, and this time we're on the same page that this should have been an open. And Alfredo thinking, well, he just jammed the hand before, but he's going to fold this king-queen from what we know about Alfredo Cuti.
Yeah, I think it's a good fold.
He's not going to be too thrilled about it, but he does have to fold, and Daniel is going to have to fold too. And maybe that's what Filippo's thinking. I don't want to play against Daniel. Daniel's going to call my either min-bet or 2.5x raise, and then he's going to be betting a lot of flops, and unless I flop an ace, I'm not going to know whether I'm ahead or not, and just have to fold. A lot of times when I'm ahead,
I think they are kind of scared of the big blind power of Daniel leading and doing stuff that they are not used to play against. So they don't want to play with him in the big blind.
So I don't know where Jack went. Maybe he's around the corner. Maybe he got scared that you're in the booth, that he couldn't come. So Frank, if you're listening to me, if you can perhaps see if Jack is behind you, and you can let him know that he can relieve Photios. Photios hopefully will be back with us. If Jack isn't in the, don't worry about it, Frank. If he's not in the neighborhood, we're not. It's not our job to track down the wandering Jack Bonara who is all over the place. Maybe he picked up a microphone and is doing some sideline action also, because he'll be doing that today with Cesare. It's always a pleasure to see Jack. And it keeps me on my toes in the commentating booth. I have to adjust to Jack because Jack is a professional broadcaster in Italy, so I have to give up a little bit of the lead with him. But we have Jan now. It's his turn to do a little jammy, and players are getting a little jam happy now. This is a 16 big blind jam. We do not have Dan in the big blind. He's in the small blind, so it's a bit of a different situation than what Filippo was facing. And Nico is going to have to fold his king-9. I guess players are happy about just picking up that $500,000. It's still a nice percentage to add. I don't think it's like a mistake. It's just not something I would do in that spot. Folding is the mistake.
It's plus EV for sure. It's not max EV, but it's okay for sure.
Yeah. The only thing that's minus EV there is open folding your ace-queen suited.
Open folding, yeah.
I've seen players open fold, not on this table, but in Malta at previous events. I've seen players open fold ace-king offsuit, and then you just start shaking your head that, yes, you should be concerned about ICM, but there's no ICM calculator in the world that tells you that ace-king
you should
is
fold
a
now.
fold
There is no one.
And we have Francesco I'm not sure who he's rooting for, but Amutamu. And Jill Hunt, another person on Dan's rail. We have Dan's entire family, and it looks like some friends railing him, which is a pleasure to see. We had Alexander joining the Greek community, saying Bulgaria is a neighboring country. I'm on Team Zizis.
Let's go Zizis. I'm on Team Zizis as well. Makes sense. Ace 9 or Queen 9 could open.
I was on Team Fotios, so I moved to Team Eric because
Yeah,
I
yeah.
know Eric from the fact that he was on a final table last year in Malta, and I got to speaking to him. I'm friends with some of his friends. So going in today, I was on Team Eric. I think if I'm on Team somebody else, they're going to bust next, so we're not going to jinx anybody.
Eric busted the 8th, right?
Eric busted an eighth.
Very good
Nothing
player.
he could do there, and he played quite well. And then, as we saw together, we lost Mr. Rosa as well
Yeah,
in
yeah.
7th place, the 2022 main event champion. So a 1st place and a 7th place under his belt. I'm going
Very-
to have to go through every single Battle of Malta to see if there's even 2 final tablists that's happened in the main event. But at least he would have been the first 2-time winner for sure. But a
That's a
rather
very big thing.
unfortunate circumstances for him. He made a bluff that maybe he wishes he could take back. Not necessarily the bluff itself, but the sizing.
I think the key hand was Ace Queen that he folded. When the other guy had jacks, that was a very big hand. He would have won and like be chip leader in the tournament. Or
So you know already what the flop, turn, and river would have been.
no, but it was a very crucial hand. And
And Antonis is on also Team Fotios. I'm always on
Hello,
Team
Antonis.
Fotios ever since I met Fotios. The first time I met Fotios, he was on his way to a final table. Gogitos, who was a former colleague of mine, now also a friend. I'm probably closer with Fotios and Gogitos. But never mind, we'll get into the story later. We have Nico jamming the ace-6 and Zizis calling with the jack. So we could be losing another player unless some magic happens for Nico Friend, our lone Swiss player at the final table. And we're going to try to talk over a little bit of the microphone. We're going to have to practice doing this.
So we have Berlin and call,
Yes, we have an all-in call,
ace
folks.
of clubs, and 6, and pocket of jack.
So jacks against ace-6. Nico at risk, needing to see an ace or some other form of magic. But so far, so good for Zizis on the queen 5-9 flop with 2 diamonds. No
We have
diamonds in either
queen,
player's
5,
hand.
and 9, 2 of diamonds.
There's still some hope for Nico. He has some backdoors to the straight. The ace is still live. And the 10 of hearts on the turn. That is not the card that Nico wanted to see. So now it's an ace or only an
Let's see
ace,
the
or we're
river.
down to just 5 players. And it's a 3 of diamonds on the river. So Vasilios at 20 million, but we have lost Nico Friend in 6th place for 21,050 euros. It was an absolute pleasure watching Nico play these past few days. A very strong player, not one I've seen before this week. So well done there by Nico.
and a very gentle guy. I really enjoyed talking with him. Very good guy.
So also the gentleman, we can call him Nico, the gentleman friend, out in 6th place for 21,050 euros. And now the top 5 have locked up 26,700 euros with a pay jump, as you can maybe not see on this screen, but I can see on my screen, to 34,320 for 4th place. So nearly an 8,000 pay jump coming up. These chip stacks are amazing. We have Daniel and Vasilios both over 100 bigs, and then the other 3 players between 16 and 18 big blinds grouped up a piece, just praying that one of those other guys goes out. The big stacks have been maintaining and growing their stacks, which doesn't always happen at a final table. So I just want to compliment both Dan and Zizis about understanding that they should be picking on the stacks that they're picking on and not picking on each other, because once that starts happening, it could be dangerous for one player. I do see players that are, let's say, on the super high levels that will come up with strategies to play against those big stacks more than what we've seen here. But at least for me, the safe thing is to try to navigate
Yeah.
around those big stacks. And now Vasilios with a pretty queen jack suited, jamming over the 16-17 big blind stack of Jan. Jan has to fold with a 10-4 off. And we have Mike on Team Daniel. I think we're kind of migrating a bit to Team Daniel.
Yeah,
We really like watching Daniel. Daniel is quite the gentleman as well. We noticed yesterday, you know, he has a nice presence at the table. He does keep players on their toes with his poker movements. But I would say out of the players that we have left, I mean, it's all like, you know, either smiling players, friendly players, no rude players for sure. And it's just any of these 5 players will be a worthy champion. Maybe you could re-enter now, Fotios, because Antonis is still on Team Fotios. So Fotios was
How
out
much do they
yesterday,
get?
9th place. I think you would have to pay like circa like 40,000+ to,
Yeah.
to re-enter with an average stack.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit less for Filippo's stack. So
Filippo's
Filippo
right.
jamming with the mystery cards.
Yeah.
Nobody waking with anything up. It's likely a pocket pair, an ace X, king jack or higher, maybe a king 10 suited, maybe even a king 9 suited. But it doesn't matter. Nobody waking up with anything else, and Filippo up over 4 million. And Jill saying, true gentleman, that's Dan. I would have to agree with that with the limited amount of time that I've spent lurking around the tables and what I've seen today. I remember last year's spring champ, Dario Barone, is one of the true gentlemen of the game, and do enjoy my conversations with him.
Very
And
good guy
does
as
speak
well.
perfect English, actually, which is not always the case. You know, with the Italian poker players, some of them don't understand me, so I have to speak in a combination of broken Italian and Spanish. And when that doesn't work, I have to call like one of the Italian media
Yeah.
over, because I could see them smiling. I could see they don't understand fully what I'm saying in English, and
He's a very good professional.
good.
Plays very good.
Antonis says, give him 5 big blinds and he'll destroy them. He
I-
did triple up near the end of yesterday, actually.
I
with the
had
5 big
12 and I
blind stack.
couldn't, so 5, I don't know.
Well, you had 5 or 6 big blinds when you tripled up yesterday, like before, like it was maybe an orbit before you were
Yeah.
eliminated. I think you had something like 3-6 or 6-9 in the big blind. I don't remember the exact hand.
I
But
had
hit
like,
the 2 pair on it.
In the hand that I lost,
No, the hand that you tripled up.
I had like 5 big blinds or something, or 4.5.
So Jack, if you were tuning in for him, is completely MIA. He walked by before. I tried to wave him in, and then he disappeared.
Yeah, I'm not seeing him actually.
Maybe we could even get Cesare in the booth for a little while. We want to get a little Italian flavor in here.
Yeah.
With Cesare, I know I can still keep the lead. With Jack, it's going to be the challenge that I face every year at the Battle of Malta. But I enjoy the challenge. I enjoy having Jack's energy in the booth. And Vasilios with the under the gun open against the big stack Daniel. I think Daniel can actually give up on the 10-5. Vasilios has not been targeting his big blind. It is an under the gun open. And although King Queen suited is in that range, it is still a tight range against a player like Daniel, and Daniel is a thinking player. He also knows he can flop 2 flushes in any straight, because I have to throw that joke out for a 3rd time.
He has a magic hand.
And Filippo with the 7-5. Having a little bit of banter here with Vasilios, friendly banter, sliding over the chips, standing up for a stretch. I don't think it's break time, folks. But sometimes I know when I'm playing, and I get up every 20 minutes, and I'm just standing by the table. I can't sit still, which is a problem I have. I'm like that on airplanes too, where if I have the window seat, I can behave, but if I have the aisle seat, I'm out of my chair every 15, 20 minutes, especially if I know other people on the plane. I'm that guy that likes to walk up down the aisles. I'll stretch a little bit by the bathroom area where it's slightly private. But even when I'm at home and I do a little bit of commentating once in a while from home, or even when I'm writing from home, I'm working off a bar stool and have a bar top on my balcony, so I can actually also stand and work. And I find that to be very good. And now I will get back into running with the weather getting nicer in Lithuania. I was supposed to do it the day that I arrived to, the day after I arrived to Malta, but I felt a bit congested and didn't want to make that worse.
Oh, kings for Daniel.
Hello, Cowboys. What's going to be your raise sizing, Dan? We've seen him with different sizings on the button. I'm guessing it's going to be the 2.5x, so.
I think 500 is what he's raising.
It may even be 6 or 7. This is a little bit bigger. We did see him do a 5x earlier as well. He does like to mix it up, keep players on the toe. So a little bit on the larger side. But Filippo waking up with the monster anyway. So Filippo could be in a bit of trouble. Daniel's going to have to snap this off, and it will be in good shape. But Filippo is not going to be too thrilled. And Dan has already made the call. So Filippo, with the ace-queen, is at risk against Daniel's pocket kings.
Short stack, show ace-queen. The opponent show pair of kings.
So let's see if Filippo can get there. The Dan fans in the chat are hoping it doesn't, but Filippo is a nice guy as well, so I have no skin in this game. 3-4 deuce, so still Dan ahead, but now Filippo has a 5 for the wheel, so ace, queen, or 5, and he gets there for the double.
To diamond.
8 of diamonds is interesting.
You want to see the 8 of diamonds for the flush draw on top of the wheel draw, on top of the ace and queen being live.
I'm that guy.
And it's a 6 of hearts on the turn, so now the 5 is a chop and not a win, but still wouldn't mind seeing the 5. And now it's an ace and only an ace for the win, a 5 for the chop. And it's a 7 of diamonds on the river, so if it was an 8 of diamonds on the turn, he would have gone there with the flush. But since it was a 6 of hearts, we have lost Felipe Busato in 5th place for 26,700 euros. Very good game for Filippo, as Fotios was just saying, in the top 4 have locked up 34,320 euros. And if you thought the pay jumps were serious before Fotios, it's a 21,000 euro pay jump for a 600 euro event, so 55,300 for second place. And it seems like no matter what we do, we're at the same spot. Two players above 100 big blinds, and then everybody else within a blind or 2 of each other. So we have Jan and Alfredo
now the
just
spot for
blowing each other out.
It's like playing a satellite. Now the risk premiums for the 2 short guys are very, very big because the difference is huge in money now. It's 34 to 55, right?
Yeah, it's 34 to 55, so it's massive.
It's massive, yeah.
Players are allowed to make an unofficial deal if they so choose that isn't necessarily enforced by the Battle of Malta organizers, but it's certainly not going to happen with 4 left with 2 short stacks in play.
It's not happening in this spot, I think.
It was a pleasure watching Filippo. I liked his demeanor. I liked his smile, like he was smiling quite a lot, making it more friendly for everybody at the table. I wished him good luck in Italian this morning, and he responded back to me in English, so he does understand some English, which is nice. Alfredo also understands some English. Not that I judge players based on what languages I know. I'm fairly incompetent when it comes to foreign languages. I can speak a little Spanish, therefore I can understand a little bit of Italian. I can read menus and have basic conversations in Lithuanian, but still I'm not fluent in Lithuanian despite living there for as long as I have. And I'm not sure if players are going on a break or if we just have no screen at the moment. And yes, we are going on a 10-minute break, folks. So I'm not sure if Photios is coming back. I'm not sure if we're going to have Jack, if we're going to have Martin, but you'll certainly have me, Jason Glatzer. It's been my pleasure to be with you thus far. And the most exciting aspects of the final table are still to come. Thank you very much, Photios, in case you don't join us back in the booth. It's been an
Thanks for
absolute
being
pleasure.
here. Thanks for having me. It's
And-
been really nice. I wish the best of luck to every player remaining.
But especially Zizas.
And yes, I hope the Greek guy wins because he's my friend.
Okay, thank you very
See you
much,
guys.
and we'll be
Bye
back
bye.
very soon. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we are back, folks. This is Jason Glatzer. And as promised, we are joined by the infamous Jack Bonaro. Welcome, Jack. How's it been for you this week?
It's been a pleasure to be here. A great week, a great tournament, a great result. 500,000 of guaranteed, more than 900,000. So I'm really happy. It's been a pleasure to work here in these days. But for me, it's like an holiday because I find a lot of friends. I'm happy to be with you. I'm happy to be with a lot of Italian journalists, organizers, players. It's a pleasure.
The one thing we haven't done together yet, Jack, but hopefully we resolve that issue tonight. Do you enjoy going to some of the restaurants around in Malta? And we haven't had a meal together yet, so I'm looking forward to tonight where we can. We'll be done with the Battle of Malta. We can relax, have a bottle of wine, maybe two, and have a good meal. That'll be nice because I know you enjoy good food and good company, and I'm not sure I can provide the good company, but at least the good food we can get out of the way.
You know that I love heat. Who look at me can understand that heat because I have a little bit.
No, that's not why, Jack. You don't have the.
But I come from the town of spaghetti bolognese, so it's normal, no?
Yes,
in the United
it's
States,
very
spaghetti
normal.
bolognese from Bologna. I come from Bologna, so it's normal. But it will be a pleasure to eat
Hold on
together.
here for a second, Jack.
Oh, all
Look
in,
at
eh?
this.
All in, all in, all
It's
in.
6 deuce. So Jan making a move, targeting Alfredo, who's been a little bit tight, knowing that Alfredo is not going to be calling light. He's certainly not going to be calling with the 8-3 suited.
Typical blind water.
Yes, but we didn't see this by Jan so light in the past, so things are opening up during four-handed play. I would say ranges are widening, but 6-2 is not necessarily a widened range. That's pretty much, I'm just going to jam 100% of my range there.
I think that sometimes you don't think to the range, but just only to the position. If you think to the position, you say, okay, I can only hope that he has an 8-3. Also, if I have a 6-2, I wanted that he make a fold, and for me, it's enough.
And now Alfredo and Jan are still close in chips. Both players want the other to go out. Zizis and Dan have just been absolutely crushing it, just increasing their big stacks throughout. It's been smooth sailing for them. We can see if they face anything where their stacks blow up, but right now, down to 4, it's been going to plan for both of them. And Alfredo now with the 8-5, he can do the same thing, but really shouldn't because it's Dan in the big blind, and Dan is dangerous.
Yeah, I think it's a similar situation because 6-2 or 8-5, I don't think nothing changed. By the way, the most important thing is to have a folding equity. Queen 4, fold, I think, these cards. So I think that sometimes you have to push. It depends by the stacks. We know perfectly
Yes,
that.
that's the problem here is that we had Dan with more than half the chips in play, so his calling range is going to be a little bit wider.
But I always want to remember that it's just a hand. Sometimes I can play at 35%, okay? But one hand at 35% with folding equity, I think that we have a lot of opportunity to gain the pot because the other players fold the cards. But I understand perfectly what you say. The range
Even
is
a 9
important.
off is a shove there, for example.
And we have to remember that the other player knows perfectly that you make an all-in only because you are in the blind war.
Yes. And we have Jan now jamming once again. So it's a 16 big blind jam. He does not want to see a flop, apparently. He's only going to be called by something better. Maybe the only hand worse would be king-queen suited. But increases his stack by another $500,000, so up to 3.7 million. And this is now actually putting some pressure on Kuti because he's witnessed the other short stack gain 1 million chips in this single orbit.
The most important thing here is to understand what happened with the short stack. Because when we have 4 players, we have a star rate, 100,000 for the winner, 76 for the runner-up. we have to understand who's carry money. I think the stairways is on fourth floor. You know, because 20,000 euros are different than 7,000 euros.
Yes.
And I talk about that with Giuseppe Rosa. We were at the dinner before the TV table, and I talked to him yesterday night. You have to understand which is the price for you who change something.
Yes.
Because it's 3,000 doesn't change for you anything. You have only to play poker, don't think to money.
And that's what he did today,
Yeah.
actually, because he made a very courageous jam. He just ran into the two pair on the river. I thought he could have done the same thing without putting his whole stack in at that stage, but you could tell that he was the one player that was here not just to ladder up a few spots. He was playing mostly from a Gppi V perspective rather than from an ICM perspective.
Yeah. I talked with him after his elimination, and he said to me, I made a mistake. Maybe now all the grinder online is saying, they say about me that I made a mistake, that I'm not a good player. They have to remember that I won a Battle of Malta and I arrived in sixth position this time. So as a great result. By the way, he said to me, maybe I made a mistake. So I have to push before, could win the pot and go to 6 million of chips. But everything can change for a car, for a second.
No, I want to be clear that we all thought that Giuseppe is a very good player, a very challenging player. You don't win a Battle of Malta without that. You don't make two final tables without that. Nobody can play perfect poker all day long, and then you have more pressure on the future table. There's maybe some players that would have liked the jam. You know, I'm not on the final table of the Battle of Malta. I feel like I have a very good grasp of the game. I feel like in that spot I'm doing it a little bit differently, but it's maybe even looking at it from a results-oriented point of view. If the jam goes through and he doesn't have the two pair, we're never even talking about that spot. We talk about it really briefly and we move on. But Jan now, back-to-back jams from the small blind.
He had good cards.
This time he
it's correct to do this move with King 9 from small blind. I want to say that I agree perfectly about Giuseppe Rosa, that you spend good words about him. And I think that we have a problem in Italy. A lot of politics say that is not a skill game. Oh, poker, oh, you have to be lucky.
Oh, that's
a
joke.
lot of persons say, oh, you have only to be lucky. And I think that you have to show the result of Giuseppe Rosa to all the person who have to decide about the future of the game and say, are you sure that in a tournament with 4,000 entries, a person can win the tournament, and 1 year later, in a tournament with 1,800 players, you arrive at the TV table? Maybe he's a good player.
Yeah, and over the course of one hand, yes, luck can come into play, but in the course of percentages and playing them properly, following a good game theory, I mean, over time, over an infinite amount of time, you're going to look at the losing players always losing and the winning players always winning. But hello, rockets there for Vasilios. I would have liked to, Fotios is probably watching this play out on the stream right now, but pocket rockets, but nobody waking up with anything, so this could be a whole nothing burger. We know that Dan does like to defend the big blinds, and 7-4 suited is certainly a candidate to do so.
Maybe the big blind can defend, huh?
You should be defending your 7-4 suited, and I think Dan would even be defending a little bit lighter than that, maybe even a 7-5 offsuit.
Oh, no.
It's easy to get away from now. So Vasilios swapping the top set. There's no diamonds in Dan's hand. It'll be going check, bet, fold. And Vasilios didn't pick up too much value this hand. I'm already assuming that Dan's not going to do anything crazy here against the other big stack, and exactly what happened.
It was funny, we have 3 spades and not 3 diamonds.
Oh, yes.
With a set of aces and 3 spades, but it's happened. Has been normal, because when you see this kind of flop, you know perfectly that the player who defends with 7-4 of spades can't play, and after a continuation bet, the hand is over.
Yeah, if it was something like an ace 7x flop with like 1 spade out there, then he's going to be continuing on those kind of flops. If it's 2 spades on the flop, he's going to stick around. He may even be leading out at that spot because Dan has a higher frequency of donk bets than the rest of the table. He's been doing it all tournament long with a large degree of success. it's even made me think that I don't have any donk bets in my
Yeah.
range because I don't know when to do it, when not to do it. That I just stick with check raises and check calls and check folds from the big blind. I defend quite a lot, but then I'm playing it a bit differently post flop. But it's worked out brilliantly for Dan, and his son is saying over half the chips in play. Although I think someone just said something else in the chat. Come on, Dad, remember what I taught you. So why do I have a feeling that Dad taught son and son didn't teach Dad here? I know my dad was playing poker, not even Hold'em, because, I'm kind of an older person, even though I look young. I've been playing since I've been 9, 10 years old. When I saw my dad playing in the bi-weekly games that would rotate from home to home, the kids were allowed to stay and be like a fly on the wall for the first hour before bedtime, as long as we didn't say a word. Like, we really had to just be quiet. If we said anything, we were sent to bed.
For me, my career has been a little bit different. I can explain to you with this
Hold on
funny.
a second, though. 'cause
Oh,
we
yeah,
have
pay
pocket
attention.
fives here for
I think
Alfredo.
you to be all in is normal.
Oh, my God. So we could have Alfredo doubling up or at risk. We know Daniel's not going anywhere. Not to a 10 big blind shove. He's either going to raise or call. I do like a call better than a raise in case somebody else wakes up with a monster. Nobody should really be playing back at Daniel unless they have a monster. So let's see if Dan agrees. And Dan does indeed agree. He's making the call. It looks like it's for a little more than that 1.9, about 2.35 million. So it's a 12 big blind shove, and nobody else waking up with anything. So we have Alfredo at risk, and take it over. Jack.
Ok ragazzi, questa volta lo dico in italiano perché c'è un azzurro, c'è il nostro Alfredo che deve vincere un coin flip, 5-5 contro Asso Donna, l'occasione per raddoppiare, salire nello stack oppure il terrore di essere eliminati. 5-5 Asso Donna, siamo pronti per il flop. 3 cards, 3 carte, 9 donna donna, bruttissime notizie per Alfredo, a un passo dall'eliminazione.
Of queen.
Comanda l'inglese Daniel. Attenzione, i 5 ci sono ancora nel mazzo? No, it's
no.
over, it's over, it's over.
It's over, Johnny.
It's over, yes. It's over.
Figure 8.
The formidable Alfredo Cuti, born in Sicily, growing up in Germany, living in Malta, so the Malta chat may be going away, is out in 4th place for 34,320 euros. He played quite well to get to 4th place, actually. He never had a stack. He just watched the other players go out, found a spot. You have to jam those fives. It was unfortunate for him. He didn't win that coin flip because we could be looking at a different tournament. But instead, we have Dan now getting a gap against Zizas. Zizas with a gap against Jan, and they've all locked up 55,300 euros.
I think it's been a great tournament. Now we see the 3 players, Daniel, Vasilios, and Jan. Jan is really short, we know perfectly. Alfredo played a great tournament, 34,000 for him, great success, but we have a lot of Italian players with great satisfactions. I think is another important page of a poker book, really important. I explained something about my past in the game. I began in 1974 with chess. It's funny because we had the competition against Bobby Fischer and Spassky. And in Reykjavik in 1972, I began to play chess. After I played normal poker with 5 cards, and 20 years ago, I began with Texas Hold'em. And we played in Italy not only normal poker, but similar of 7 card stud.
Cool.
So for me it was very easy to understand the game. I began to be a good player, now a really normal player, and I like to comment. I hope to be better like speaker than like player. I know that I play poker, but maybe it was better if I studied more English.
Well, hopefully next year you can still come into next festival, which is October 29th and November 6th, the next Battle of Malta, that we have a separate Italian commentating booth because there's a lot of Italian people watching. They do want to hear it in Italian. I do not know enough Italian to mix and match, and it would be good to still have you, obviously, as a guest in our booth, because you're going to have also guests if you have an Italian booth with some of the Italian players, of course, as well from time to time. Especially some of the more well-spoken ones, some that have studied a lot more poker than me and you have. We're both competent players, but it doesn't mean we have time. It's not our career to be playing poker I like to tell people I'm a profitable recreational player, even though I have played professionally in the past. At this point in my stage, it's just enjoying at nights playing some tournaments. I don't play. I was making most of my money playing mixed cash games, but now doing quite well with online tournaments. Not playing massive buy-ins and just enjoying it. After my son goes to sleep, I fire up some tournaments and have some fun.
I try to be honest. I don't want to say that I was a professional player. I want to be honest. I wasn't a professional player. Pay attention to Jan with an all-in with
Yes.
3 million and half.
And Daniel can't call here, but he's going to want to count, but he's going to see he's not priced in properly. If it was a little bit less, he can make the call, but
Yeah.
this is going to be too big for him, I'm pretty sure.
I pay attention because now we have 3 players, we have a short, so we can wait what happened. It's not so easy to decide what is better to do.
Yes. But if it is indeed 3.5 million, which it looks like it's in that ballpark, I don't think we're going to see a call here from Daniel. If it was for 2.5 million, it would be a different situation for him to think about. He can afford to lose these chips, but does he really want to put Jan in a spot where he can double up and be back in the mix? It is a hand you like to see flops with. It's not a hand you like to see in an all-in and call situation. I like that he's thinking it over.
It's particular. I saw in a lot of situation this player from England, and he plays a particular poker. We arrive at the bubble of the TV table. He won a hand against, if I remember well, Ace Queen with 10-4, and he closed at the end a full. So he plays a particular poker, believe me. You have to pay attention because sometimes you can think, oh, he will fold, no? In this position, he has to fold. But it's not the same thing because sometimes he makes a call and you remain really surprised. Before I said to you that I'm not a professional player, I'm just a recreational player. And I think it's an important thing for one motive because a lot of journalists, a lot of bloggers, when begin to talk, they try to explain that they are better than the professional player. And they say, hey, I can show to you how can play poker. Hey, if you are sit down talking, maybe you are not so good to play poker like who's playing, no?
Yeah. No, I tried to explain that pretty well in terms of where I stand and that sometimes the players may know better than me. But we did have a reporter, Frank Visser. He played 3 tournaments that night when he was done working, cash in all 3, and won one of them. He won the PLO knockout for more than 3,500 euros. So massive shout out to the reporting team there.
But you have an higher level than me. I can say only that when I talk with professional poker player, they make understand to me something that I didn't understand. They are better to play. They are, pay attention, set and second pair. Huh? We have to follow this end.
And Daniel, leading out, this is the one time I don't think the donk pet's going to work for him. Vasilios just going to call. There's no point in him raising Daniel off a hand. He may actually be up against a Jack-10 against Dan because Dan does lead out a lot from the big blind. But we see it's just 9-4. We see the check mark is at Vasilios. And now Vasilios, after it's checked over to him, he's going to try to get some more value out of the pot. It is kind of a wet board at this point, even though you do have the queens. There's a lot of straights that can still get there. And it looks like a fairly decent sizing, about half. It looks like about $1 million in chips, so about half the pot. And a snapful by Daniel, so nice awareness by him.
Yeah.
And we see Jan having a little bit of fun there.
You always smile, eh?
Yes, yes. He wants those two to go all in against each other. He doesn't care that he's short facing heads up. It would be a massive coup for him if if Vasilios busted over to Dan.
I'd smile too if I play a poker tournament at them at the final table in third position.
Yeah, and on the podium, yeah. All the pressure's off, actually, Jan, because he's so short compared to the other two that ICM doesn't really come into play for him at this point in time. It's pure chip EV. In a way, it's kind of like he could put reverse ICM pressure on the other two players because they don't, even though Jan doesn't have much, neither player really wants to double him up. But Daniel, with the sixes, just calling. That's
call.
okay. He could have 3-bet there too, but with Vasilios behind with the big stack, it does allow Vasilios to get involved in the hand too with this queen 7 suited, as opposed to if Daniel 3-bet, it would probably would have taken it down, but let's say Jan had a hand, it would have gone heads up to the flop. Jan opening up slightly wide from the button, but still okay, and does get rewarded with top pair, but it is a scary flop nonetheless with 3 spades jack because Daniel has the flush draw.
Daniel.
Vasilios with the middle pair has some equity as well to improve, but Jan should be betting this anyway because, as we said, he doesn't have to worry about other short stacks. So if somebody did wake up with the flush, so be it.
I think that Daniel, he had a spade, by the way, is a 6, and if he doesn't think to the set, fold. In fact, fold.
Good fold by him, and now Vasilios, it's actually a harder decision because I think he can fold. If it was a queen of spades, 7 of clubs, he can call because then he also has the flush draw. Is Jan can very often have
I
a
think
monster here.
He will call, in fact. Second pair with a good kicker.
Maybe can rep something else if another spade comes, but it is a club, a 10 of clubs for that matter, so doesn't really change much other than now actually Jan, if he doesn't think his top pair is good, has a gutter. But I would expect Jan to be...
He has to pay attention, has to check, because with 3 million and 3, if... Ooh, 7
Yeah,
on the river.
I would have liked to have actually seen a bet there because it is such a wet board. And he's now going to check it back if it's checked to him, but now he's kind of stuck in a spot where he knows Vasilios can be betting with anything, and we see that he has trip 7s, but Jan has no way of knowing whether he's ahead or behind, and if the bet sizing isn't like an all-in sizing, if it's something like 1.2 million, he's pretty much going to have to call here.
Yeah. After I will say to you which has been for me the mistake who made the Jan, but you will say to me if you agree. It's my impression. Now we have to look at the hand. It's like an all-in, I think.
It's close. It's a near pot-sized bet, and Jan feeling he has to make the call. He's going to get the bad news that he was rivered.
Yeah.
And he said nice hand. He was a nice gentleman there.
Yeah, I think that the big mistake of Jan has been to not make an all-in. You have 3 million. The pot is 2 million too. You have 3 million. You have the top pair. You can think that the other players looking for a flash.
On the turn, you
so.
mean? On the turn, he should.
Yeah,
Yeah, I agree with that.
On the turn,
Either bet big or bet all in. Either gets the same thing.
It depends by the stack, eh? Not if you are.
No, in this situation,
with
that's
50 blinds,
exactly what
so.
I'm doing. I'm either over-betting the pot with a jam, or I'm just going to bet like 3/4 of the pot.
You couldn't lose this pot with 3 million. It has been a big mistake for me.
I don't mind the open on the button 3-handed either. I think that was fine. I think the flop continuation was fine. The problem with checking back the turn is it gives Zizis like full range to bet the river. He's going to bet that even if the 7 doesn't come.
Yes, that's the mistake for me. But we have always to remember to all the people who are listening us that it's more easy to talk here with the microphone and not at the TV table.
That is definitely the case.
It's another game.
And we had the paparazzi show up. I don't know if you noticed that,
yeah.
but we had Andre from PokerHopper. So shout out to PokerHopper for running that bubble protection contest.
I know.
And Tadas Lewis actually got a free buy-in because of the bubble protection. One of the Lithuanian gentlemen, one of the 60 Lithuanians that were here.
I saw on the tournament is a good opportunity, is a good thing. I love it.
And Daniel with the min-raise. This is a pretty standard with the suited king from the button during three-handed play.
Yes.
He will call a jam
good
if Jan
defend.
did, but
Good
Jan is just
defend.
going to defend.
Yeah.
And flopping middle pair, this is going
Yeah.
to have to be where Jan makes a spot, and if Daniel opened with the queen or something better, but it's fine to check back. And now
9.
Now he may want to be a little bit sneaky and try to see if Dan will bet, because he's basically got the check mark. And the 6 of spades, Daniel, understanding his king high, has some showdown value against the big blinds, but is maybe not going to call a big bet. But it is a jam, and Daniel will be likely letting this go.
Daniel doesn't spend a lot.
Daniel's been playing pretty well, and in a completely, I wouldn't say completely different style, because there's some games of his that I incorporate, but a style that I've been enjoying quite a lot, and I feel there's maybe some elements of his game that I'm missing. There's other elements of his game that I'm not going to think about incorporating, but in general, I've been enjoying watching him play. Zizis is playing more of like a GTO solver kind of style, regardless of anything, and it's hard to judge with some of the smaller stacks, like what style they have, other than the fact that they have like a decent understanding of ICM. Even Giuseppe, we said, didn't necessarily care as much about the pay jumps. I would have to say, you know, there was 1 or 2 spots I can think of that he made a good ICM fold as well. And he did show a lot of heart with that jam. He just, you know, ran into the 2 pair that, you know, we'd be talking about that hand differently. But hello,
A great
we have
hand,
the 2
a
big
great hand.
stacks. And Dan not wanting to 3-bet to bloat the pot out of position with the 10, so it does just call. He does understand the dynamics at the moment, but it gets
10.
rewarded with the top set. And should be...
And Rainbow. I think he's very
Yes.
white.
And being that he leads out, most players would check here, but Dan is a different story, because Dan has been leading out a lot, whether he has it or not. So it is kind of like a bet not saying I have something, even though we see he has the current nuts. And this is why Vasilios actually calls with just 2 overcards, where if it was another player doing it, he's going to get a fold. So Dan understanding his image on top of everything else. But this isn't the worst turn card in the deck for Vasilios if he's able to see a river, being that the 9 gives him a straight. He doesn't know that his jack and king are dead at the moment. And does go check, check.
Ooh,
Wow.
I didn't like the check on the turn with the set. It's possible to come out a card who freeze the action. And this time, not only freeze the action, give the rifle to the other player.
And Dan understanding how wet the board is. He's losing to a jack or a 6, but may feel compelled to call. He did see just Zizis do this for value earlier.
Fold.
And
Easy
very
fold.
disciplined fold by
Easy,
Dan.
great fold.
Yeah, so he actually did some pot control by not betting the
Yeah,
turn and got
yeah,
away from
yeah,
a rough river.
Yeah, he has the head to understand that he needs to forget to have a set. And it's important because sometimes players are in love of their cards. He understands perfectly that with the 9 on the river, he could lose the hand in front of the bet, in particular of the opponent. By the way, I think that he made a mistake on the turn to give a card. He had to continue to better with the set because sometimes can arrive a bad card, in fact, arrive the bad card, but not only a bad card who give the point to the other players, who freeze the action. So
He may
I'd
have been
continue
going
to
for a
play.
check raise, so
Yeah,
because he's
yeah.
seen Zizis kind of bet out when it's been
Yeah.
bet and then a check over, so there could have been more to it as well.
Yeah.
We'll probably never know the answer, but in a vacuum, I agree. But if he was thinking about that, I kind of agree as
Pay
well.
attention that it could be a great end, my dear Jason.
Yeah, we have both players with a gutter, both players with a pair. Daniel's pair is obviously a lot better with the top pair. Neither player having any 2-pair possibilities, but they don't know that because the 2-pair would give the other player the straight. So another out-of-position bet by Daniel, but it was a limp pot this time. And a 3 of spades on the turn. And Vasilios likely not putting Daniel on an ace, probably thinking he's raising a lot of aces. And will probably feel compelled to call here.
500,000 is the bet.
It's 500,000. Yeah, he has to call. We see how bad off he is at the moment, but against Daniel's range, it is a correct call. And then the ace of clubs on the river. This should slow things down. Daniel will be betting, but now Vasilios' pair doesn't matter
It's
anymore.
a good card for Vasilios because now you know that 2 doesn't exist.
Exactly. He has aces over threes with the 4 kicker. And there's no reason to be trying to bluff Daniel in this spot either. And Daniel with the squeaky
can
little
fold.
value bet,
He
he's
can
hoping
fold.
that he has a 3. Hoping he has maybe even 4-5 that he was slow playing. That would be kind of nice for Daniel because. But then I feel Daniel should be betting bigger here, and if that's what he's on his mind. Most of the hands that are going to call to a 500,000 bet would call to a much bigger bet. You could have bet like 3/4 of the pot there. And we see that either way, Zizas is calling. So I'm talking about like hands like the 4-5, the hands like pocket pairs that maybe didn't raise pre, although I think every pocket pair is raising pre. Targeting the 3. But either way, the outcome is the same, and Dan keeps on cruising. So, Jack, have you been live on Facebook today? Because I've been in the open-aired booth over here in the corner and haven't seen this big screen. The reason I'm sitting on this side is I can't see any of the action. The screen is blocking the entire view for me, so I can be surprised along with everybody viewing. But maybe you've been around. Have you spoken to anybody today?
It's been a great day for us, a great week for us. Now, how you said, we have an unbelievable screen in front of us. It's not so easy what's happened. But for me, the last day is particular. It's like an end of an holiday, no? Because you see the dealer, they change look. Yesterday night we had the party. They are ready to stop the week, and it's like I said to you, the end of a holiday. But we are really satisfied about the views on Facebook. On Instagram, we have a great social media manager, Gaetano Vici-Domini. He said to me that we made a great work. You made a great work. I think it's really important to talk in English because we know Italian is a good language for Italians, a good language for poker players from Italy, but English is for all the players of all the worlds. So we try to make a mix, and the result has been great.
Yeah, and I think the fact that we all do things a little bit differently is good. Like, I'm not the presenter type person, although I have done it before. There's better presenters out there. So we have that aspect. We have you doing both a little bit of interviews, but what I really like is when you're announcing the action at the end of the day. And we have me that's just randomly walking around with a microphone talking to players because I just like doing that. It's fun.
We have to pay to this end. We will talk about that, but it's good because we have a lot of action. Eh?
Yeah, and I think Dan is going to have to call. So we have an all-in call.
Ooh.
So this, should we do this in Italian? There's no Italian involved, but we have ace-9 versus king-10.
I can say.
Let's go, Jack. It's on you.
I can say, Asso 9 signori, K10, Daniel parte sotto con K10, ma ha deciso di fare call per 1.700.000, 1.900.000 messo da Jan con Asso e 9. E le percentuali parlano chiaro, 58 e 42, ma è solo un colpo, just one shot, e tutto può accadere, signori. Ci siamo. Subito l'asso a favore di Jan. Peraltro c'è una coppia di 2, quindi facilita la possibilità di portare il punto a casa, visto che sarà molto difficile fare, anzi impossibile fare la doppia coppia e perderebbe valore. Arriva il jack, attenzione però alla donna per la scala, e queen, it can be dangerous, può essere pericolosa e cambiare l'equilibrio della mano. Solo una donna che non c'è. 6 di picche, double up per Jan.
So great outcome there for Jan, and it looks like players are going on a break, Jack. So it's been a pleasure for you to join us. I'm going to try to get Fotios back in the booth only because we have Zizas on the table, so I'm pretty sure the Greek community would appreciate that quite a lot. If we find someone on the Dutch rail that can hold a conversation, perhaps we get somebody for Jan I think I can cover the British aspect, even though I'm not British. I've lived in London for 4 years, and do enjoy the British contingent that comes to the Battle of Malta. But we'll be back quite soon. I don't know how long the break is yet, but the timer will pop up on the screen. It will be in 15 minutes. Jack,
Yeah.
it's been an absolute pleasure. Perhaps
For
if
me
we
too.
lose Jesus during heads-up action, we can get you back. We never know what's going to happen. But if not, you guys will be seeing a lot more of Jack. Not a lot more, because we're down to 3 players, but a little bit more of Jack, at least with the with maybe talking with some of the players, maybe even doing a little bit of
For
this
sure,
live
for sure.
action around. You can see what the room looks like. There's a nice setup with the bleachers and all that. So, Jack, an absolute honor. I wish this final table was going to go on a little bit longer, but it is what it is, and we'll catch up more during dinner. I'm looking forward to a nice dinner with you.
I'm ready to eat with you and with all the friends of poker. It's been a pleasure to stay with you. I'm sorry for my English, but you must continue to love poker.
Thank you, Jack. That's very good. Yeah, not necessarily funny, but good.
Good.
I think this was good.
All right, players in the main event, 3 minutes before the restart. You may start taking your seats.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Jason Glatzer bringing to you the final 3 players of the Battle of Malta main event. They have each locked up 55,300 euros. Runner-up will get a nice pay jump to 76,200 euros, with tonight's winner going home with a cool top prize of 100,000 euros. Daniel Melders was in the chip lead at the break with more than 26 million, followed by Vasilios and Jan Just van de Bogert with 30.9 million. Blinds are now at 125,000, 250,000 with the 250,000 big blind ante. And you can see the payouts that I just mentioned now up on the big screen. And we are looking forward to some nice action. Fotios will be joining us shortly. He will be coming back. He's not going to be as impartial as I am because he is friendly with Zizis. They're both from Greece. But he will be back with us momentarily. Yeah, we have a call from George. Jason, bring Fotios back. He's coming back. He's coming back. The headset's coming on. But meanwhile, we have a hand brewing. We have Daniel limping with the King 8. Vasilios checking back his option with the 6-4. No love for either player on the 7 Queen 10 rainbow flop. King high is still good for Daniel. And Fotios has joined us again. So welcome back, Fotios.
Hello, guys.
Ooh, you've got your sexy voice on.
Yeah. My radio voice.
So we do have Vasilios after Daniel checking and trying to steal this away with the 6-4, and indeed he does. Not much Daniel can do there. That will play up a little bit differently when we are down to 2 players, assuming that it's Daniel and Zizis. Of course, Jan can make a comeback. He does have more than 15 big blinds, so it's not that he is in complete jeopardy at this point in time. The big blind ante will stay in play even during heads-up action. We are down to a 30-minute clock, though, now that we are three-handed, so the blinds will be creeping up on all the players, but especially Jan, who is the short stack at the moment.
Huge difference between Jan and the other players in chips.
Yeah, so neither the big stack should really be wanting to play big pots against each other. And Mike is saying that all still rooting for you, Dad, here till the end. That's what I like to hear. A lot of family support for Daniel here.
Yeah.
And he's opening the button with the queen 7 suited. Jan should likely be 3-bet shoving. There's really no ICM to be considering with these stack depths. It is an ace. It is a pretty ace. Could be prettier, but pretty enough to jam. And he does jam, folks. And Daniel may ask for a count, but he's likely going to fold here.
Yeah. I think there's no decision here. Pretty standard hand. Open, jam, fold.
Does quickly fold. Doesn't need the full count. Sees what he was up against. It was a little bit too much for him. If it was like a 7-8 big blind shove, he can call with the queen 7, but not to a 16-17 big blind shove.
Yeah, yeah. Exactly.
So, Fotios, I saw you were on the rail before. What's that like? It looked like there were a lot of Greek people
Yeah,
on the rail.
There are a lot of Greek guys. I joined them for a moment. We spoke a bit. And I railed my friend Zisis.
And now you could rail him.
Yeah, I'm railing
30
him
minutes
from here
in the
now.
past.
Yeah, yeah.
So Vasilios with the 8-4 suited likely will open, but let's see what he does. He knows that the big blind and Daniel will defend wide, but he has 8-4 suited in position. I think I will open in this spot, and if I'm 3-bet, I let it go pretty easily, and that's what he does.
Yeah, I think it's an open. And Jan is going to jam and win the pot.
And now Vasilios is going to be wondering. He's going to have to snap fold it, but players are going to start wondering, is Jan just now trying to shove around? Did he have some kind of talk with players during the break? But that's not the case. He has 2 strong hands. And hello, 6s for Daniel. This is a tough one, actually. If it was like 8s or higher, then it makes it a little bit easier. But Daniel's showing no fear, it looks like. I thought Daniel was coming in with a call, but it looks like that was just counting out the chips.
I think very disciplined fold from Daniel.
Yeah, I mean, 6s during 3-handed play can seem like a monster, but still facing a jam,
If
it is a good fold.
Yeah. Because Vasilios opened. If he hadn't opened, it was going in for sure.
So Jill Hunt is back on the rail again, too. And when I say the rail, we're talking about the chat rail here.
Yeah, I understand.
And not just a gentleman, but a lovely person inside and out. Go, Dan. It sounds like the kind of guy that I should have gotten to know this week. I mean, I got to know how he's playing a little bit. I can't say that I've sat down and had a conversation with him like I have some of the other new players. Not saying Daniel's a new player, just new to me. I typically do like to meet a lot of people during these trips and catching up with old friends such as with Fotios. So small limp pot, and Daniel now with the queen connecting.
He
The
could check as
9
well.
any equity. He could check because not too many kings and aces that his opponent has. Maybe can catch up a little bit so you can bet the turn, but I don't mind just realizing, because your opponent might have a jack or a 10 that can get there. I don't know. It's you can go either way with that one.
Either way, yeah.
And what is Daniel eating there? It looks like something nutritious. So that's
Yeah.
another thing I don't do that I should be doing when I'm playing is instead of consuming adult beverages, I should be eating nutritiously.
That's the biggest problem when you travel, I think. I face the same problem with nutrition. When I'm at home, it's easy, but when you're traveling, it's super hard to maintain a balanced diet. I can't do it as well. I'm the Coca-Cola guy on the trips.
And meanwhile, you're looking at me with the massive Coke
You
Zero
have the
bottle
you
here.
have the massive Coke Zero, not
what-
just the Coke
But
Zero.
what's even bigger?
Oh yeah, the fine table water.
Compliments of Frank Visser. I'm looking forward to reading the blog later, actually. But I recommend those of you that haven't been tuning in from the beginning, go to thebattleofmalta.com, click on that live blog link, head to the final tab, or if you just want to see the most recent stuff, just click on Stay Where You Are. And Frank is updating every big spot, even some of the smaller ones. But you could see how some of the players went out. You don't have to rewind the stream to get there. And if you prefer to watch it in stream, well, the good news is you can rewind the stream, especially for those of you watching on YouTube, where it is super easy to do. And Crystal Hunt saying one of the best poker players I know, brilliant and wise. So Dan is getting a lot of praise, a lot of support from his family and friends. That is always nice to see. Really, the only one that hasn't gotten any support out of these three in the chat is Jan, actually. We don't have any Dutch people in the chat box, anyway, that may be rooting for Jan. Although I do believe Jan lives in the United Kingdom, so there should be also some British support for him.
I know a lot of Greeks are watching right now, and so we are doing silent support.
And it is a limp pot. Jan has the better hand, but nobody connecting. And Daniel has to quickly give up facing a bet from Jan. Just a min bet gets the job done. Really nothing Daniel can do with 4 deuce, especially on this board. And what kind of car is that in front of Jesus? It looks like a nice little card protector, but I think it's more of a good luck charm for him.
I think it's like a game. I don't remember or a kid series. I think but I'm not sure.
Maybe Paw Patrol or something. That's
Yes,
one I can think of.
Something like that, I believe.
Paw Patrol.
Interesting raise from Daniel.
Daniel mixes it up quite a lot.
Yeah.
And he's repping something strong here, so even if he doesn't flop a jack, he's going to likely be continuing. This is kind of a scary-ish board to do so not maybe on this board, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of a bet coming from Daniel, and that's exactly what happens. And there's no backdoors to the flush for Jesus. Yes, the shit end of that open-ender. It is just a min bet, though, but I think we're going to see a fold here. We could see a raise, though. I don't think a call is really what we're going to see.
I don't think he's going to call, yeah, but I think Daniel has played his hand like...
It looks like it is a raise,
Yeah,
so this is nice.
I think it's a good raise. Daniel has played his hand like he has Jack 6 post flop. The sizing is like only with Jack 6 makes sense. The 250k in 1.1.
So you would put him exactly on Jack 6.
I wouldn't, but now that I see Jack 6, I can understand why he bet that sizing.
And Daniel calling only to get rewarded with the good end of this trade. So what's happening here? Daniel may be saying, I know you can be raising me light. And it goes check, check with both players having a straight, but Daniel now with the high end of the straight. And because he checked the turn, and when he bets the river, I'm just assuming he's going to, that Vasilios is going to have to make a crying call regardless of the sizing. And it is a smaller size.
He cannot fold ever. It's like...
No, and he's not going to be happy about the outcome, but he shouldn't be playing that any differently. But the Daniel fans in the chat, Daniel's family and friends will be happy. Meanwhile, my Greek friends as well will be a little bit less happy, including George here. And he's saying, Jason, you have to visit Kythera in Greece. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that correctly.
What's he?
Kythera?
Yeah, Kythera is a Greek island that I enjoy very much.
Is it near...
It's near
Crete.
Athens. Near
Or
Athens.
near
Yeah,
Athens,
yeah, yeah.
okay.
It's close. It's from that side, but near Athens. You should
Ask-
ask Argyris to guide you there. He's the pro of Kythira.
But he's saying that I should ask you to guide me.
Yeah, he's trolling because we have an inside joke with Argyris and Kythira.
Well, if any of the Greek organizers want me to make a visit, I'm easy to get in touch with. If you want me to work, I would consider doing that, and we can reevaluate from there on a small scale. If
Greek events are very funny and entertaining, actually, so I think you would really enjoy it.
Yeah, and of course I would add a little bit of a presence
yeah,
as a
yeah.
player too. It's fun when I come to
Yeah, yeah.
events, and for me it's like a kid being in Candyland. I play a lot locally, but I'm not playing the multi-day events very often just because they're too time-consuming. I'm not a professional player, and I can play online and have a better profit margin than I can live, and it squeezes in with my very demanding work schedule. But I'm always happy to visit new places, both for the poker and the atmosphere. So if I can combine both in one trip, that would be brilliant. Meanwhile, we have the Brunson raising by Vasilios, the 10 deuce,
I
which
think-
Doyle Brunson made famous.
I think Jan has a very good jump here with these suited low kings. vs a very aggressive chip lead open. I think 20 blinds is a very good jump. King 4, King 5 suited, Queen 4 suited.
And then look at this flop. So 2 pair for Jan, backdoor flush draw, and it's probably going to be Vasilios that leads, repping some kind of hand that isn't 10 deuce. I think his open is fine, but after the C bet here, which is also standard, he's going to have to slow it down.
Now he's going to slow down, I think. Because the board connects a lot with big blind defending range, so Jan could raise as well here. I think he's going to call, but raise is not as bad as an option in this
No, but
effective.
you may want to realize all your equity now and get those hands that can improve, because pretty much any hand can improve on this board.
Exactly.
And Vasilios now has some hope. The 10 is not only live, but also a 4 for the straight. But I think he'll be checking. If he can find another barrel, though, it looks super strong, but I don't think Jan can go anywhere anyway. And if you're being called on that kind of flop, you should slow down on the turn. I assume you agree with me on this split, yes?
I think he should check with this spot, yes. His hand is not super bad to bet again, though, but I think I would give up. The 3 is super bad.
But he's reaching for some
Yeah,
chips.
his hand is not that bad. 10 deuce is okay. Jan is going nowhere, obviously.
He's trying to get some of those Jack X's, Queen X's, King X's to fold. And the sizing is a little less than half the pot.
Some ace-6 as well. He might call some ace-8 suited and not jump pre-flop.
And Jan going through the options. Does he have me beat? And I think he'll come to the conclusion that I'm ahead of pretty much only bluffs, but there's a lot of bluffs that can be here from the small blind open. It is for a quarter of a stack, though, this call, but I think it has to come.
Yeah.
And indeed it comes. A raise wouldn't have been smart either at that point, and the flop
no.
it would have been okay.
Here, it's just a call. And you pray for the 5 on the river.
Oh my God, the 10 of diamonds on the river. It's almost like a Yahtzee card, and I'm curious if Vasilios is going to take his foot off the gas or think that he has value on the 10. When you're called twice, you can put your opponent on some 6s, but they're playing a 7-8 the same way. Unfortunately, they're also playing a 7-4 the same way that got there on the turn, but there's a lot of hands like 5Xs that you could be targeting.
I think when you bet on the flop and the turn, with this SPR, you have to go in on the river. It's pretty clear. If he has 6x, you cannot check fold, so yeah, I don't like the check on the river. And King 5 actually is a very good hero call.
So good check back there by Jan, understanding that nothing is calling him that he is beating. He's smiling that the river got there, but should be happy he still has 3.8 million in his stack. I mean, blinds will go up shortly to 300,000 big blinds because we're down to 30-minute levels, but that's still okay. 13 big blinds. You can maneuver a little bit with that.
Lots of play to be made.
And Paul Hunt agreeing with Crystal. Agree, Crystal. Such a cool, calm character. Great player. I think Vasilios and I both agree that he wouldn't necessarily be the kind of player that we would want to be playing against without really studying him a little bit more, because he puts a lot of players to the test with his frequent donk bet range and the fact that he
He's
seems to
unpredictable.
read situations quite well. So Vasilios' turn to open with the min raise after winning that hand with the 10 deuce. Daniel's not going to believe he's as strong with ace king. Does make the standard call with the queen 8. Luckily for him, both his cards are live. And an 8 out of the window, but there's a king right behind it. So 9, king, 8, rainbow flop. Both players grabbing a piece. Daniel with bottom pair. Not betting out of position this time, checking it over. And Vasilios should be betting this. Even though it's rainbow, it is sort of draw heavy. You also want to target some of those 9x, 8x's, such as what Daniel has. And Daniel likely won't be going anywhere to a single bet. Does indeed call. The Jack of Hearts on the turn is actually an interesting card, because not only does Daniel now have bottom pair, but he has a gut shot to the straight.
Very interesting card. Let's see what they will do.
And it's a dangerous board for Vasilios, despite having the top pair. But I think he needs to
I think
continue.
he needs to go for a bet, yeah.
I would like something in the range of like 1.3 to 1.6 million. It looks like it was 1 million, which is also okay. It does invite some bluffs to come over you, though, but from what we've seen from Daniel, we haven't seen much of this check call, check raise on the turn throughout the last 2 days. I don't remember a single time he's done it, but maybe he has. And
I don't
Vasilios,
think
with
I
the
have seen
massive rail that he has, I'm pretty sure during the breaks he's talking to the players that are watching the stream. And I'm pretty sure Daniel can be doing the same. He can call his family back home or his friends that are watching on the rail.
He folded very disciplined.
That's all fair to do in televised poker. It's sort of like in a tennis match, even though that doesn't have delay. When they have that intermission between sets, they're not just resting. They're going over every little strategy point with their personal coach. In poker, it doesn't have to be that much different. I've been on a lot of feature tables myself as a player, but every time it's been as a cash game player. So I haven't been there for, I don't think, a tournament. If I have, it certainly wasn't for a final table, because at our local, we don't have televised streams due to perhaps a misinterpretation of the gaming laws.
So you're still having issues with gaming laws and stuff in Lithuania?
The interpretation of the gaming
yeah.
laws, because they're rather vague at times. So they don't want to take too many chances on things.
Standard ruling here from Jan.
So Daniel, thinking about his king.
The laws are different. I don't understand.
Advertising in general is not allowed, so it's debatable whether a TV table stream is advertising. I look at it as a sports broadcast with some entertainment mixed in.
He's calling.
He's thinking about it, and he does make the call, folks. So Jan at risk. We could be heads up if Jan's ace doesn't hold.
We have a lean and call.
We do have an all-in and call.
King of spade, 7 of clubs, and the opponent ace of clubs, 9 of hearts.
Okay, here we go, folks. Will Daniel get there, or will Jan double up?
Big spot for Jan. He gets back in the game if he wins this with 8 million approximately.
And it's a safe flop for that ace-9. No connection for Daniel on the jack-deuce 10 flop with 2 diamonds. Here we go with the turn. And the 3 of clubs on the turn,
Three of
that
clubs.
doesn't help either player. So there's still a sweat for Jan. He needs to fade any king, any
Let's see this
7,
with the
but
river.
that's all. So 6 outs he needs to fade. And it's a 6 of hearts
6
on
of
the
hearts.
river, so Jan doubling up, gets some breathing room. Meanwhile, Daniel still has the chip lead with 23 million, but does take a little bit of a dent. And I don't think Zizas should even be happy with this, because he would have liked to have gone heads up at this point, too. The only player happy with this outcome is Jan, but Jan should be very happy.
He's back in the game now.
Back in business. Even when blinds go up, he'll have some breathing room. And here's a look at the chip counts, folks, while they're adding things up. So it's just amazing that Vasilios and Daniel have been a little bit below, a little bit above that 100 big blind mark pretty much the entire final table. So it's been quite an interesting dynamic that doesn't happen all the time, where you have 2 co-chip leaders that
It's very
just
rare,
continue
actually.
to cruise and stay as co-chip leaders throughout the way. So apologies to the Dan fans in the chat, but we are just rooting for good poker in general
Yeah.
here in the booth. We do think all 3 of these guys, they seem all very friendly and nice, and you could see they're even enjoying each other's company
They're having a
despite the
great
big
time.
money that is being played for. It'll be an experience that all 3 of these players will probably remember their entire lives, regardless if they find themselves on big final tables in the future.
These are lifetime experiences, I believe, when you play poker. To be part in such a big, prestigious event, final table, for such a large amount of money. So everybody wants to be there, and it's amazing to have the opportunity to be there sometime.
So how would I pronounce this name? I know a lot of the Greek letters. I've
It's-
studied Greek alphabet before for a
Let me-
variety of reasons, mostly for mathematical purposes, but this is like in Greek cursive.
Yeah, let me check it. It's Stavros Bravis.
Stavros, okay. So Stavros now on the Greek rail as well. They woke up after that hand.
They're watching, I'm telling you, they're just silent.
And Vasilios back in action, this time with a pretty hand with the King 10. And Jan, who just doubled up. King Deuce is something that you would be happy to defend, even happy to raise in a limp pot situation, but does call and could be in a bit of trouble if there's a king on this flop. But instead, it looks like all low cards, 3-8 deuce. The King Deuce ahead, but with the bottom pair.
Interesting flop. I think King 10 should go for a check here. Yeah, very good.
So Fotios is happy with Vasilios' check, and Jan may try to bet over here, understanding he might be ahead, but he might not be ahead on the turn and river. This isn't to pump more chips in the pot for a bigger bet later. He'd be happy to take it down now.
Very big bet from Jan, I believe. Very large half pot.
Yeah, that's an interesting sizing, actually. It is a blind-on-blind situation. Perhaps doesn't want to bet small to get check raised off by a very tricky player, Vasilios, who could be doing it whether he connected or not, depending on the dynamics of the situation, but we saw him do it at least once. Whereas if he's betting a bit bigger, it makes it harder to do that. How long are you in Malta for, Fotios?
I've been here for a week after Irish Open.
And you go back tomorrow to Greece?
Yes, I return to Greece tomorrow.
I
A
get
long
to-
time away from home. Long
Yeah.
time. We've been together in the road.
Yeah, we
in
were
all the
both in
events.
Bratislava together. So there was a European mixed game championship that I caught like the tail end, but I was writing some articles for them, and then straight into commentating the Norwegian championships. So I've been on the road since March 14th, I believe. And
March
then-
18 for me.
And then Irish Open, and then now this is my favorite of that 3 for sure. The Battle of Malta. Get to run a nice media team, friendly people, very talented people. Get to join in on the comms, both for the ladies event and the final table, and get to catch up with some old friends and meet some new ones as well. So I always enjoy the Battle of Malta. As long as I am invited back and as long as there's no life conflicts, I will be coming until I can't stand up anymore. And even then I might be coming as long as I can properly sit down. I just won't be on the floor as much.
You'll just be commentating then.
Yes, or maybe just playing, you
Yeah,
know,
or
maybe my voice goes at some point too. So we have Jan with the ace-10. Doing a little limpy.
I think it's good.
Yeah, and it's kind of a little bit of a trappy because now Daniel has such a pretty hand, but it's so dominated. And Dan not falling for the trap, just checking it back, will play in position in a pot that isn't bloated up. And not the worst flop for Dan, especially if Jan's checking, but a quick check back by Dan. And now connects with the 10, but so does Jan. And Jan betting, and Dan's going to have to call a min bet. No point in raising, no point in doing anything but call. 2 spades, 2 diamonds on the board too. It is very wet. Oh my, and the king of diamonds on the river. So Daniel getting there with the 2 pair. And he's going to lead out for 700,000.
Very good bet from Daniel.
Yeah. If Jan could potentially try to turn his hand into a bluff, repping the jack, he's otherwise going to fold. And a very disciplined fold there by Jan, knowing that Daniel was doing that.
Well played by both.
And perhaps if it was a queen X in Jan's hand, he gets a call. So all good. If he checks, then Jan is checking back anyway. So there was no possibility for him to get any extra chips in that pot. Oh, we got Karina Vonkin in the chat. Well, Karina, you were supposed to join me, I think, in the comms booth for the ladies' event, but I saw you were so busy running around playing event to event to event to event to event. Quite a busy Battle of Malta for you. And the ladies' event wasn't one of them. Oh, Argyris is at my disposal for any future info. Well, I need to know where I can get the best olive oil there, that's for sure, because I will bring back as much of that as possible. I brought back so much from Crete, and it was so nice to have. I've never had such good olive oil as what was available in Crete. The olive trees are something special there.
Argyris is a Kythira specialist, whatever you want. He's the man. He might know.
I mean, I basically just need a bed to sleep in and maybe like where to
he
go
kno-
and where
he
the
kno-
mini train will take me through the town is, because I love mini trains.
He knows Kythira better from the mayor.
And Karina says she'll join us in the next event. That'll be nice.
Perfect. We look forward.
I knew of Karina before, but we didn't really have like any like super detailed chats. It was nice to at least get her in front of the microphone to get her to know her while everybody else was. So a little bit of talking during one of the side events with her husband as well. And she really came to play. She didn't even play the ladies' event. She was too busy playing
Really?
all the other events
other
that had
events.
more value for her because of the bigger prize pools. And you see that somewhat, but then some of the ladies that have a lot of experience playing in open fields with some success don't want to play the ladies' event, but then feel like they need to support the community a little bit, so they come and play, but then they're losing out on the EV of playing the events that they really came to play.
But I think the ladies' event are very interesting if you're a lady. I don't know. I think it's gonna be super good climate to play. We have
I think you
a
would.
ladies' event in Greece as well, and it's super funny. I go to watch it if you can imagine.
I think you would have a hard time actually, Fotios, in that, because there would be so many spots and situations that you wouldn't have ever studied before that come up.
Yeah. But it's very friendly. It's very, I don't know. We have made in Greece 2 ladies' events in Novibet, in the events that were taking part in Greece. It were free rolls actually, with a guarantee.
Oh, really?
Yeah, free roll with a guarantee.
Free roll or free buy? Like a,
Free roll.
Wow. So
With
free
like
roll
a-
freeze out.
Free roll freeze out with 5K guarantee.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. The first lady won like 2,000. And it was a really good experience. I even got my girlfriend there to play. She was playing for the first time, and
that's why when people ask me about ladies' events, I mean, that's kind of like a nice entry point for grassroots poker.
it was really nice.
A lot of the ladies maybe don't play again and they had their experience. Lots of the ladies then will study a little bit, play some more ladies' events, and maybe only play ladies' events. And then you have about half over after playing a few ladies events. They feel like, no,
They get more comfortable.
let's
and they,
now play like a longer structured event. You know, that's the problem is the ladies events don't always have the same deep structure as, let's say, the Battle of Malta main
exactly,
event.
exactly. It's a very good introduction to the game.
And Karina's saying the ladies event is too soft for her. I kind of believe that for her.
I believe
'cause,
that as well. I
she's,
believe that as well.
She's a good player, so it's there were plenty of good players in that mix. So we had Diva, who can hold her own in open events. We had MZ, who is focusing on ladies events primarily, but certainly is capable of navigating through open events. Florence Mazet and Roos Collins as well played it. And Roos has nearly 1 million in Hendon Mob cashes over the years.
Really?
She's quite the legend in Belgium, but also in Europe, and a very nice lady to boot.
Oh,
But
that's
we have a
very
fun
interesting
leveling
hand.
war going on. I mean, no player is going to get out of the way, but we'll see if any player tries to jack up the pot a bit. So it was a raise by Daniel to 850 from the button, pretty standard. Vasilios could have opted to 3-bet, but he didn't want to get involved, obviously, with a big pot against Daniel, as long as Jan has the stack size that he has. Even though Jan has doubled, it's still far cry from what both of these players have, so a little bit of pot control. And then Daniel betting rather big on the flop. And Vasilios not going anywhere, but maybe a little bit nervous now, because it was 1.4 million into 2.3 million on the flop. Now there's more than 5 million in, and the 10 of hearts on the turn. Neither player with that jack. We see both players with the king queen. There's 2 hearts and 2 clubs, so there's a very wet board for top pair. That being said, neither player is going to go away. It just may affect whether Vasilios or Daniel decide to lead out with a bet. And it looks like Vasilios just wants to set the price, so he's betting 300,000, a min bet. Daniel now should have some poise of concern and should be happy that the price was set.
I think they're both happy with that price.
And depending on the river, this could go check even. And the king of clubs on the river, so this is very interesting. It brings the third club, both players with 2 pair, but neither player with the jack. So there's a lot of hands that the king queen isn't beating despite having the top 2 pair. Any jack, any flush draw that might have been out there with the clubs that would have been calling a big bet on the flop.
I think it's going to be like 500 bet or 400 and call.
It's another min bet. This is just saying I have something, but not enough to be betting big. Sometimes I tend to fall into the trap and raise over that when I don't really have much. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
I think it's a good strategy to raise here, especially if you have some club.
But neither player with the club, both players with just showdown values, so it was an easy call there by Daniel.
Very easy.
Nothing less than what he has is going to call. Maybe a lighter 2 pair like a king 10, king 9, queen 10 may have called, but that's pretty much it. And those are the kind of hands that would have been min betting, but there's so much that you're behind that you just be happy that you got down to a showdown pretty cheaply. And Karina's saying, I love to play a different style, playing suited connectors to the nuts. I mean, I think pretty much I love that too.
That's a good strategy.
Yeah. And Omaha, I love when I have double suited connectors, where the suits don't have to be connected, but having like a nice like Jack 10, 9, 8 double suited rundown makes me smile internally and try to keep that external smile out. So blinds for the last few hands are already up to 150, 300. So stacks, which were fairly deep, are still rather deep, but they're going to get shallower. With the 30-minute clock, we see we're getting a lot more hands in, so it's not that the structure became more shallow. It would be too much to have 90-minute blind levels 3-handed unless the players
It
were
would take
ready
forever,
to play
I
till
think.
6 in the morning.
Yeah.
So king 3 against jack 8. And a limp pot, the jack 8 flops top pair. Does check, trying to set the trap for Daniel. The problem is when Daniel checks back, there's a lot of cards that now are a little bit scarier, especially a third diamond coming out, especially an overcard. But it's a min bet by Jan. Likely will get a call due to the king of diamonds in Daniel's hand, and indeed it does. So Daniel with the flush draw and overcard. And it's the ace of clubs on the river. And will Jan just try to, this is kind of like just a blocking bet.
I think I like it, but I think, yeah, Daniel had a very good bluff here, I believe.
So Jan chipping up a little bit, up to 8.2 million. It's nearly 30 big blinds as the short stack. So even though I said that things are going to become shorter and shorter, we have a bit of time before that happens.
It's not that short still.
No. And Marcus Sippe asking, why would you play in shorts? You're not at the beach. I mean, I don't play in shorts because I'm not just comfortable playing in shorts. The rooms typically have air conditioning, but you say you're not at the beach, but maybe that's what he's doing during the break because we're literally 100 meters away from the beach. You
The
can
beach
hop
is
in
right
the water,
here.
dry off, and be back in time for cards in the air.
Beach is very close, so
In Sunny Beach, I actually did that. I was on a feature table in a cash game, and they had to take like a break for some reason. So I ran over to the beach, ran in the water, and was back in time.
really? Did you make it?
Yes. Only because they were waiting for me, though.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't see much ISOing to the limbs, and I think it should be happening more often. All the pots are limb check. That's why the pots are not getting big enough.
So good flop for both players. Daniel with
Very
middle
good.
pair with the gutter, and Vasilios with the top open ender. The six is partially blocked, but really both players with hands they would continue with if either player bet. And I expect Vasilios, after it's checked over, to bet his draw. He can realize his equity now or build up the pot if he gets there. So it's good from both perspectives.
I think standard bet from Vasilios. Like half pot is good, I think. Yeah, very good.
Fotios approved bet, and probably a Fotios approved call by Daniel as well.
Yes.
Ooh, four
very,
diamonds.
Very interesting turn.
It's not a good or not a bad card for both players. Vasilios now also has a flush draw. Daniel now has an open ender. The problem is some of those outs will be a diamond.
I think Vasilios should bet like 6 to 900. Probably 9.
It looks like 1.1 though. So close to what you said, just a couple chips more.
Yeah, it's very good. Now Daniel has a very tough decision. Oh, he snapped.
Dan with a plan. And the seven of hearts pairing the board on the river, giving Daniel trips. He's going nowhere now. I mean, obviously he's going to fold to a jam just because that would be ridiculous by Vasilios to do.
I don't think he's going to jam.
No, he's never jamming here, but he may be firing out, and Daniel's definitely going to be calling. And if Vasilios checks, Daniel's going to try for some value that isn't there because Vasilios missed his draws.
In theory, Vasilios should bet here, but
Oh, yeah, it's out of position actually for Daniel. I forgot about that. So, being what we know about Daniel, I won't be surprised if he bets here.
I think Elite might come.
But it looks like he already checked, and Vasilios did bet something. 2.5 million, so a big bet and an easy call for Daniel. He didn't even take the time to think about it, saying if you have the flush, you have the flush. If you have the straight, which I have pretty much a little bit blocked, you got it. But I know you're capable of some bluffs, so I'm going to call and put some padding on that chip lead. So up to 28 million.
Big pot for Daniel here.
So Dan's family and friends who have been active in the chat. So thank you to that as well. I do enjoy conversing. We used to have a nice Twitch channel going with a lot of people. The that kind of came to a close during the pandemic that we all forget about. So Daniel will likely not be opening, even though it's a button. It's a very bottom hand, the 7-4 offsuit. You can open here too, obviously, with the chip lead. Put some pressure on players, but I think the fold is a more obvious play, and he folds. And Vasilios, let's see what he does. We've seen him open with the 10 deuce. I think we saw him limp once with the 10 deuce, both times in the small blind.
Let's see what he does now. Yeah.
In honor of Doyle Brunson, he does just fold it, showing no honor to Doyle Brunson, apparently, at least this time around. But he showed some honor earlier. He got there with the 10 deuce before.
Now the stacks are different. He's a bit shorter. The big blind had more chips, so I agree with the walk. The action is getting real now, actually, because Vasilios has lost some chips. Jan has doubled up 2 times, and it's a challenge now.
Yeah. And Daniel with more chips, just about more chips than both of his opponents put together. I think he does have more. Easy open for Vasilios with the king-queen. Just don't toss your car in the mix. That might be from a different, it's not from Paw Patrol. It may be from Cars.
Yeah, from Cars. It's from Cars, I think.
I was looking at Vasilios' chip protector, which isn't, or card protector, which is never protecting the cards. Probably because you shouldn't be doing that with the RFID readers at the feature table. Maybe
I don't think it's
he was
very
doing it earlier.
prudent to do that.
10-9 ace, all spade flop, so not directly connected with Vasilios, but he will be continuing. He has the nut flush draw, has a gut shot to Broadway,
He has an amazing hand here.
and he can just deny some equity if there's a fold. It looks like about 750. Let's see if that's the case. 650. And Daniel will be folding his baby flush draw and not much else. Some backdoors to a straight. So pretty standard there by both players. Vasilios gets a few chips back, but still a little bit of a gap between him and Daniel. And then a gap between Vasilios and Jan. And Chantel saying, well done, Granddad. Love Lily and Austin. So shout out to Lily and Austin. You guys have been watching from the very beginning. Much love. And Marcus Sip, yeah, it's close, but I play thousands of euros. I like style. I get what you're saying. I mean, I even dressed up a little bit today. I'm wearing not my usual. Sometimes I like to mix it up, and I'll wear this on a random day, but I'm wearing a nice shirt today. It's really about comfort, though, Sippe. So if a player is more comfortable playing in shorts, they're playing for big money. If you're going to feel uncomfortable dressing with pants or whatever it might be, then I think it's different strokes for different folks.
It's about getting comfortable, because you might be playing like 15 hours or 13 hours one day, sitting in a chair that 10 hours in a day, so you have to be super comfortable.
Yeah, I understand the point, though, that Marcus is making. There should be like a fine line between the two. You know, like you can be comfortable, but you don't necessarily have to be
I
comfortable.
prefer sports suit, like some.
So we had an open from Jan with the Jack-8 from the button, and Daniel
Wide.
from the small blind, a little bit wide from Daniel. We haven't really seen too much of this. We've seen him call from small blind, but not with a hand as weak as 6-4.
He's trying to accumulate more chips because he's chip leader and he's VPIPing a bit wider. I think that's his plan.
So is there going to be a big party among the Greek community tonight?
I assume, yes. We have the same flight tomorrow morning, so
So it's going to be no sleep and just
yeah, I don't think we're gonna sleep
party
today.
Greek style
Yeah.
until the sun comes up. I thankfully have a later flight.
We're
this
good
time.
at partying, I believe.
I think I'm going to do maybe I bump into you guys. I'm not going to be out partying to all my might. I'm going to go for a nice dinner after with some wine, get in a nice mood, and then if you message me where you guys are at, maybe I can drop by after dinner just to say hi and goodbye to the very supportive Greek community for the Battle of Malta, and somewhat a little bit of supportive of me too. I have to say it's been nice. I'm probably getting more support from the Greek community than the Lithuanian community, which is very odd.
We
not,
like you.
not by the Greeks, but by the Lithuanians.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. We like you very much, and you're a super nice guy. We enjoy being. This is a good ISO, I believe, from Jan. They are not ISOing at all from the big blinds. That's why the game is so slow, because the pots are not getting big from limp ISO and calls. Yeah, very good.
It looks like to about 900, and that's enough. A 3x, good job. As Vasilios pointed out, understanding the dynamics, making some adjustments, and taking down a pot. It says that it just added 300,000, but keep in mind he got his big blind back. That's another 300,000, and he got his big blind ante back, which is another 300,000. So it's a net effect of 900,000 with that raise.
Exactly.
There has to be someone, though, that's watching this that's rooting for Jan. We just have not seen
Yeah,
anybody speak up.
we don't have a Jan fan.
Maybe Frank, who's reporting, is the Jan fan. He's just not being, he's watching but not being active in the chat because the Netherlands connection, is it a thumbs up or a thumbs down from Frank? We can
I
kind
think
of see him.
it's a thumbs up, I think.
Thumbs up. So we have one Jan fan. We've been very impressed with Jan's awareness at all times.
He plays very good.
It looks like an open for 600, a min raise with the queen jack, more than standard, regardless of stack depth. And Daniel now with the sixes is at least going to call. He probably shouldn't do more than calling. It'd be different if Vasilios had 15 big blinds, and you can just shove and know you have some fold equity. And if you called, you're hopefully flipping. But here it is one play and one play only, and that's the call. And Vasilios with the top pair on the 7 jack 10 flop, 2 hearts. Daniel with the backdoor flush draw, but it's to a 6. It's usually going to go check bet fold in this spot, but Daniel may want to see a turn, which wouldn't be the end of the world if he thought that, you know, that Vasilios has something that he didn't connect with. Let's see, it's a 700,000 bet and a quick fold by Daniel as expected, and Vasilios up to 19 million. Daniel still holding strong with the 26 million. And Karina is a Jan fan as well. So we have one active person in the chat as a Jan fan and one silent Frank, also a fan. So now we're evening up the, it's nice to have 3 different countries, 3 different playing styles, I have to say.
Very different play styles, yes.
And it's making, and 3 deep stacked opponents. So it's good that we have rail for all 3 players, both physically here at the Eden Arena at the Intercontinental Hotel, located as part of the complex where Casino Malta is, where you can be playing cash games 24 hours a day during the festival. And also watching the stream. And we have Jan opening with the Jack 9. It is a button open. And it's going to be a little bit wide for Vasilios to call with if it was a little bit higher and connected.
I think it's a standard fold.
And Vasilios agrees. And Jan with a big smile again. He's happy not to get any resistance there with the Jack 9. And we have Roy also speaking in Dutch, so I'm just going to assume that he's a Jan fan, but now I've translated what he said. He said, Karina, you had to sit there. It would have been nice to have Karina on the final table. I don't think too many of us, I don't think anybody would have complained about that, but she would have had to earn her way there. It's very difficult to make it to the final 8 in such a big field.
It's a big challenge, yeah. Loads of player. Daniel with the offsuit ace on the button. He's gonna open, I believe.
Yeah, it's just a matter of whether if he's going to do the min raise or whether it's going to be one of those random sizings that throws players off. But now he's doing the min raise. And the call by Jan with the 9-6 offsuit. So if it's a 6 that comes out, he's going to have some kicker issues. But meanwhile, it's the ace that comes out instead. So it's Daniel flopping top pair. Curious if he's going to bet it or not. Jan will fold if that's the case. And it looks like it went snap check bet fold because cards are already in the muck.
we didn't even try to see the sizings there.
And Karina took second in a side event. I'm trying to remember which one. The events are beginning to blur together in my head.
Here?
So perhaps remind me, Karina. And Duchies unite. It is a very nice poker community up in the Netherlands.
I've been to a WPT in Rotterdam and they are really active, the Dutch community. And I didn't knew that there are so many Dutch people playing actually. There are a lot of Dutch people playing poker.
And there's even like Dutch-only poker schools, which are rather advanced at this point.
Yeah, that's what I found out when I went there.
The 150 tournament. So the ladies event, Karina, which you didn't play, which was a 150 buy, and I'm trolling Karina a little bit. So we have Vasilios with the Jack-9 offsuit opening the button.
Very good 3-bet candidate from Jan to make it like 2.1 million or something.
And it does look like he's thinking about the 3-bet. Yeah, look at that. He's reaching for a nice stack of chips here.
I think he has found most spots in this final table. And in general, I've played with him 2 days and he was finding every spot. He didn't make many mistakes. 1.8, yeah, it's fine as well because of 300.
And the position as well. Could have even gone a little larger if he wanted to, but 1.8 is fine.
2.1 is, or 2 million is the standard sizing, but 1.2 is okay as well.
So now Jan at a high point in his tournament life, up to 11 million in chips. So all three players now having 8-figure stacks. That will continue to change the dynamic. Once again, I failed to watch when the blinds went up, so I don't know how soon we're going to move up to that 200, 400 level where things will start to change.
Yeah, there the game's going to get.
Right now, we're just witnessing good poker by all three players.
Yeah, very good poker actually.
Jan making the most moves, but we saw Zizis make those moves earlier.
This played some hands very well actually. And Daniel is very unpredictable, especially on the big blind.
Daniel has played masterfully, actually, especially before it became three-handed play. But even during three-handed play, he hasn't made like anything. He's actually moved to more of like a standard, like rather than exploitative style that he was using earlier.
He's even using his chip lead now to raise some hands like 7-6 and stuff like that, and pressure Vasilios that has lost many chips now.
So easy peasy for Daniel. Targeting the fact that he hasn't been opening lately from the small blind. I'm always like mesmerized by the shuffles I
Yeah,
can
they're-
shuffle for a home game, but in terms of doing something like this, I can't do.
They're super fast, super good. I don't know how they do it actually. You have to be very trained to be that good.
During the pandemic, I had a friend offer me to do like a private dealing school because I knew that I like doing different things at least once. And I think living the dealer experience at an event would provide me some insight, even though I'm kind of part of the whole family of dealers. A lot of them know me personally now after so many years. To understand the trials and tribulations. So
They-
Daniel winning back-to-back pots just
He's
by
taking
opening
the
up, so
He's opening the gap from the other two guys.
yeah, especially three-handed and heads up where you have to be shuffling every 2 seconds.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
How fast he shuffles.
Me, I don't even like shuffling when I'm playing open face Chinese. And then instead of dealing like all 5 cards at once and all 3 cards on the future action, I'm dealing one at a time to make sure that even if I didn't do a proper shuffle, that the cards are a little bit more random. Vasilios with the min raise, Jan with the fold, with just the 7 deuce, even though it's suited. No reason to get involved, and I won't be surprised if Daniel defends here. It's suited cards. We could see he's dominated. We could see he might get in trouble if it's a 10 high flop.
I think it's a standard defend now that he has such a big chip lead. He has to defend all the suited stuff.
So the 2 big stacks getting involved, and the 9-9-5 flop. So backdoor flush draw for Daniel, not much else. Vasilios should feel pretty good about this flop, despite not directly connecting. Of course, there's some 5Xs that Daniel is going to be defending with, such as a 10-5 suited, but really any suited 5 he's going to be defending with as low as 5 deuce. So a min bet, which gets the job done a lot of the time when your opponent doesn't connect. Let's see if Daniel can pull off a reverse float with a plan in mind on future streets. There's no reason to check raise here. It might work if he does it, but the fold is the most obvious play, and that's what Daniel does, and Vasilios adding more than 1 million to his stack.
I think the blinds have changed. Or
I think that, I don't know if that was in our headphones or in real time, but
yeah, it was
being
tricky.
that we're on a 30-minute delay and the blinds go up every 30 minutes, then I think the blinds will change for us next hand as well if it wasn't that. And meanwhile, Jan with the monster on the button with the 9s. Let's see if Daniel tosses in a 3-bet here. We've seen him call in these spots before.
It's a good hand to 3-bet as well, but you can
The
call it.
timing would be off just because we know Jan has the 9s, but if we look at Jan's opening range, the fact that he's folding to a lot of 3-bets, Daniel continuing his small ball strategy pre-flop and pricing Vasilios to come in if he so chooses with the 7-4 off, which he can rep a bit more than just that.
I think that's a fold. But is he gonna call? I don't know. It's not the end of the world if he calls. It's better if he calls like 5-3 off and stuff like that, not 7-4 off. But let's see. Oh,
So it looks like he's going for it with the 7-4 off. It's not going to work out quite well for him. I mean, it does look very strong, but you have nines.
I think.
You have the shortest stack in play, and the blinds are about to go up.
Easy jump for Jan.
It's never easy when you're three-handed, but he does come with the same conclusion. Easy after thinking about it. And Daniel is going to have to get out of the way, and Vasilios as well. So Jan picking up some chips and changing the dynamic with him and Vasilios now close, and Dan having a nice lead over both of those players.
Very big pot for Jan.
Especially with the blinds going up. Although it looks like it's still 153 this hand. Nope, it's 2-4. Here we go. I'm not sure why there's chips in the pot right now, being that the big blind ante is in front. But it looks like they're being... Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here, because I see chips in the middle. And then I see both a big blind and a big blind ante.
It's like 400, yeah. So 2-4 blinds are up.
Okay, so these chips are going to somebody. Yeah, it's just the chips in the pot that are confusing me. There's 350 in the pot
Yep.
for some reason.
He
He thought he was in
Yeah,
the
yeah,
big
yeah.
blind, I guess. No. And that can easily happen in a three-handed play where you're not always focused on the next hand to come. But it is 200,000, 400,000 now, folks. So 1 million in the pot before any card is dealt, because there's also 400,000 coming in from the player in the big blind as an ante. And Daniel will be opening the button, counting out his chips. And on a bigger side too, a 3x with the king 8. And Vasilios now, if it was just a min raise, he'd likely be 3-betting.
Now I think, I don't know, maybe he should call. Weird. With the 3x.
And it looks like he's going to call. Those green chips are worth $250,000 each. Sometimes you see some plaques being brought out, but it doesn't look like we're going to get any plaction today. And Vasilios is ahead on the 9-9-4 flop, but he's going to check, and Daniel may try to be repping something stronger than his king 8 from the button. Does check it back with some showdown value. 6 of spades on the turn.
I think Vasilios has a pure lead here, like 1/3 to half pot. Maybe he can go bigger because Daniel doesn't have a pair, but he has the ace of diamonds blocking ace high continues, so 1 million looks fine to me.
And Daniel should be folding here.
Yeah, it's a pure fold, I think. He even has the 8 blocking 8-7, stuff like that.
He's possibly thinking, is my king high potentially good here? Is he just bluffing me? But you might be overthinking it as well. Would Vasilios be doing this if he didn't have the 6 or the 9 or the 4? And now Vasilios up to 18 million. So the stacks are beginning to even out a little bit.
It's an even fight now, I think.
It is anybody's game. Even though
I'm rooting
Daniel's
from
had to live.
I'm rooting for Greece, you know, but it's anybody's game.
I'm happy with any of these three winners. It's
They're all
I'm
winners.
a fairly international person, I have to say. I have kind of my soul in a lot of different poker communities in Europe. I'm actually not connected with the American poker community much at all because I've lived in Europe myself for more than 20 years and don't want to travel overseas to do any media for poker events. Once in a while, I'll pop into an underground game in New York, and when I'm home, sometimes take the drive down to Atlantic City or something, but I'm not usually going to the States for to play poker. I have my son usually with me and want to see as many of my old friends as possible and spend as much time with my family as possible. And going on a week-long poker trip during that time doesn't really work. But this summer I'm going to try to do it because of the WSOP. I'll try to time it around that, where I can play a few events, and then while the main event's happening, I can maybe be with my family or fly them out to Vegas. My
Sounds
parents,
like
my
sounds
sister.
like a perfect plan.
Yeah.
I don't think Daniel can continue here, to be honest. Jan raised pre-flop. I think it's super good.
It looks like a raise, though. It's not the worst candidate actually board to be raising on, to be fair. We see that Jan has the jack, but very often Jan is going to be betting without the jack.
Very often this play works, I think.
I don't think it's going to work this time.
Now it's very hard to work, yeah.
And does indeed make the call. I mean, if Daniel has something else in his arsenal on the turn, it may actually work, but I don't think he will be able to continue.
I think, I don't know. I don't know. I didn't expect the raise on the flop, so I don't know. This could get really ugly for Jan. He could put him in a spot here. I think he's going for triple barrel. He's not giving up.
Yeah, I mean, if he bets like 2 to 3 million here and then just lets it go on the river.
Yeah, it's a very sad spot for Jack 5. I think he's going for it, Daniel, since he did that on the flop. Like 3 million now, 2 million.
And you look at Daniel's table appearance, and I would think, well, Daniel's super strong at this point. I would be thinking twice as well.
Very good table appearance, very good.
But Jan with the snap call with the jack. And look at this, Daniel getting there anyway. So you might as well just unload the barrel. And if you ran into a 10, you ran into a 10. But does indeed check. Actually, he's in the big blind. So checking it back is fairly standard. And Jan is going to be left shaking his head for a second time at this final table. He had a similar spot before. Actually, I think he had, it was the other way around. He had Jesus shaking his head when he got there.
Really sad for Jan. That was a big pot for him, and he would be a real contender if he won that pot.
So sometimes things will go your way. That's part of poker. I did
part of
like
the
the
game,
raise there. It showed a lot of heart. And we have our tournament director, Michael. Looks like giving some instructions to Daniel. Perhaps telling him, yeah, check raise more. And it wasn't a check raise, just bet more. And we saw Igor, the photographer that we use for our blog. We also have Daria taking photos as well for both Italian media and a bit of for social media. But we worked with Igor a little bit during the last Battle of Malta. We were very happy with him and the way he's integrated into our reporting team.
Daniel should start raising now even wider because I think Vasilios has a very big pressure on him because Jan now lost the pot and is short again.
instead it's a limp pot, and it's Zizas here connecting with middle pair with his 9-4 offsuit, which he would have folded if Daniel opened to like a 3x or even a little bit less, a little bit more.
I think that was the play. Open like 3x in this one. Very good bet from Zisis, and he wins the pot.
So I got back from the Kings of Tallinn before I went on this trip, and then I played for like 8 straight nights and must have had 4 final tables. And it's the one that I won, which was the first night that I was home, where I just need to look back. I looked back at it a little bit, but it was one of those ones where I had the chip lead with like 15 left and just started steamrolling people. But I need to look back at whether I was being a bit too steamrolly or not.
I actually have never been to Tallinn, and it's
Oh,
all
you need to come. You would love it. Bring some of your friends because they have team competitions and things like
Really?
that too. Yeah, yeah.
it's one of
Not
the
not
places I
in the
really want
event,
to
but
go.
in terms of the overall festival.
Daniel's mixing it up for sure now. Start some limping on the button.
The weather is nicer in Malta, I have to say, and the casinos are nice here too. But to me, that's also like home. You know, like it's because I'm there so often.
I've never been. And Jan checked in the big blind. That's a strange hand.
Yeah, because if
It's like 15 big blinds. I think.
yeah, it was Daniel limping from the button, then Jan could have actually even just jammed there with 15 bigs.
But it works for him because Daniel does bet the pot on the not pot, half pot on the flop.
But instead, Jan is just going to, yeah, it is a half bet. So Daniel's going to check call for 750. And 5 of hearts on the turn doesn't change anything. Jan now has the check mark, so it does change something, but not for Daniel. Goes check, check. And Jan is going to lead out most rivers. Maybe not that one, but he should. He shouldn't be that concerned. I mean, Daniel does have a lot of aces he's opening the button with, so he's going to try to rep one of them.
And Jan is snapping here, I guess. Not snapping, but he's gonna call. He under-rep his hand massively.
Doesn't seem too happy about the call, but he'll be happy after the cards are turned over that he's back near 10 million.
Very good pot for Jan.
So the Dutch rail should be happy that he is back in business. And we have Katarina. I think that was her in the background, but maybe it wasn't. Might have been one of the other floor people. Only saw half the face. And still laughing, still having fun.
Yeah, they have a great time. They seem to enjoy their presence in this table.
You were sitting next to Zizas quite a lot yesterday, and I didn't see any banter really going on at that table. It was all serious business.
Yeah, we might be friends outside the tables, but when we are playing, we play serious.
I mean, you guys were playing hard at each other in a couple pots. But
Yeah,
I'm just even
we
talking about
battle.
the talking between hands wasn't really happening either.
That's because we don't like people think that we might be colluding or doing something strange, or I don't know why.
It was definitely apparent that you guys were not colluding
Yeah.
based on the way you
You could-
guys were playing against each other.
Yeah, we were playing really hard against each other, but it's not. I don't like speaking my native language when I'm at a table. That only English is allowed because the other guys don't know what you're talking about and stuff like that. And
But I mean that neither of you were really talking with any of the players. And none of the players were really talking with each other. Occasionally there would be a laugh shared or
Yeah,
something
yeah.
like that, but not like what we see here.
we were talking, but not that much, not that often. That's a very interesting hand.
This is an interesting flop here. Both players with top pair, but Vasilios can be in a bit of trouble here. has some kicker issues, and after Daniel checks, Vasilios should be definitely betting because Daniel has been leading out of position quite a lot until recently, where he's kind of toned it down somewhat.
Weird that he didn't lead in this flop.
And is just going to call, and Vasilios must think that he's ahead. We see that he has some kicker problems, and must still think he's ahead with that 7 of hearts turn. A good turn for both players. Well, not so much for Vasilios, but good for him if he didn't
I think he's
against what Daniel could have
he continued betting here for sure.
for value, not even for any other reason.
It's pure value here. 300 top pair. He goes like 1.8, 2 million, something like that.
Or maybe he has a read on Daniel, but it doesn't look like there is any read to be having. He's reaching for some chips. Maybe the car goes in as well. How many chips is the car worth? About $500,000? It's not a Ferrari, but it is an iconic car. But it is a big bet too, 1.5 million, as you suggested. You were suggesting a little more, 2 million. So it is what you were suggesting, actually.
The river can be tricky.
And a snap call by Daniel.
If a river is a deuce or something, it could be tricky.
Or if it's a 9. The case
If-
9
if it's
for
a
the
9,
mayhem. That'll slow things down.
That's a good river for Vasilios.
And Daniel at 30 million, I believe this is the first time we've seen a 3 in front of that 0 for any player. So Daniel with more than half the chips in play again. And having fun while he's at it, as he should. It's going to be an experience to remember. Regardless where any of these 3 players end up, they
Amazing
should
run.
be remembering this in a fond way. And all of a sudden, our chat has dried up. So, come on, guys.
Let's
you
go,
must
chat.
have some questions for myself or Fotios, or if you want a little more information about the players, of course, you can find on the blog at thebattlemalta.com that Frank is busy updating. But there's also some updates earlier in the day by Jonathan that show a little bit of a history about the players, little blurbs, little bios, some cool stuff mixed in. And let's see if Daniel calls or raises. We've seen that his pattern is to call a lot from the small blind, which is fine. Especially if you're doing it with some of your monster hands, then you can disguise them a little bit. And not a friendly flop for either player. 8-7-5, 2 hearts. And the 9 of clubs on the turn makes things even uglier. Now it's whoever bets it will get it.
I think Vasilios could mix some bets on the river or on the turn because the board is so coordinated. You don't have bluffs here. You have to bluff queen highs, jack highs, and stuff like that. 10 highs, obviously. Very good bet.
So Vasilios picking up a limp pot. And even though they haven't been playing for hours and hours and hours today, it's been about 5.5 hours that they've been playing. Keep in mind that this is a 5-day event, so fatigue can be a factor.
It's definitely a factor, especially if you are not experienced in playing such long hours and so many days for such a big money. It's very easy to get tired, to do some mistakes or to.
So George is saying, how can we be dry when Fotios speaks? And he
George-
somehow came up with a nice, cool smiley face mixed in.
George is mocking me.
And Scott Hunt, another Hunt in the chat. Come on, Danny. Great final table. All 3 of you deserve to be where you are now. Love the
agree.
sportsmanship there, Scott. We know who you're rooting for. It's perfectly fine to root for it, but it's nice that you recognize that all 3 players are
I agree.
deserving of the title.
All 3 deserve the title equally.
But only one player will earn it, and we
That's
shall
true.
find out
That's
who
true.
that will be. Only one player will have their face on the wall of fame that you see when you walk in and you see some of the previous champions. You see Sergei Lisi, you see Giuseppe Rosa. I was only not here when and I can't think of his last name, when the Greek gentleman won, Demetrios. I wasn't here for that. Anastakis.
Anastasakis, yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't here for that one, so I didn't get to witness that. And then we had Dario Barone last time around in the spring. And Gabriella Ree, who wasn't able to come out this time, winning in the autumn.
Very good player, Gabriel Ree.
Yes. I think he hit his Hendon mob after that win, too.
Yeah,
But it was quite an impressive one, and we know that he plays a shit ton online. He's just this grinder of all grinders.
I've played.
Always with a smile on his face.
Jan with the Kings.
Happy Cowboys.
I've played with him a lot, and he plays very good. We were on the final table actually in Rosvadov in WSOP Europe. Didn't well for any of us. He came 9th, I came 8th. So not. Daniel is thinking something tricky here.
And then he shows his
No,
7
yeah.
deuce. But if he's showing it to the rail, he needs to show it to the table. It'll probably be turned over.
Yeah.
Nope, not this time. Maybe because it's a live stream. But typically, if you're holding your hand up, then it gets tabled.
First time I didn't see him defend his big blind.
So for those of you just tuning in, you may or may not recognize my voice, but this is Jason Glatzer. I was running the media, the international media here at the Battle of Malta, now having a little bit of fun on the final day. Invited my friend Fotios to join earlier, and because we have Zizis doing so well and we don't have any Italians on the final table, the plan was to have Jack Bonara back around this time, but the Italians would have appreciated the Italian all-in clause because he gets rather excited and then speaks in Italian. I love it. It's on to you, Jack. But after the elimination of all 3 Italians that were in the final 8, as long as Fotios wants to stick around, he is more than welcome to keep this seat warm that's sitting next to me.
I'm just rooting for the Greek. Oh, Daniel walked with the Queen 3. He didn't VPIP. Interesting. Because he doesn't fold his hands in general.
And Mike is saying, I was playing last year and one experience will definitely be back. It is so run well. Not sure if I met you, Mike, but glad to hear that. I was definitely here last year.
I
But
think
please introduce yourself. Usually pretty accessible.
I think if you play poker, you should be here because it's a great venue. It's affordable stakes for all players, and it's the place to be.
And Nikki is back. He was probably here the whole time. Nicoletta.
Yeah, let's go Greece.
I remember
That's
her
the-
on the ladies' tables.
That's the Greek vamos that you see here, Aide.
Vamos.
Daniel is gonna open here, I assume.
No. Interesting. Daniel mixing it up a little bit now.
Just
Maybe
want-
wants these other 2 players to battle
To
it out a
tangle,
little
yeah.
bit. It was certainly a good open candidate to 10-7 suited from the button. He would have gotten Vasilios to fold. You need to bring the other George here next time too, Gogitos.
Sure.
I barely saw him in Bratislava.
Yeah, we were busy playing all the time, and I'm trying to convince him to come to other stops as well, but it's hard with the kid.
And he's probably like, nah, Jason's so boring. I'm not
No,
going
no,
anywhere
no.
Jason's going.
Not even close.
I remember having fun one night. I may or may not have had a few drinks popping into one of his streams just because I like George as a person, knowing that it's all in Greek.
Yeah, it's all Greek these
And
days.
then for a few minutes he actually did English because I popped in, and then obviously went back to Greek because I was the only person that doesn't know Greek in the whole channel.
In the whole channel, yeah.
I'll probably do the same with Martin, who was in earlier. I'll go in, and if I see him or one of the other Swedish guys that I know, I'll...
They have a Swedish stream, I believe.
Yeah, Value Town has one. Martin, who was in the booth before you relieved him.
I have checked it on Twitch.
It's a nice community they have there.
They have a very good community.
They could use a little help with the Poker Association, I feel, but other than that, the community is good. Norway has an incredible poker association. Tobias Leknes as the president of that, with all the players in mind, no commercial interests in mind, just wants to do what's best for the players.
I was impressed in Bratislava, actually.
We need more of people like him running the federations, because what happens is that business people or people with other interests in mind are using their own personal interests rather than what's good for the poker community.
Yeah,
Sometimes it aligns, but then always there's like an angle where if you're going to take it, it's going to be more towards the business interests, which isn't good for the growth of poker.
exactly. Daniel could find some leads here, but it's whatever. Vasilios, I think, has a clear check back now.
Which would open up Daniel to be betting any river.
Yeah.
I mean, some of the like really high stakes guys, they do this a lot where they stop and go. They may have a hand and they're checking the turn so they can get a bigger bet in on the river, where they understand they maybe don't have 3 streets of value. I mix that up occasionally myself, so I don't mind this bet either way.
It's okay, yeah.
He's going to get Daniel to fold, so there we go. So Daniel's still at 28 million, Vasilios at around 17 million, and we have Jan a little bit below 10 million, I believe.
I think below 10, yeah.
What about in Greece? Is there a poker association there, like that with the player interests in mind, you know, or is there not really that thing? Or is there like a recreational poker association where people play poker for sport? Because we have in Lithuania, poker is deemed to be a sport actually. So you're allowed to have these clubs that are.
There are some poker clubs, yeah, that are like federations and stuff like that, but it's not that official, and it's more. I don't know how to say it. Not more on the recreational side, not that.
I think you would be good at it, but it does take a bit of time.
Yeah.
But
I'm playing professionally, so I don't have time to do this as well on the side. I enjoy playing at the moment, and apart from that, the last 1.5 to 2 years, Novibet is doing some very good steps toward uniting the community and making some good festivals and stuff like that.
that's quite good, but I still think there should always be like an independent body in each country. So someone like Ogitos, who, yes, he does do stuff with Novibet, but he can think for himself. He can say, no, this is what's best for the players.
I
And
agree,
have the players in mind would be good, but it should always be
We don't-
player-led, I feel.
We don't have anything like that in Greece at the moment.
Oh ho, Vasilios with 2 pair on the Queen 4-5 flop. It was a min raise by Jan. Daniel with a call from the small blind. Vasilios completing only to get rewarded with the 2 pair. No reason for him to bet yet because Jan should be continuing a lot of flops. He can be repping pretty much the Queen pretty well, not knowing what kind of monster Vasilios has. But does check it back. So very good awareness there by Jan.
I like the check back very much, without the heart.
And a full house here for Vasilios.
Very interesting spot for Vasilios. I think check is better because
Yeah, if it would check through in the flop, then you can't really put
Yeah.
either opponent on a queen, and they're probably going to fold to a 5 to a larger bet. You could do a smaller bet if you want.
I think they have super capped ranges and they rarely have anything.
He's going with the small sizing, maybe trying to juice up the pot a little bit, understanding Jan is going to check back quite a lot. And I think anyway we look at this hand, unless it was an ace on the river or maybe a 9 or an 8, you're not going to be able to get that much value.
It's hard, yeah. Only if an ace hits or something like that.
I think he could have gone like a half pot bet through if a 9 or an 8 hit. So we have a dealer change, and I think the blinds may have gone up to a 500,000 big blind, because we see those 2 green chips and another 2 green chips. Those are 250,000 each in front of Jan.
Blinds are up probably.
So serious business. 1.25 million in the pot before the cards are even dealt. And then there will be a break after this level, before moving up to 300,000, 600,000.
Now the game, I believe, is going to get faster for sure.
That's what she said, or is that inappropriate for the office jokes? No, I'm not reading anything in the chat. That you said something about going faster.
No.
And I'm a big fan of The Office.
Yeah.
I've watched both versions. I like the
yeah.
American version a little better, but I like the British version quite a lot. The British version is a bit more darker, I have to say.
Nigel is going to fold here for sure.
During my travels, I made it through the series The Gentleman, which was absolutely fantastic. Better than the movie, even.
Vasilios is going to limp, I believe. Jan is like, how much?
Little limpy. And Jan may decide to raise, actually, here. The problem is he's not sitting on a lot of big blinds. It's 15 big blinds, but I still think he can raise, but he decides to just...
It's a good check back, I believe, yes. It's whatever, actually.
Yeah, you could go either way here. And look at this. Vasilios right away with the baby flush. Jan with no re-outs, but he does have the top pair, so likely will be betting here.
That's very hard for Jan to dodge. I can't see him. Except if the turn is a club and Vasilios slow plays, I don't know how he cannot lose here.
So it's 500,000, 1/3 of the pot coming in. And let's see if Vasilios raises or calls. I'd like to see a call. It does get tricky if another club comes out, but...
I think he's going to raise, but let's see.
And you are correct. It looks like it's for about 3 million as well, so a pretty large raise. If it is, no, it's to 1.4 million. I was counting chips wrong, so this is more standard.
It's good, yeah.
And it's going to be awfully hard for Jan to get away.
He's going to call, I think. And
because even like a queen of clubs can be doing this. An 8-10 with one club can be doing this.
he has many bluffs here.
6-8 with one club.
That's why I said it's an avoidable spot. He's going to call and on the turn probably lose. Oh, he went all in.
Oh no, what's going on, Jan? Jan jamming it in with the queen-9. It's going to be a snap call by Vasilios, and Jan isn't quite drawing dead. And I mean, he could still boat up, but it's not looking good for him at all.
Queen of hearts.
Wow, did not see that
Nine
coming.
of spade.
I can understand why he did it now that I'm thinking about it, but it's
5
still
and 2 club.
unfortunate for Jan.
At the flop, 9, 7, 3.
He has played excellent until now. I think that hand was a bit misstep, I believe.
I think he was trying to
see the
fold out any draws, so not knowing that he was up against such a monster.
Yeah, but you can be dead sometimes, that's the problem. Or overpair with a club, you're dead.
And
as well.
the 8 of spades
Eight
on
of
the
spade.
turn. Jan is drawing dead now. He will finish in 3rd place for 55,300 euros.
Congratulations to him. Very big score.
Yeah, congratulations, Jan. You played very well.
Very well.
It's very disappointing.
Give us a
We're
play.
probably going to lose some of the Dutch rail, but hopefully Karina and Roy and others stick around to see who will win the Battle of Malta main event. We are down to just 2 players with Daniel Manders and Vasilios Zizis, with each locking up 76,200. Stacks are fairly even to start heads-up play. They will be playing for a 100,000 euro top prize. We will see in a minute whether they're going to take a small break after this hand to set up the heads-up play. Anyway, there was a scheduled break soon enough, so they may push the scheduled break to now and then allow these players to try to finish out the heads-up action without a break or schedule a break 2 hours later. But very good game there by Jan Just van de Bogert. Outlasted a A lot of players didn't really have any chips until it was three-handed play when he was able to chip up a little bit. Had the top pair there. It's very easy to get trapped, whether there or somewhere else. He wanted to avoid being trapped by a potential fourth club coming. Didn't know he was up against the flush. And it looks like we will be taking a break, folks.
It's like the dinner break now, right?
We shall find out soon. We're going to stick around until we see. We can see how close the stack sizes are. Vasilios actually taking the lead to start the heads-up action, but it's a very small one. Just two big blinds separating the two players.
It's super close, yeah.
And I'm not sure if we're on a break or if it's going to be a quick setup, which is another reason why we are sticking around.
Yes.
And it is a dinner break, folks. So not only is it a break, it's a break of all the breaks. It's a 70-minute break, folks. So we will be back with you in about an hour's time. Hopefully Fotios joins us. I can understand with an hour break, it might be me at the end. We'll see what happens.
We'll see in an hour.
But I will be back either way. So hope to see you in an hour's time. Until then.
See you guys.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Jason Glatzer coming to you live for the heads-up finale of the 2024 Battle of Malta Spring Edition main event. We are down to just two players, and Vasilios and Daniel Manders, each locking up more than 77,000 euros with their eyes on the trophy and the 100,000 euro top prize. Daniel has been leading most of the way, with Vasilios once in a while popping into the lead, but the two were neck and neck, nearly heads and toes above the rest of the final table the entire way. Now, Vasilios will start with a very small chip lead over Daniel, but anything can happen at this stage of the game with players having more than 50 big blind average. So I'm getting ready for a very exciting
Back to the main
heads-up
event,
affair.
Last two players out of 1,814 players. Who is going to win this edition, 2024 Spring Edition here in Battle of Malta? We will know it in few minutes or few hours, depends on you guys. On seat one, Daniel Martinez with 26,825,000 is from United Kingdom. And Vasilios, this is from Greece, 27,700,000. So they almost have the same stack. Vasilios, you have the dealer button. So the blinds are now 250, 500,000. Mr. Giuseppe, shuffle up and deal, please.
Thank you for the introductions, Michael. Doing my job for me a little bit, but you know the players by now if you've been following along the action from 8 down to 2. If you've been reading the blog, which Frank Visser is now handling for the final day, did most of the work yesterday as well, you will be aware of the tendencies of both of these players as well, but we do not know how they will react during heads-up play. We do not know yet whether it's going to be a lot of limping pre-flop, maybe even a lot of folding pre-flop or a lot of raising pre-flop. But we shall find out together. The blinds are now 250,000, 500,000, which is where we left off during three-handed play before the dinner break. Very soon, now that the blind levels are down to 30 minutes apiece, we will go up to 300,000, 600,000. So let's see what Vasilios does. I do not expect to fold from very much of his range from the button. Let's just see if he's calling a lot or raising a lot. And it looks like he's reaching out for a raise to 1.5 million. So we know how this is going to start. And Daniel, even though he can defend kind of wide, 9-3 perhaps is not the hand to start it off with. So first pot over to Zizis during heads-up play. And you can see that beautiful trophy in the middle. You can see Michael, the tournament director, ready to pounce on any announcements that need to be made. We'll probably talk a little bit over Michael when he's announcing. Typically, I have a little bit of a mute button for the sound coming through the TV, but I do not believe I have that this time around. And this time it's Daniel's turn on the button. And hopefully we get this fun chat that we had back on Facebook. We had to restart the stream, so hopefully you all found it. Facebook only allows 8 hours at one time, and we've exceeded, or we're going to come close to exceed that, so they decided during the dinner break, let's just start a new stream. And now Daniel's taking a play out of Vasilios' book with a raise to 1.5 million, a prettier hand with the Queen 10 suited. And Vasilios is thinking about what to do with this Queen 8 from out of position. And we'll be calling. So if Daniel's hand holds up here, or if he's able to take down the pot, he will regain the chip lead. But meanwhile, it's a deuce, tray, king, flop. 2 hearts, does not connect with anyone. We'll see if Daniel can fire out a continuation bet. Should get the job done. Vasilios does have the backdoor flush draw, but really not much else. And while players are feeling each other out during the heads-up play, they may be a little bit more cautious. We shall see. And indeed is betting, it looks like, for 2 million, so about half the pot, a little bit more if that's the case. And a snap fold by Vasilios. So Daniel is now with the chip lead. Okay, good. We have the British rail back. We have the Greek rail back. I'm glad that you guys are all keeping it friendly with each other. Both of these players are deserving champions. We may get Fotios back in the booth. He tried to catch up with people during the dinner break, but the problem was that we're on a 30-minute delay, so there's a good chance that he will not be back. But let's see how this heads-up match unfolds. After this blind level, the blinds go up to 300,000, 600,000, and then to 400,000, 800,000 if we get that far, and so on and so forth. And now we can get really a true style of how Vasilios is playing. If he's going to be raising 5 deuce, then that means he's basically going to be raising every button. May go into some trappy with some limps mixed in, but will be opening it up, but look at Daniel waking up with a monster pocket queens. Is he going to play it slow, or is he going to try to play it fast? He will be raising. Did not hear the amount that he verbalized. But it looks like around 4 million, we shall see. And it was still 4 million, and a snapful by Vasilios with the 5 deuce. So another pickup by Daniel. So welcome back to Mike, George, Jill, and Nicoletta. Both players deserve a nice real virtually and physically. So glad you all are back to join me for the conclusion of the main event here at the Battle of Malta. Meanwhile, we have Daniel with the Jack-7 on the button. Let's see if he's also raising any 2. This is a little better than any 2, but we'll get a better idea of where he stands. We can already see that Vasilios, there's no 2 cards he doesn't like, and Daniel just folding the button. So a little bit of different style, and lucky for him he did. Look what Vasilios turned up with ace-queen. It would have been 3-bet. He would have had to fold. And Vasilios flashing that queen. And players have been very friendly, but I don't blame. After dinner, maybe the belly's full. They're effectively playing a heads-up affair worth about 23,000 euros, despite locking up more than 77. Not something that happens every day for either player, regardless of their experience. And Vasilios, if he's going to raise 5 deuce, he's also going to be raising pocket aces, so it's in the entire range, going with the 3x from the button. And Daniel should be calling here, even though we can see it's a bad idea. If he knows Vasilios has aces, obviously it's not a call, but against the range that he's opening, queen 7 is quite strong. And heads up, and he does indeed call. And a 7 out of the window, that may get him in trouble, other than the fact that the 2 other cards are over the 7. Let's see if Daniel goes back to leading out when he's out of position, something he was doing earlier but kind of slowed down with, and he's back to doing that with a bet of 1 million. And with Vasilios having that ace of clubs kind of backing him up to some degree, even though it's a draw-heavy board, I won't be surprised if he just calls. If he's targeting a king X, he might be raising. It looks like he's reaching out for a raise, folks. Trying to build the pot. And let's see what his sizing is going to be. It looks like 2.5 million, so may feel compelled, Daniel, to call here. We've seen Vasilios do stuff like this when he hasn't had something too. That makes him a very tricky player. If you know you're only being raised when someone has it, you can get away from this hand pretty easily. Meanwhile, it doesn't look like Daniel's going anywhere. And does call. So this pot is building up, nearly 10 million in the pot already. And the ace of spades on the turn. So the check mark over to Vasilios with that top set. And let's see if he can eke out a little bit more value from Daniel. There shouldn't be any concern here, and you do want to protect your hand and try to get value from some inferior holdings at the same time. And here we go. The chips are coming. Chips are coming. It looks like about 3 million coming in. 2.5 million. So the sizing is rather small, so Daniel's likely going to be compelled to feel like he needs to call, and in fact, he's already counted out the chips. No point in raising here. You can give up here, but you're getting such good odds. It's such a sneaky little bet. And Vasilios giving a stare down, waiting for Daniel to react. Maybe Daniel's second guessing this. Maybe he's thinking of a raise or a fold. A raise would be absolute disaster. A fold would save him some chips, but he has no way of knowing that he is drawing dead at this standpoint. And does make the fold, a very disciplined fold by Daniel. And Vasilios now regains the lead, is at 30 million and Daniel at 24. Both players still rather deep. Welcome back, Crystal. And yeah, it's been a great final table, I have to say as well. I do love the deep stack play that we saw earlier. We even have a deep stack heads up, so the structure of this event has been absolutely fantastic. Daniel should be opening the Jack-9, but we did see him fold a strongish Jack before on the button. The Jack-9 is a bit stronger than the Jack-7 that he folded, and will be opening for 1.5 million. And Vasilios makes the call with the 6-3, only to flop middle pair with the 3 deuce ace, 2 diamonds. Daniel with a diamond in his hand, but nothing really else going on. He has more aces in his range than Vasilios does in his calling range from the big blind. And the 4 on the turn, neither player with that 5 for the wheel. So Vasilios taking it down with a small bet, padding his chip lead up to 32 million to Daniel's 23 million. For those of you just tuning in, maybe you missed the final table up till now. My name is Jason Glatzer. You may recognize my voice. And I am absolutely delighted to once again be commentating the Battle of Malta main event finale. We had a bit of fun earlier this week when we commentated the ladies event for the first time, and that was from beginning to end. So we got to see a lot of the ladies play, a lot of different styles, a lot of different competencies as well, which is to be expected in an event that's designed to attract more grassroots poker players to festivals. So he's either lowered or increased the size. It's not the 1.5 we saw before. It looks like maybe 1.6 million. No, it is 1.5, I'm sorry. Just with different colors coming in. And Daniel with the 4 deuce. It is suited. He's going to come along. And a flush draw for Vasilios, but not much for Daniel. Really nothing at all. It does have a backdoor to the wheel. We can see his 4 and deuce are both still live as well, but Daniel's probably, if he's facing a bet, not thinking as much about that and should be giving up on the hand. And it was a bet of more than half the pot to 2 million. And does fold. So Vasilios realizing his flush draw equity right away, picking up a pot, and all the momentum right now is with Vasilios Zizis, who was the day two chip leader. He was near the top of the chip counts pretty much from that point forward. Not usually with the chip lead overall. Did come into the final table just inches behind Daniel. And then even took the chip lead on 2 separate occasions. And the third time was when the final table, when the heads-up affair just began. Daniel took the lead back in the early goings, and now it's been all Zizis the last few hands. Thank you, Nicoletta. I do appreciate this. Saying amazing commentator. I do enjoy it quite a lot, especially today with a deep stacked final table with a lot of competent players. And Daniel, now it's his turn to open the button to 1.5 million, and Vasilios calling, so 3.5 million in the pot once again. No love for either player on the 9-3-4 flop. 2 spades. Daniel has a spade, but not very high one. And the jack of diamonds on the turn doesn't change much. It does give Daniel more outs with the 10 if it does wind up going check, check. And the 2 of clubs on the river, so the check mark over to Vasilios, but he's going to check again. And if Daniel bets, it'll give Vasilios some food for thought. Is my king high good enough for showdown? And Daniel recognizes that nothing connected, otherwise Vasilios would have bet by now. And a snap fold by Vasilios. So Daniel stealing one away, back up to 23 million. Here's a look at the chip count. So despite Daniel being on the bottom end of the heads up right now, he still has 45 big blinds. That is plenty. Even when the blinds go up to 300, 600,000 and not too much of the distant future, that is still nearly 40 big blinds, which is massive during heads up play. We did see at the Battle of Malta before the pandemic when Sergei Lisi was down to under 6 big blinds heads up against Steven Van Zadelhoff. I remember this quite clearly. He battled his way all the way back, and then it was back and forth for hours at a time before he eventually defeated the Viking. But meanwhile, pocket rockets here for Vasilios. It's like the best hand versus one of the worst hands, and 4 deuce off. Well, you should be defending wide. This might be a hand that you can fold. But Daniel coming along, it's going to be easy for him to get away from depending on what comes up. For the most part, it'll be easy. Maybe he has other plans, though, to lead out and try to steal it. It wouldn't work out very well, being that he's facing against pocket rockets, but he has no way of knowing that, being that Vasilios is opening every button for the same amount. Whether he has 2-5, which we saw all the way up to aces. So it's a bet of 1.1 million, about 1/3 of the pot. A little different than the 2 million sizing he used a couple hands ago. And Daniel is going to take one more look at his cards. I thought he was going to just take one more look and throw it away, but maybe he thinks that Vasilios doesn't really have much here and that he could try to steal this away later. Otherwise, you need to have a plan if you're making this call here. And now it looks like he might raise. This could get dangerous for Daniel. Showing a lot of heart. It looks like the 3.1 million. It's not going to work out quite well for him. I know Vasilios should be a little bit nervous that Daniel has a 6, but he's more going to be doing this with a 9, maybe even with a 7-8, then with the 6. He could also be doing it with the 6, though, too. And a raise to 3.6 million. And let's see what Zizis does here. and does call. There's no point in him raising. He's only at that point going to be folding out a lot of hands that will continue to bet into him with really only the 6. Maybe you can target the 9 with a raise, would be calling. And the Queen of Diamonds. Vasilios now has Daniel drawing dead. Daniel was drawing quite thin before that. But that's not slowing down Daniel Mothers. Another 3 million coming in on the turn. So let's see what Zizas does here. We know he's not folding, or at least we should hope he's not folding. So the question is he going to call or is he going to raise? Looks like he's counting out a call here. A little bit of Hollywooding. So quite a large pot already, 17 million in the middle, with one more card to come. And it's a 4 of hearts, which connects with Daniel. It's not going to be enough. So Daniel firing out big, turning his hand into a bluff, or for value if he's targeting, let's say like an ace X that might want to call, but pretty much anything that's going to call you is going to be ahead of you. And I think Vasilios is just going to call. I don't think he's going to raise here. At this point, he should be slightly concerned that Daniel might have the 6. We can see that Daniel just has connected with his 4. Doesn't seem happy. I think he'll be happy if he calls. And he's trying to run through the hand. You could see the gears in motion. You can see some of the Greek rail over there in the background, waving to the camera. It looked like he was ready to fold. He's asking the Daniel 6, do you have it? He is repping that he might have it. He's counting out the chips he would have left if he made the call and was wrong. But makes the side call, he'll be pleased with the outcome. And Daniel knocking the table, understanding he got his hand caught in the cookie jar this time, showing a lot of heart. Timing didn't work out well, and now it's a very commanding lead for Vasilios, but one double up by Daniel, and that all changes. Here's a look at the chip count. So nearly 5 times the amount of chips. So the two players are talking a little bit about that last hand. Perhaps he just told Daniel, if you were able to bet a little bit more, maybe I get away from it. But I don't think he's ever getting away from those aces. This is really bad. But is there a way just to turn off the TV talk? When it's coming through my headphones too, like because in real time it's going to come through the headphones, and then I'm trying to talk over it. How loud is it for the viewers? Okay. Okay, so I'll talk around it like I've been doing. Next time it's good to be in like one of these other rooms, or maybe even upstairs in one of the hotel rooms. So Daniel now all in with the King Jack suited. Trying to get all the chips back at once. A 19 big blind jam. And Vasilios asking for a count. It sounds like the counts are slightly off, where it's maybe 9.2 and not 9.5, but we'll find out in a second. You could see the Greek rail on the phones, ready to pounce.
Daniel all the time with 9 of them and 4 of spades, covered by Vasilios with king of 7 of hearts. That's his block.
So Vasilios deep in thought. If Daniel was a bit shorter, it would be a call. It smells to me more like one of these low pocket pairs when you're jamming like this. I would put my opponent on anywhere from 2s to 7s. I would obviously be very wrong in this case because Daniel has King Jack suited. So Vasilios does make the fold. And Daniel back up to 11 million. So Vasilios still has a 4-1 chip advantage, but Daniel picking up 1.2 million into his hand. And I want to reiterate that regardless of who the winner is, both of these players played their hearts out. Both had different styles and continue to have different styles. And it's been quite an entertaining matchup. Pretty much every player at this final table could have been a deserving winner, but none other than these two that have maintained being 1 and 2 throughout the entire day, and only to wind up, as it would be appropriate, to be facing off against each other during heads-up action. So now it's Vasilios. We saw him open the 2-5 off. The situations are a little bit different now. I'm not surprised that he folded. The stacks were more even then, and even though Daniel just had the 9-3, maybe a raise would have gone through. Daniel's never 3-bet shoving there, but would have had his opponent dominated if it did go to a flop and there was a 3x on the flop. I love this trophy. Every year it looks nicer and nicer. I've been told that the trophies have been imported from Estonia, a place that I'm in quite a lot. And you could see the beautiful glass. It's definitely something that would go on my mantelpiece. Proudly. So it doesn't look like we're going to get another guest. We're just going to do the heads-up run, at least until the break, if it gets that far. Me, myself, and I. But you know what that means? That means we're going to get more of the poker talk, less of the banter. But keep it coming in the chat. I do love seeing all the comments coming in. I know you guys are all watching and listening. Sometimes it might be hard to type a message, but I'm sending you all my love. If you can send a little bit of love back, I will continue the love back and forth. It was great until we reached heads-up play, and then we had to restart the stream, and I see a bunch of you came back, which is amazing. And Vasilios back doing Vasilios things and raising to 3x from the button. And Daniel with a very pretty hand. He could 3-bet shove, he could call. Opting for the safer route. And a diamond out of the window. A 2-2-8 flop. Not that good for either player. Both players with backdoors to the flush. Daniel with 2 overcards versus Vasilios' 1, but it's going to be hard for him if he's facing multiple streets to continue along. It's also going to be hard for Vasilios to do multiple streets based on Daniel's size. So Daniel going small. Just a min bet with blinds now 300,000, 600,000. And the queen on the turn, so look at this. Daniel in great shape. If he can only get Vasilios to bet another street, he would be through the moon. Thank you, Nikki, Jill, and Mike. All my love back to you. Nikki, you sound like you had been amazing to meet in person while you were here at the Battle of Malta. I was lurking a little bit around in between commentating the ladies' event, but I don't believe we've actually met. But thank you for all the love. And thank you to Dan's Rel as well. Dan's family has been with us from the very beginning, rooting on Dad and Grandpa. And an all-in by Daniel facing the bet of Vasilios, so up to 15 million. With the blinds up the way they are, that's the way to do it. He's gone from 9.5 million all the way up to 15 million. So look at this. It's 40 million for Vasilios, Daniel with 15 million. And now Daniel with another good hand. He just had the queen 10 suited. The ace king offsuit's even better, especially from the button. Let's see what his sizing is going to be. Looks like to about 1.55 million, but we'll get that confirmed. It says 1.6 million, it's rounded. So about 1.6 million open, closer to 2.5x that we saw Vasilios move down to when the blinds went up. And Vasilios with a pretty jack 10 for heads up, making the call. So Vasilios connecting with this 10 on the 7 queen 10 2 spade flop. Daniel with the 2 overcards and the gut shot to Broadway. That gut shot is partially blocked by Vasilios' jack. Both players actually check, and a queen coming on the turn. Now Vasilios likely will lead out thinking his 10 is good. He would have called the bet by Daniel as well. And Daniel might be compelled to do something depending on Vasilios' sizing here, assuming he's going to bet, but he's reaching out for some chips now. And it is for 1.4 million. And a quick call by Daniel, and who can blame him? And the 10 of spades on the river, so a full house for Vasilios. Meanwhile, Daniel has very good showdown value. Vasilios will be targeting some of those flushes that may have not bet the flop but called the turn bet. He may also set up a trap by checking, but I think he's going to try to get some value himself, hoping that Daniel has something. And it looks like about 4 million, give or take. It is 4 million. And maybe a little bit too big for Daniel's liking. Gives up on the hand, and Vasilios up to 43 million. Daniel back down to 12 million. Appreciate all the love, folks. Chantel is part of the crew, the part of the family of crew, rooting on Dan. Meanwhile, we have a lot of Greek people watching as well. Not all active in the chat, but we've had a few. We had Fotios in the booth with us before, a good friend of mine. I told Fotios on day 1E when he max late entered on day 1C with his day 1E with his third bullet. He entered in on the break, and I come back 30 minutes later. I tell him, you know, this doesn't work out. Neither of us thought it would. Why don't you join me in the comms booth? So instead, I come back 30 minutes later. He has 5x starting stack and makes it all the way to the unofficial final table yesterday. And it was rather unfortunate that he was with us in the commentating booth, but because that meant he bubbled the official final table last night. But quite a good player and quite a good guy, and was happy to have him in the booth. But meanwhile, Vasilios opening with the 8-5. He connects with middle pair on the deuce 10-8. 2-spade flop, and Daniel has a gut shot with the 9-6, also a backdoor flush draw. And now, instead of the any flush draw, he has paired up his 6, but that's a little bit behind the 8 that Vasilios paired up with on the flop. And although it went check, check on the flop, after it goes check again on the turn, let's see if Vasilios either tries to protect his hand or get some value, or a combination thereof. And he's reaching for some chips, so it looks like that's the idea he's having. So it's a bet of 1.4 million. Oh no, Daniel's shoving. I mean, he does have some outs here. Let's see, this may work if maybe Vasilios will fold. That's what he's got to be hoping for. If he folds, he's back to that 15 million mark, but if he calls, this could spell a lot of trouble. He's going to need some help. He's going to need a 7, 9, or 6. And Vasilios is thinking this over. It's not an easy spot for him. Can't blame him for thinking about it, and I won't blame him if he folds. He might not want to double Daniel. It's a lot of hands that Daniel can be doing this that he's head of. Is he going to be jamming the 9-7? Maybe, because there's double suited board. But gets the fold, so well played there by Daniel. I thought this was going to be a painful play for Daniel, but instead it turns out to be a very nice play for him, and he's up to 15 million. Nikki, it was sad to see Eric go out in 8th place. It's the second time at a minimum that I've commentated him at a final table here in Malta. First time at the Battle of Malta. And he's a very strong player. Appears to be a nice guy as well. And a well played there by Zizis. And Eric and I do have a lot of common friends. Hello, ladies, for Daniel. Daniel deciding on how much he wants to make it. He's going to add another chip to that pile. So 1.9 million it looks like. So a little more than a 3x open. Oh my God, what a setup here. I mean, pocket 10s and heads up play. There should be a 3-bet incoming. Rather unfortunate for Vasilios, but it could bring Daniel neck and neck with Vasilios, assuming his queens hold, assuming the hand plays out the way we think it will. And does jam it in with the tens, and a snap call by Daniel, and Vasilios is going to see what he's up against. And here comes the Greek rail, but once they see it's tens versus queens, they may take a step back. Daniel in amazing shape to get back up to 30 million in chips. And to take the chip lead, in fact. He was down below 10 million. But anything can happen. There's still 5 cards to come. And you can hear the Greek rail in the background, giving some Zizas some encouragement. And Daniel's getting along with them too. Daniel seems like such a nice guy. I've loved his demeanor all tournament long, paying a little bit more closer attention to him yesterday during day 4. And despite the seriousness of this event, it's all laughs. This is amazing. But here we go. It's queens versus tens, the drama, the suspense, and now let's see a flop, please. One time every time for the Greek rail.
So Daniel, you're the only players with queens. Against Vasilios with tens.
Okay, here we go, folks. We're going to talk a little bit over Michael, or try to get him before him.
Flop comes with
Oh, he was fast.
9, queen, and 8.
Wow, top set for Daniel on the
Gives the
8
trips
queen
to
9
Daniel.
flop.
And a possible straight for Vasilios.
And Vasilios is in okay shape, actually.
10
It's now a
cards.
jack helps him as well, unless the board pairs up here. And it's a
It's a
3 of
clubs,
clubs on the
doesn't change
turn.
anything.
So now any 10, any jack, and it's over Johnny. Otherwise, Daniel will hold, take the chip lead, and will be immediately
river
back in
cards.
action. The 7 of
7.
spades on the river, so the
We
queens
have
hold,
a
and Daniel
double up.
doubles up. So amazing turn of events here. Daniel doubling up to 30 million and Vasilios down to 25 million. Both players are still deep. You can see a little bit of a deflated Zizas despite the support of his rail, despite a little bit of joking around with Daniel. And while they're counting out the chips to make sure they have it 100% correct, here's a look at the current chip counts. Daniel at 30 million, as we mentioned, Vasilios at 25 million. Both players between 40 and 50 big blinds. So very similar stacks. It's anybody's game as it's been throughout the match, at least between these two players. Jan made a little bit of an effort to get back into things. Did get one double up with a short stack before eventually hitting the rail. But otherwise, it's been Daniel and Vasilios, or Vasilios and Daniel, 1 and 2 on the leaderboard the entire time. Not a single other player ever cracking the top 2. So it looks like Zizas is off to talk to the rail, maybe to get some encouragement. Don't lose your head, Zizas. We still want to see some good poker. But this is great news for the Mulders family. Susan Smith also now on the rail rooting for Dan. So we have a new member of the Mulders rail going on here. Chantel's been here since the beginning. I believe Crystal's been here, if not from the beginning, near the beginning. Really dedicated family, and this is great to see. It's how I grew up playing poker. My dad was playing poker. When I was 10 years old, I was allowed to stand in the corner. This dates back before even Hold'em was around, before internet poker. And then as a 9 or 10-year-old, I found out that some of my other friends were allowed to do the same, and we just made our own game for pennies and nickels, just for fun. did play a little bit with my parents and grandparents also just for fun. You know, small money that's just really keeping score. And it's great to see the enthusiasm for Dan's family here, for Dan's double up and potential route to victory. And even if he finishes runner-up, that is quite the accomplishment. It's 1,814 runners, mixed in with a lot of good players in the mix as well. Both of these players should go home feeling very proud. Meanwhile, we have a raise by Vasilios with the 9 tray, a defend by Daniel with the jack 8. The 9-3 flops bottom pair and the king 3-5 2 spade flop. Nobody with spades in their hand. Daniel really doesn't have redraws. His jack and 8 are live, but it's going to be hard for him to call bet, at least at this stage of the game. But maybe Vasilios checks back and gives Daniel a free look at the turn. So it's a bet of 1.5 million by Vasilios, and I expect Daniel to be folding. He may try a reverse float. Perhaps is trying just to get some information about what this bet means for future hands. Or perhaps has something really else in mind. He could try to raise him off and rep that king himself. And that looks like what he's doing. And this might work. Let's see if Dan can pull the trigger here. I mean, he doesn't have, it's maybe not the best spot to be doing it. It may work here. It's better to do with a hand that you have some draws with. And Daniel making the fold. So Vasilios back up to 27. Daniel down to 27. So it's a tie ball game, folks. We've come all this way, and it's even Steven. And the Greek Rail is having some fun. I have a feeling the party tonight with the Greek poker community is going to be quite something, regardless of what happens here. And Daniel with the double glasses look, the sunglasses on the head, the real glasses on the face, is going to open the button with a pretty queen 7 suited. Looks like to 1.55 million. Okay, to exactly 1.5. He must have announced a bet before putting out the chips. And a quick call by Vasilios with a weaker 7, the 9-7. Oh no, this is quite the setup. Both players flopping top trips. Vasilios has some kicker issues. This could be it. Surprisingly, it went check, check. That may save. Oh no, wow, 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 wow. Vasilios turning that full house. Wow. What a cooler for Daniel if no queen comes on the river. I mean, either way, it was a cooler for both players, but even more so now. And I can't blame Daniel for reaching out for some chips here. Although, I'm not sure if Vasilios has acted yet. And it doesn't look like he has. And it looks like a bet of 1.8 million. Is Daniel going to raise? He is in position, so he could call. I mean, Daniel would be doing all this for value, never putting his opponent on a stronger 7, and the full house is much stronger. And it's a blank ace on the river, so this is going to cost Daniel some chips. There's almost no way out here. It's the setup of all setups. 7.1 million in the pot. The only thing really saving him is that it went check, check on the flop. And Vasilios looking down at his chips. Let's see how much he's going to try to get value for. It looks like there's millions upon millions being bet here. At least 7 million there, probably closer to 8 or 9. No, they weren't stacked up the same. Well, that's 500,000. Is there more? 825,000. And really, it's so hard for Daniel here. I mean, he has to at least call, but we have to hope for the longevity of the game that he does not shove here. That maybe he could smell this one out. He's behind 7 king, 7 ace, pocket 9s, pocket 6s, 7 6. Not too many combinations. And he does jam. Oh no. And Vasilios is going to snap this off. Wow. What a cooler. And Daniel's going to need the comeback of all comebacks. Maybe we'll see a Cinderella story, but if not, this was quite a defining hand, and it was such a cooler for Daniel. Great spot for Vasilios. It seemed like it was a cooler for him until that 9 came on the turn. I am speechless. And it's maybe going to take a little while to confirm the numbers, but I think that Daniel has
Okay,
about
we
what
have
it
only
says.
Nico on the river with a board of 7, 6, 7, 9 ace. Vasilios has 7 and 9, which is going to be full against 7 queen. We have to double check if he's chip leader of this heads up.
So quite amazing, and being that it seems like this might be over soon, only because of Daniel's stack, and if he comes back, we can thank everybody again, but it seems like this is a good time to thank everybody right now. So first, I would like to thank Telly and Diane for the countless hours that they have put in to organize this event. And typically for organizers, most of their work, if not all, is done by the time event starts, but Telly and Diane keep going, keep going, keep going. Many sleepless nights leading up to the event, many sleepless nights during the event. So massive thank you to you, massive thank you to Casino Malta for hosting this fantastic event. I want to thank first, next, my team, the international team that's here. Frank is still busy blogging away. Igor is still busy taking photos, but here not with us here today physically, but here with us in spirit are Alexander Georgiev and Jonathan Rab. So special thanks to both of you as well. And massive thank you to the entire Italian poker media team. You guys have done a great job, especially with the video work. Really enjoyed listening to Jack and Cesare all week long, and of course to Valeria as well. And Daria taking amazing photos in her own right. And thank you also to the MST audiovisual team for the stream, and you can see the chip counts above. And the biggest thanks goes to the players, because without you, this event doesn't happen. This event isn't as great as it might be. The vibe, of course, is helped by the Battle of Malta itself, but the players themselves, they come to have fun, and you can even see on this final table that it was very friendly, very fun. But let's see in the meantime whether we can see a comeback from Daniel. It's going to be very hard from him with one big blind left. I think blinds have just gone up also to 400,000, 800,000. Maybe not this hand, but I do see 400,000 in front of Zizas, so I believe that to be the case. And it's going to take a bit of luck now for Daniel. And Patricia Rimfire, who I thanked earlier, I'm not sure if I included her in this latest thank you, but Patricia has done an amazing job. She just popped in for the weekend.
400, 800,000.
But her impact was felt right away, providing some fresh energy.
All in with the big blind with 775.
So Daniel is already all in before the flop. So we'll thank everybody once again after the
situation.
So it's automatically
So
an all-in and
please.
call situation.
So Daniel is the all-in players with king and 9 of diamonds Again, 6 of club and 4 of heart for Vasilios.
So it's
Might be
king
the
9
last
against
hand for
6-4.
tonight.
It could be all over if Vasilios'
the flop.
6-4 can get there. If not, we're looking at Daniel gaining small breathing room, just the 3 big blinds. Let's see this king 9 hole just so
Flop
that we
is
see.
6 to 8, only diamonds, who gives a flush.
So a flush for Daniel on the 8,
Daniel.
deuce 6, all diamond flop. But Vasilios still has runner possibilities to a full
Then
house,
is a 9.
but not
and
anymore.
river
So Daniel now triples up to 2.4
is a
million.
9. So we have a double up.
So even if not for the flush, he would have had trips to beat Vasilios' 6, but he did flop the flush. So onwards and upwards. You have to start somewhere. Another double up, and we're back in business to some degree. Gonna need a few more, though. Odds are against Daniel at this standpoint, but we can see what will happen. Quite a bit of a heartbreaking hand, that 9-7 versus the queen 7 on the 7-7-6 flop, and then a 9 on the turn, and a blank on the river. And you could see the wall of Jesus with all those chips. Those green ones are 5 million a stack, 250,000 a chip. And let's see if Daniel's shoving any 2 at this point. He
All in
is.
call again.
So it's 9-4 against king 7. This time Vasilios ahead.
Daniel, all in players with 9 of diamond, 4 of spades. Covered by Vasilios with king of club, 7 of heart.
So let's see if the king 7 will hold, in which case we have our latest winner.
Let's see the flop.
If Daniel can get there, the play goes on. A 5 out of the window,
King,
followed by another 5 and a
5,
king.
5.
So it's looking like showers for Daniel. He needs a pair of runners
On
to
the
survive.
flop, we have 2 pairs for Vasilios.
You could see Telly Bartolo waiting patiently in the
the turn.
background.
And Kaz is a jack.
So
And we
Vasilios with
have
the
a
winner.
winner of 2020-24 Spring Edition Battle of Malta.
And another jack on the river to make things official. Vasilios Zizis wins the top prize of $100,000. Congratulations, Vasilios, for an epic victory. Daniel, you didn't walk away empty-handed. In fact, you have 76,200 reasons to wipe away your tears. Quite a nice effort, quite a nice runner-up prize. Congratulations to both players. Thank you to everybody who I already thanked before, but let's do it again. Thank you to Telly, to Diane, to Casino Malta for everything that they did leading up to the event, for bringing us in and to making sure that the event was a success. Thank you once again to the reporting team, both the Italian and international reporting team. I named you all before, but much love to all of you. Thank you to Patricia and to Valeria for their fantastic interviewing and also their hosting. I hope all is well, Patricia, back in the Army. And thank you to all the players, and also thank you to everybody that has tuned in today. It was quite the run. Do appreciate you guys sticking around, and you could see the celebrations, the handshakes, and everything. Every player at the final table should be proud, but certainly these top 2 players coming in number 1 and 2, staying number 1 and 2 all night long. A cooler basically decided the match, and yes, we will be back once again on October 29th to November 6th for the next edition of the Battle of Malta with a 1.5 million guaranteed main event. The champagne's coming out. The party has started. The Greeks know how to have a party that lasts until the morning. These guys aren't going to get much sleep. And the last thank you, of course, is to MST Audiovisual for powering this stream. We wouldn't have these amazing graphics that we've seen, a flawless stream. And once again, this is Jason Glatzer signing out. Until the next time.
Μπορούμε να ανεβάσουμε το max bet στο ultimate. Αυτό θα λάβω στο πακέτο και να ξέρω μπορούμε να χρειάστηκε να βρω υπερκούλη με τον παππού για να το κερδίσω. Παπουινάκος πώς φαίνεται βλάκα, Δες λίγο. Αυτό το βάλεις στην κορυφή. Θα γιάστε βλάκες, Παπουινάκος. Best player on the field.
Of course, he won. We will see you again in October.
I will be here. Defend the title.
What about the next one?
There were 3-4 players. I was lucky enough that all three were eliminated. I think that I was a bit luckier than normal. Okay, trophy is ours.
Of course, now it's time to enjoy your win and go with your friends and drink something and okay.